Chapter 107. As soon as he moved, Yang Kai naturally moved as well. At this moment, junior brother Ye's attention was completely attracted by the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew, so it was a good time to launch a sneak attack. He never dreamed that Yang Kai could determine his position and was bold enough to launch a sneak attack on him. A greedy look appeared on junior brother Ye's face. His body was as nimble as a cat, and his movements were silent. He approached the ninth Yin Yuan, condensing dew little by little. The distance was getting closer and closer. 20 feet, 10 feet, 9 feet. The ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew was still in the same place, constantly absorbing the heaven and earth Yin Qi in the valley, stirring up the surrounding Yin Qi. When the distance between junior brother Yi and the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew was only 5 feet, his Yuan Qi suddenly became violent. His hidden body rushed out like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. His eyes were full of fire, and he stretched out his hand to grab the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew. Yang Kai also moved. His eyes were locked on junior brother Ye's body. His feet were like the wind, and he was holding the long sword that he had just robbed. Taking advantage of the opponent's unguarded state, he was ready to kill him from the side. Just when junior brother Yi thought that he was about to succeed, the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew suddenly stopped absorbing Yin Qi. An extremely strong Yin Qi burst out from inside and rushed toward junior brother Yi. This change was so fast that junior brother Yi couldn't stop his footsteps. Junior brother Yi was shocked. He had just observed it for a long time. Although he was sure that this was a heaven and earth treasure, he didn't know that this thing had spirituality and could counterattack in the face of a crisis. Junior brother Yi was scared out of his wits for a moment. Feeling the oncoming cold air, he panicked. His Yuan Qi was activated, trying to resist the oncoming crisis. Just when he was ready to withstand the impact, the ninth Yin Yuan condensing dew suddenly shook and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment it disappeared, the surrounding light suddenly fell into darkness. As the light changed, junior brother Ye's vision was greatly affected. He couldn't see what was happening around him at all. It was at this moment that Yang Kai made his move. Although Yang Kai's vision was also affected, he could still roughly determine the enemy's position. Even if this stab didn't take his life, it definitely wouldn't let him have an easy time. Junior brother Ye's mind was completely focused on the cold air that was rushing towards him. How could he feel the killing intent coming from the side? The next moment, junior brother Ye's body swayed as the cold air hit him head-on. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his Yuan Qi was not running smoothly. He couldn't help but shiver. Before he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if he had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Junior brother Yi had a lot of experience in dealing with enemies. After all, he was a master of separation and reunion. Although his vision was blocked, he instinctively flew up and swept his leg in the direction of Yang Kai. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai was swept in the shoulder and flew out. The two people's heavy breathing sounded at the same time. At this moment, Yang Kai didn't need to hide his figure anymore. Gradually recovering his vision, junior brother Yi looked in the direction of Yang Kai with resentment. His body couldn't help but shiver. His hand covered his waist and ribs, and his figure staggered. At his waist, a long sword came out of his body. Yang Kai had used almost all of his strength just now. Junior brother Yi also had to use his Yuan Qi to resist the cold air. How could he guard against it? "It's you." After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, junior brother Ye's expression suddenly became interesting. He had just thought of several possibilities. One possibility was that Yuan Lang or junior brother had sneak attacked him. In the face of benefits, it wasn't strange for fellow disciples to kill each other. Another possibility was that the woman wanted to kill him. Another possibility was that there was another group of people in this valley. But he never thought that the one who attacked him was actually Yang Kai, who they thought was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Ha! Yang Kai slowly got up and looked at him with a grim smile. He shook the shoulder that was hit and found that it wasn't serious. Then he walked over step by step without fear. Junior brother Yi was now an arrow at the end of its flight. How is this possible? Junior brother Ye's face gradually turned pale. Although I don't know what you're surprised about, it seems that all of this is very different from what you expected, Yang Kai said coldly. We. Junior brother Yi looked down and said with a surprised expression, "This is junior brother Wu's sword." "Yes, he's already dead. Now it's your turn. So we were all fooled by you." At this moment, junior brother Ye's heart was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness and humiliation. When brother Kai died at the hands of Yang Kai, it could be explained as the power of the secret treasure. But now he was going to die at the hands of Yang Kai. He was at the separation and reunion level. Now he was going to be killed by a cultivator at the initial element level. What kind of world was this? Sullen, very sullen. With a cry, junior brother Yi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became more and more dispirited. The injuries on his body and the humiliation on his mind made him feel haggard and powerless, but he couldn't resist. "I have no enmity with you, but since you came to me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He walked in front of junior brother Yi and raised his palm to attack him. Junior brother Ye's eyes suddenly brightened as if he had a final burst of strength. He pulled out the long sword at his waist, held it in his hand, and slashed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his body and hit junior brother Ye's chin with an uppercut. Junior brother Ye's entire chin was immediately shattered. His body flew high into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Without waiting for him to resist, Yang Kai rushed up and punched him twice. The Yuan Qi burst out, and junior brother Yi was immediately killed. Standing up, Yang Kai sneered, "Playing tricks, I'm your grandfather." Obviously, junior brother Yi just pretended to be weak. He wanted to let Yang Kai get close to him so that he could kill him in one blow. But Yang Kai was already prepared. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, not to mention he was a cultivator. Before the enemy was killed, any carelessness could cost him his life. After killing this person, Yang Kai searched his body as usual. He didn't find much, just 1 or 2 bottles of elixirs and some banknotes. After all, these people went out, so they couldn't bring too many things with them. He could use the elixirs himself, but there were several banknotes. Yang Kai didn't look at them carefully and directly stuffed them into his trouser pocket. Like before, he threw the person's body into a nearby tree. Yang Kai looked around and found that the 9 yuan condensing dew had long disappeared. Yang Kai also felt the colding energy that burst out of the 9 yuan condensing dew. It was an extremely overbearing energy. No wonder he was needed to help collect it. This thing was very intelligent and would escape when it felt something was wrong. Except for the yang attribute Yuan Qi, which was its nemesis, there was probably no good way to collect it. There were still more than 2 hours before dawn. He had to hurry, but before that, Yang Kai had to go back and ask Xia Ningchang how to collect the 9 yuan condensing dew. Chapter 108. The 9th yuan condensing dew was a drifting thing, and the mountain valley was not small. If he was lucky enough to find it, he would be able to collect it. However, before coming here, Yang Kai had asked several times. Whether it was Xia Ningchang or Old Man Meng, they did not answer. They only said that they would tell him when the time came. This made Yang Kai somewhat suspicious and puzzled. Now, it was time to find out more. The location of Xia Ningchang's hiding place. Kai Yang still remembered it clearly. He cautiously ran towards that direction while paying attention to the reaction of the origin of Yang on his chest. He wanted to see if he could find Yuan Lang. However, along the way, the origin of Yang did not react at all. He did not know where Yuan Lang had run off to, but he was helpless. After all, his sensing range was only 2,000 feet. If Yuan Lang went beyond this range, Yang Kai would not be able to find him. After rushing for a stick of incense, just as he was about to reach Xia Ningchang's hiding place. The origin of Yang on his chest reacted at this moment. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. He was surprised because Yuan Lang's current location was very close to Xia Ningchang. He was happy because he had finally found this blood group disciple. Had he found Xia Ningchang? Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly approached that direction. At the same time, he held his breath and paid attention to that direction. After a moment, Yang Kai sighed in relief. There was no movement from that direction. Yuan Lang should not have found Xia Ningchang's hiding place. Otherwise, they would definitely have started fighting. Yang Kai was not worried about Xia Ningchang's safety. After all, she could still use her heaven-grade defensive artifact. However, her hiding place was very awkward. It was a crack in the mountain that only allowed one person to enter at a time. If Yuan Lang blocked her inside and let out a whistle to inform Long Hui and that expert, things would become very troublesome. Thinking of this, Yang Kai became even more cautious. Xia Ningchang was also very nervous at this moment. Since Yang Kai left, she had been recovering here. After taking a palm strike from Wen Fei Qin, activating a heaven-grade artifact, and opening the 9 innate locks array, her consumption was greater than anyone else's. After recovering for such a long time and using all the pills he had with him, he had only recovered 20% of his strength. At best, he was only equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the initial element realm. Just a moment ago, there was a sudden commotion outside. Xia Ningchang was so shocked that her heart jumped. She hid in the crevice of the mountain and didn't dare to move. Her pair of bright eyes quietly narrowed as she looked outside, wanting to see who was approaching. She was expecting Yang Kai, but if it was really Yang Kai, there was no reason for him not to come in immediately. That person had been loitering outside for a long time, but had not been able to enter. Naturally, it was not the person she was waiting for. It was the enemy. She just didn't know how strong this person was. The other party had been searching nearby for a full 30 minutes, very carefully, but found nothing. Seeing that the footsteps were about to leave in a hurry, Xia Ningchang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, there was a rustling sound from the bushes at the entrance of the mountain crevice. Xia Ningchang's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly jumped up again. Immediately after, a small black shadow suddenly rushed out of the bushes and jumped directly in front of Xia Ningchang. She was so scared that she almost cried out in alarm. But when she looked closely, she couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. This was actually a squirrel that lived in the valley. It was probably frozen by the yin qi, so it had found this mountain crevice to take shelter from the wind. Xia Ningchang cautiously reached out, wanting to grab it. Unexpectedly, the squirrel was very vigilant. When it sensed that there was someone here, it immediately jumped out. In midair, a large hand suddenly appeared and firmly grabbed the squirrel. Then, with a strong squeeze, blood splattered. He he he. A burst of sinister laughter rang out as Yuan Lang's sturdy figure blocked the only entrance to the mountain. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he looked at Xia Ningchang, who was sitting inside, and said, "So you are hiding here?" Xia Ningchang's face suddenly became cold. Her beautiful eyes angrily looked at Yuan Lang. Women generally loved small animals very much, especially small animals that looked cute. Although the squirrel just now exposed her whereabouts, Yuan Lang's cruel methods still angered her. "You made me look for you for a long time." Yuan Lang blocked the mountain crevice and calmly looked at Xia Ningchang. "What is lost at the swings? What is gained at the swings? I couldn't find Yang Kai, but I found you. It's a great achievement." With this sentence, Xia Ningchang immediately calmed down. It turned out that junior brother was safe and sound. "If you dare come over, I'll let you die without a burial place," Xia Ningchang coldly threatened. However, her natural disposition was pure and innocent. Even when she lied, her face would turn red. If these words had come from someone else's mouth, it would have been somewhat threatening. However, Yuan Lang could hear the lack of confidence in her words. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "Do you still have the strength to fight? You're lucky that you didn't faint after taking that palm strike from Hall Masterwin. Right now, you're just hanging on by a thread." Although Yuan Lang's strength was sealed, Xia Ningchang wasn't much better off. If they really fought, Yuan Lang wasn't afraid of her at all. After all, both of them were at the separation and reunion boundary. It was just that one of them was higher than the other. Now that the only exit was blocked by her, Yuan Lang had the upper hand and victory was in his hands. Be obedient, and I promise I won't let you suffer. If you dare to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yuan Lang fiercely threatened. Xia Ningchang didn't answer. She secretly gathered her yuan qi and prepared to give him a fierce blow when he got close. However, Yuan Lang obviously knew what she was planning to do. He didn't get close and just blocked the way. This made Xia Ningchang secretly complain. "I know you have a heaven-grade defensive artifact. In my current state, I'm afraid I can't do anything to you. But what if I send a message to ask others to come over? Do you still have any hope of escaping?" Yuan Lang wasn't in a hurry. He had the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, using words to destroy Xia Ningchang's psychological defenses. "What do you want to do?" Xia Ningchang coldly asked. "What do I want to do? Hee, I should be the one asking you that. If you want to live, you have to obediently agree to a few of my conditions. If you don't, I'll call people over right now." Realizing that the time had come, Yuan Lang finally revealed his foxtail. What conditions? Xia Ningchang was also happy to waste time with this person. Right now, the more time she had, the more her yuan qi would recover. First, you have to seal your yuan qi and obediently wait to be captured. Second, you have to give me that defensive artifact. Third, Yuan Lang revealed a trace of a perverted smile. "Take off your mask and let me see your true appearance. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. If you really are a beauty, I'll let you go and definitely won't make things difficult for you." Even a child wouldn't believe this. If Xia Ningchang really sealed her yuan qi, then wouldn't Yuan Lang be able to do whatever he wanted? In this dark and windy night, where a man and a woman were alone, how could a man resist the temptation of beauty? Xia Ningchang was simple, but she wasn't someone who could be easily deceived. She immediately scolded. "Wishful thinking." Chapter 109. "You're forcing my hand." Yuan Lang's face turned cold. "You're going too far." Xia Ningchang did not back down. Yuan Lang's expression was cold and stern. He wanted to send a message, but after thinking about it, he restrained himself and chuckled. "Then let's see if this girl's defensive artifact can block my attack." He really couldn't bear to give up such a delicious meal that was already in his mouth. If he could really subdue Xia Ningchang with his own strength, it would be equivalent to obtaining at least a heaven-grade artifact. With such a treasure, where could he not go in this big world? There was no need to stay in the blood group and risk his life, right? What's more, this girl's origin was mysterious and her value was not low. He estimated that she had more than one artifact. So he wanted to try. If it really didn't work, then it wouldn't be too late to send a message. In any case, with him here, she couldn't escape even if she had wings. Thinking of this, Yuan Lang smirked and walked towards Xia Ningchang. Xia Ningchang complained in her heart. Although she had recovered 20% of her yuan qi and could activate her defensive artifact, it consumed too much yuan qi. Once she used it, she would fall into a state of weakness again. She was still counting on using this little bit of yuan qi to find Yangkai. How could she bear to use it all up? But if she didn't use it, she didn't have the confidence to defeat Yuan Lang. The terrain here was really bad. She couldn't display her strength. She could only block for a while and see if she could find an opportunity to kill him. Xia Ningchang also didn't intend to be lenient. The other party had already bullied her. How could she compromise? The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Xia Ningchang also slowly stood up, secretly raising her yuan qi and vigilantly staring at Yuan Lang, who was coming over. This was a true encounter on a narrow path. In this narrow mountain gap, no matter who it was, there was no way to easily avoid each other's attacks. When they were still 10 meters away, Yuan Lang's smile gradually disappeared. His expression turned serious. Xia Ningchang suddenly made her move. Without any warning, she made the first move, much to Yuan Lang's surprise. Her slender, jade-like hands formed an orchid shape, and she flicked her finger forward. An ice-cold wind shot towards Yuan Lang like an arrow. Yuan Lang's expression changed. He didn't expect this woman to still have the strength to fight with him. After all, how long had it been since she was injured? Even if he took a pill, it was impossible for him to recover so quickly, right? How could he know that Xia Ningchang had a special physique? As soon as the pills entered her body, she could directly absorb and refine them. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have enough pills with her, how could she only recover 20% of her strength? This finger wind was cold to the bone, like a sharp icicle. It was the result of Xia Ningchang using the yin qi in the valley and her own special characteristics to instantly refine it. The killing power wasn't too strong, but the advantage was that it didn't consume much energy, and it was fast enough. With a whizzing sound, Yuan Lang used his palm to move his saber. Yuan qi burst forth, and he slashed forward with his palm, shouting, "Flying Cloud Chop!" Flying Cloud Chop wasn't a palm technique, but a saber technique. It was an earth-level low-grade martial art, and its power wasn't weak. However, Yuan Lang didn't have a saber, so he could only use his palm as a substitute. Naturally, the power of the attack was reduced. But even so, Xia Ningchang's attack was cut in half by him, and it didn't have any effect. Feeling that this attack didn't have any killing power, Yuan Lang wanted to laugh at it, but he didn't expect that he would be met with another wave of so-so sounds. It was Xia Ningchang who had sent out another attack. Yuan Lang was annoyed. He formed a fist with one hand and punched out, shouting, "Azure Dragon's Roar!" Sure enough, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. This move was even more powerful than the previous Flying Cloud Chop. Without giving him time to breathe, the whizzing sound came again. Xia Ningchang actually started to move left and right. Her two small hands moved endlessly, and one wind after another fiercely shot out. Yuan Lang didn't retreat an inch, and hurriedly used his martial arts to neutralize it. Thousand Execution Flash, Flying Phoenix, Ghost Kill, Heavenly Mandate Thunder, Transforming Iron Palm, Steel Beheading Hand, Spirit Dragon Fist, as expected of a separation and reunion boundary expert. The variety of martial arts he practiced was very varied. He changed his methods to compete with Xia Ningchang's attacks, and for a moment they were in deep water. On the other hand, Xia Ningchang was the type to deal with all kinds of changes. No matter what kind of martial skill he used, all she had was a cold finger wind. The two of them were separated by 10 meters, but they were evenly matched. Sparks flew from the cliff walls of the mountain crack, all of which were swept out by the aftershocks of the two people's martial arts. After fighting for a long time, Yuan Lang finally realized that something was wrong. His strength was sealed, and he had to work hard to resist the invasion of the cold qi. After continuously using so many martial arts that consumed Yuan qi, he actually felt a little weak. On the other hand, the woman opposite him was still the same as before. Her face didn't turn red, and her heart didn't beat fast. It was as if the wind she sent out didn't cost money and didn't consume Yuan qi at all. How could he know that Xia Ningchang's wind was mostly the cold wind gathered from the cold qi in the valley? She only needed to use a little bit of her Yuan qi to create a strong killing force. After fighting for a while, Yuan Lang finally understood that in his current state, he couldn't eat Xia Ningchang at all. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and said fiercely, "Stinking woman, if you still don't surrender, I'll call young Master Long Hui over. If he comes over, He'll definitely ruthlessly ravage you and make you wish you were dead. Despicable. Xia Ningchang was angry. Hee, any woman who falls into Long Hui's hands doesn't have a good life. You might as well obediently submit to me. I promise I'll treat you well. Shameless. Xia Ningchang continued to be angry. I'll count to 3. If you don't surrender, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yuan Lang's expression turned cold as he made his final ultimatum. Then he slowly shouted. 1. While the two were talking, their hands didn't rest at all. They were still fighting fiercely. 2. Yuan Lang deliberately dragged out the word. Xia Ningchang's eyes suddenly curved into crescents. Although her face was covered by a veil, Yuan Lang was sure that this woman was smiling just now. She looks so good when she smiles, Yuan Lang thought to himself. For a moment he couldn't bear to say 3 out loud. Have you thought it through? Yuan Lang thought that she had changed her mind. Xia Ningchang's eyes were still curved like crescents. She shouted, Do you think you're the only one who knows how to call people? What? Yuan Lang didn't understand. I know how to call people too. Xia Ningchang looked behind him and stamped her feet with a sobbing tone. Junior brother, you're finally here. Yuan Lang didn't even turn his head. He sneered. You want to use this kind of trick to trick me? Miss, do you think I'm an idiot? You really are an idiot. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Yuan Lang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly tried to turn around, but Xia Ningchang didn't give him the chance. She attacked him fiercely, causing him to be flustered. In addition, the mountain was narrow, so he couldn't turn around. Half of his body was stuck, unable to advance or retreat. It was very awkward. With a puff, Yuan Lang felt a pain in his back. He vaguely felt a sharp weapon pierce through his body. He looked down and saw the tip of a sword piercing through his heart. Chapter 110. The sword pierced through his chest. This was a fatal wound. Yuan Lang could feel his heart suddenly contracting. All the blood in his body burst out, and his life was quickly fading away. He turned his head with difficulty and finally saw Yang Kai behind him. Bastard! Yuan Lang's face showed a strange expression. He looked at Yang Kai with unwillingness and anger. Yang Kai was silent. He pulled the sword out of Yuan Lang's chest, bringing out a burst of warm blood, and then suddenly stabbed it in again. After taking 2 blows, Yuan Lang finally couldn't take it anymore. His body softened and he fell down. His consciousness gradually blurred. Before he died, Yuan Lang's mouth slowly showed a trace of a bitter smile. His luck was really bad. God made fools of people. He originally thought that he had the upper hand by blocking this woman in the mountain crack, but he didn't expect that he would be blocked by someone else. If it weren't for this special terrain, how could he be killed without being able to fight back? Even if he couldn't beat them in a 1 versus 2 situation, he should have had a chance to escape, right? But now everything was in vain. The hunter, who knew that there would be a day when he would become the prey, Are you okay? Yang Kai looked up at Xia Ningchang. In fact, when Yuan Lang discovered this little senior sister, Yang Kai was already nearby. However, he didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he waited until Yuan Lang entered the mountain crack and fought with Xia Ningchang before he made a sneak attack. This method was a bit despicable. After all, Xia Ningchang didn't know the situation and was frightened for a while. However, it was the most time-saving and effortless way to kill the enemy. I'm fine, you. Xia Ningchang was stunned before she finished speaking. She saw the half-foot-long wound on Yang Kai's abdomen and the bloody hole on his shoulder. At this moment, the blood-soaked Kai Yang's face was calm and filled with concern. His expression was firm and resolute, giving off a kind of steadiness and reliability that only men could possess. He was completely different from his usual weak and fragile self. His upper body blocked the entrance of the mountain. His thin body was as immovable as a mountain, blocking all the wind, rain, and tribulation, making this narrow mountain crack as warm as a tranquil harbor. Slowly walking forward, Xia Ningchang stretched out her trembling hand towards the wound. However, she didn't dare to touch it for fear of hurting Yang Kai. Her eyes instantly turned red. It had only been 4 hours. What kind of arduous battle had he gone through outside for him to become like this? How much blood did he have to bleed to make his blood qi soar to the sky? In this mountain valley that was practically cut off from the rest of the world, facing more than 10 enemies who were eyeing them covetously, Xia Ningchang felt as if she and Yang Kai were mutually dependent. Now that she saw his miserable state, how could she not feel distressed? Every girl had the dream of a hero saving the damsel in distress. Although the person who saved her this time wasn't a great hero, nor was he a great hero, but was just an ordinary junior brother in the initial element realm. Compared to her own strength, he was worlds apart. But the girl's heart couldn't help but ripple. "It's just a small wound," Yang Kai said indifferently. "All right, I found the 9th Yuan condensing dew." "Oh." Xia Ningchang rubbed her eyes. She wasn't as happy as she expected. "How do we collect that thing?" "You should tell me now, right?" Yang Kai asked. "Otherwise, if we find it later, it might run away again. We don't want that." Xia Ningchang pulled on Yang Kai's hand and gestured for him to sit down. "Why not?" Yang Kai frowned. "Didn't they come all the way here just for the 9th Yuan condensing dew?" Xia Ningchang ignored him and said softly, "Sit down first, and we'll talk." Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously and then slowly sat down. Xia Ningchang lowered her head, bit her lips, and half knelt in front of Yang Kai. She tore a long piece of cloth from her dress and then took out a bottle and poured some ointment on the cloth. She reached over to Yang Kai's body and wrapped the wound on his abdomen. Yang Kai let her do whatever she wanted. "We'll wait here until dawn," Xia Ningchang said softly as she wrapped Yang Kai's wound. "After dawn, the 9 innate locks formation will break, and we'll leave this place." "But we came here, don't." Xia Ningchang interrupted Yang Kai with an unquestionable firmness. "For that thing, it's not worth it." Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and frowned. "I know what you're worried about, but I've already killed 9 of them. They only have 2 people left." "What?" Xia Ningchang looked up, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. "They still have 2 people. We also have 2 people. Why should we be afraid of them?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed with madness. "Since they're not kind, we don't need to be polite to them. Also, the 9th Yuan condensing dew. We can't let go of this thing. We can't give up halfway." "You're lying to me, right?" Xia Ningchang looked at Yang Kai innocently. "Are you so gullible?" Yang Kai chuckled. He accidentally pulled on his wound and sucked in a cold breath. "Are they really only left with 2 people?" "Yes, there's only Long Hui and the person who injured you left." Yang Kai nodded. Xia Ningchang was stunned. She had thought that Yang Kai had returned in such a distressed state because he was being chased by so many people outside. Being able to escape with his life was already a stroke of luck, but she had never expected that he would actually tell her that in just 2 hours he had killed 9 enemies. There were several separation and reunion boundary cultivators among those people. How did he do it? If they only have 2 people left, then we really don't need to be afraid of them. Xia Ningchang frowned. "The only thing I'm worried about now is that after dawn, that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator will recover his strength. If he continues to chase after us, I'm afraid we won't be able to run far." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "After the formation is broken, his strength can also recover." "Yes, then we don't have a choice." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. If they didn't kill that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator before dawn, then the 2 of them would definitely be captured alive. But I've only recovered 20% of my strength. If we really meet that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator, I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome. Xia Ningchang sighed. "I've collected a lot of pills here. See if there's anything you can use." Yang Kai took out the loot from the dead person and then ran to Yuan Lang's body to search. He immediately took out several bottles of pills. Yuan Lang seemed to be much wealthier than the others. He carried more pills and banknotes with him than the others. With these qi recovery pills, I should be able to recover 40% of my strength. That should be enough. Xia Ningchang's face showed a bit of excitement. You recover first. I'll keep an eye on you. Yang Kai also wanted to take advantage of this time to recover. Although the Yuan Qi in his body was endless, his physical strength and spirit still needed to be nurtured. Chapter 111. There was less than an hour left before dawn. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang walked out of the hidden crevice and followed the direction of the flow of Yin Qi in the valley. Now the direction of the flow of Yin Qi in the valley was very easy to identify because the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew was absorbing the Ling Qi in the valley at a very fast speed, causing the entire valley's Yin Qi to fiercely converge towards a certain place. This kind of strange phenomenon could be detected by anyone who was in the valley. Yang Kai estimated that the 2 people from the Bloody Battle Gang would certainly go to investigate, and when the time came, they would naturally meet. After killing several Qi transforming stage and separation and reunion stage experts, Yang Kai's fighting spirit still had not subsided because there was still a Yuan Qi stage expert in the valley. As long as there was pressure, Yang Kai's unyielding would always play its role, and his mind and body would always be tense. He just didn't know how much strength this Yuan Qi stage expert had left. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the 2 gradually approached the source of the Yin Qi. There was a bright light suspended in the air, and when the Yin Qi entered it, it disappeared as if it was swallowed. This was the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew that Yang Kai had seen before. However, compared to before, it was very different now. The 9 Yin dew crystals from before were just a ball of light without any special shape. Now, it was like a flower bud that was about to bloom, and the tender petals were clearly visible. The 2 people hid their figures and were about 50 feet away from the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew. Xia Ningchang whispered, "The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew is inside the flower bud, and when the flower bud blooms, it will appear. At that time, it can be collected. Originally, I arranged the 9 Yin 8 locks formation to deal with it, but those people forced me to activate it ahead of time. As long as those people don't die, the 8 Yin Qi chains will not return. This time, we can only rely on Junior Brother's means. Your true Yang Yuan Qi is its nemesis. If I don't have the formation, I can't help you. Doesn't it know how to escape?" Yang Kai frowned. Yes, so there is not much hope. Xia Ningchang was about to retreat. Then, if we kill all those people, you can use the formation again, right? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although you say that, what if they don't come here? They're already here. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he suddenly turned his head to the side. Wen Fei Chen's hearty laughter rang out. "Ha ha, smart brat!" Ha! Yang Kai's expression was calm as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Xia Ningchang. Wen Fei Chen calmly arrived 20 meters away from the 2 and said with a smile, "You are actually still alive. It seems that those pieces of trash won't be able to accomplish anything great." When Fei Chen had been trying his best to dissolve the Yin Qi chains that had invaded his body, but no matter what he did, he was unable to do so. None of his subordinates had returned to report the situation. He and Long Hui had been waiting anxiously when they suddenly felt a change in the Yin Qi in the mountain valley, so they followed the traces and came here. As soon as they arrived, they saw Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. When Fei Chen and Long Hui were both overjoyed at the unexpected good news. They didn't bother to hide their figures and walked over openly. Since things had escalated to this point, when Fei Chen naturally would not be kind to Yang Kai. He immediately let out a long whistle, wanting to call back his subordinates. But after he shouted, he discovered that the youth opposite him was looking at him with ridicule, without the slightest trace of fear. Wen Fei Qin did not understand why the other party was so fearless. Yang Kai took a step forward and said with a cold expression, "Even if you shout until you lose your voice, no one will come to help you." When Fei Chen's expression changed, what happened to them? "They're all dead. Dead people naturally have no way to help you." Yang Kai laughed. When Fei Chen's expression suddenly became gloomy as he looked at Xia Ningchang in surprise. In his opinion, only Xia Ningchang could kill those separation and reunion boundary masters. A trivial Yang Kai did not have that kind of ability. What a miscalculation! He did not expect that this woman would still have the strength to fight. When he hit her a few hours ago, he clearly felt that she did not have the strength to resist. How could she recover so quickly? Even if they are all dead, don't think that you can escape from my hands. When Fei Chen coldly snorted, clearly not caring about the deaths of those people. Yang Kai took a step forward, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body surging, his blood boiling, and his fighting spirit endless. Just as he was about to attack Wen Fei Qin, a beautiful figure flew out from behind him, heading straight for Wen Fei Qin. Xia Ningchang was the first to make a move. Moreover, it was a move that enveloped Wen Fei Qin. She clearly wanted to take care of the injured Yang Kai, so she wanted to fight 1 against 2. Her figure swayed, and 10 cold qi flew out, 7 attacking Wen Fei Qin, and 3 attacking Long Hui. Her speed was as fast as lightning, and her momentum was astonishing. When Fei Chen laughed loudly, "This little girl's killing intent is not light. This is not good." As he spoke, his palms met Xia Ningchang's attack, and he easily neutralized it. He said, "Young Master Long, I'll leave that brat to you. I'll deal with this little girl." "Okay." Long Hui nodded, and did not forget to remind him, "Don't hurt her face." "I know." When Fei Qin smiled meaningfully, and immediately joined forces with Xia Ningchang. Although Xia Ningchang had recovered 40% of his strength, he was still injured and could only display the strength of the Qi transformation stage level 6 or 7. Wen Fei Qin was even worse and could only display the strength of the Qi transformation stage level 2 or 3. But after all, the two of them had different realms. Xia Ningchang was at the peak of the separation and reunion stage and had Yuan Qi in his body. Wen Fei Qin was at the Yuan Qi stage and had Yuan Qi in his body. There was a fundamental difference between Yuan Qi and Yuan Qi. The former could display more destructive power than the latter. In addition, Wen Fei Chen's battle experience was much richer than Xia Ningchang's. In this exchange, Xia Ningchang felt that it was a little strenuous to deal with him. Although she wouldn't lose quickly, it was impossible for her to defeat Wen Fei Chen with her own strength. At most, it would be a draw. Both of them were experts, so the battle was also extremely intense. Their figures had already flashed 1,000 feet away in a flash. Yang Kai did not pay too much attention to Xia Ningchang's battle, because he also had his own opponent. Glancing at Long Hui, who was standing 100 feet away from him, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. "Young Master Long, right?" Long Hui coldly said, "You want to beg for mercy? It's too late. I have a few questions to ask you." Long Hui looked at Yang Kai with a playful expression and said casually, "If this is your last wish before you die, I can fulfill it." Chapter 112. You can take it that way. Yang Kai couldn't deny it and smiled. Looking at him, he said, "You really want to kill me because of who may err?" Long Hui's expression was frivolous as he disdainfully said, "Otherwise, why do you think this young master has nothing better to do than follow you all the way here?" Yang Kai frowned, "But I don't have a deep friendship with Hu Mei Er. We've only met a few times." "Humph, maybe you don't have any feelings for her. But that slut doesn't have feelings for you." Long Hui's face showed a touch of anger. "For you, She even dared to disobey my grandfather. She has never done such a thing. Nor has she ever done such a thing for a man. Who do you think you are, daring to have ideas about my woman? Your grandfather. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he remembered Long Zaition's unreasonable attack. At that time, if it wasn't for the unyielding golden skeleton playing a role and breaking free from Long Zaition's shackles, Yang Kai feared he would have already died. There's one more question. Yang Kai's face was cold. How did you know I left High Heaven Pavilion? Since they could chase him all the way here, they must have left not long after he left High Heaven Pavilion. Otherwise, they would have lost track of him. In other words, when he left High Heaven Pavilion, he was already being watched. Long Hui chuckled. Naturally, someone tipped me off. Sure enough. As for who tipped me off, this young master doesn't know. But I think you should know who you've offended. Long Hui looked at Kai Yang with disdain, as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't intend to hide anything from Kai Yang and told him everything he knew and didn't know. As for Nu Lang, I didn't expect him to be here. I only found his tracks at the foot of the mountain. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Long Hui didn't need to lie to him. Since he said so, then it must be true. Nu Lang probably just chased after him by chance. There's no need to investigate further. In any case, he's already dead. This young master has already fulfilled your wish. Now die. Long Hui laughed sinisterly. His body flickered, and he quickly closed the distance between him and Yang Kai. His eyes were filled with excitement. His qi transforming stage, first level Yuan qi, began to circulate, and his fists fiercely punched out. With every swing of his fist, a feather-like attack shot out from the tip of his fist. Flying Feather Burst, a mid-grade Earth grade martial skill. As Long Zaition's grandson, Long Hui's status was not low, so the martial skills he cultivated were naturally not ordinary. It could be said that although he was also at the first level of the qi transforming realm, his true strength was much higher than Nu Lang's. Long Hui wasn't just a lustful, hedonistic young master. To the current Yang Kai, he was also a difficult enemy to deal with. As the feathers flew towards him, Kai Yang hastily dodged, causing Long Hui's attack to hit nothing but air. A trace of surprise flashed across Long Hui's eyes. In his opinion, Yang Kai, who was at the fourth level of the initial element realm, shouldn't be able to dodge his killing move. In the next moment, a fierce and brutal Yuan Qi fluctuation suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. Feeling the intensity of this Yuan Qi fluctuation, Long Hui's face changed. How was this the fourth level of the initial element realm? It was obvious that he had already reached the peak of the initial element realm. Based on the intensity of the fluctuation, he wasn't inferior to Long Hui's. Long Hui was surprised for only a moment. He had already rushed to Yang Kai's side. Yuan Qi surged on his fist as he ruthlessly punched towards Yang Kai from above. Yang Kai dodged again. This punch directly hit the ground, accompanied by a loud bang and a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a big hole appeared on the ground. Not waiting for Long Hui to get up, Yang Kai's dodging body suddenly came back. Raising his knee high, he fiercely aimed at Long Hui's chin. Long Hui's reaction wasn't slow. One of his hands formed a palm, blocking his chin and pressing it down. The knee hit the palm. Both of their Yuan Qi burst out. Yang Kai's body staggered. Long Hui was also sent flying backwards. Borrowing this force, he dissolved Yang Kai's attack. Both of them hurriedly stood still after exchanging one move. Sizing up Yang Kai, Long Hui narrowed his eyes. So, you've been hiding your strength all this time. But even so, you're still not my opponent. Before he finished speaking, Long Hui's figure suddenly blurred. A golden light flashed under his feet. In a flash, he appeared behind Yang Kai. Golden rainbow steps. It was another mid-grade Earth level martial art. Borrowing the speed of this miraculous footwork, Long Hui finally arrived at Yang Kai's blind spot. The yuan qi on his finger surged, and he stabbed towards the back of Yang Kai's head. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yang Kai in one strike. In this life and death situation, Kai Yang felt a gust of wind behind his head. Hurriedly, he tilted his head to the side. This finger grazed past Kai Yang's cheek. The sharp-whirled qi left a bloody scar on his face. Yang Kai turned around. A drop of yang liquid had already appeared on his fingertip. In the next moment, it turned into a blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing. He fiercely swung it at Long Hui, who was close at hand. This was a strong opponent. Yang Kai didn't dare to hide his strength anymore. Any carelessness could cost him his life. The blade directly cut through Long Hui's body, splitting him in two. But Yang Kai didn't have the slightest bit of happiness. This was because he could feel that he hadn't hit anything. What he had just cut was only Long Hui's afterimage. His opponent's footwork was quite profound. Good reaction. Long Hui's voice came from more than 10 feet away. He calmly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai fiercely shook his hand, and the blood-red blade flew out with a schwa sound. Long Hui didn't dare to stop. He used the golden rainbow steps again to dodge. He looked at Yang Kai like a cat playing with a mouse. His face carried a trace of contempt and disdain. Without making a sound, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with unyielding determination and dense fighting spirit. He rushed in front of Long Hui and punched out. Nothing happened. Long Hui's figure had already appeared on the other side. "Humph, you want to defeat me with your snail's speed? You overestimate yourself." Long Hui's mouth didn't rest for a moment. He was using all his ability to ridicule. He felt that by relying on the golden rainbow steps, he was already in an invincible position. If his opponent couldn't hit him, how could he win? His ferocious attacks would only waste his yuan qi. When his yuan qi was almost exhausted, it would be the time for him to kill him. So Long Hui decided to continue fighting with Yang Kai. When the time came, he would use the smallest price to win. "Slow, too slow. If you can't kill me, then this young master will kindly accept your female companion. What does she look like? I'm really looking forward to seeing her scream when she's being ravaged. Ha ha ha! This young master loves to hear a woman's unwilling scream the most. Just thinking about that scene, does it make your heart ache?" Chapter 113. It has to be said that even though Long Hui was a hedonistic young master, he knew how to infuriate the enemy and create an opportunity for himself to win. Every time he dodged Yang Kai's attack, he would mock him. If it was someone else, they would have been provoked to the point of insanity. Yang Kai looked the same. His eyes were scarlet red, and his yuan qi was restless. It was obvious that he was very agitated. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that Yang Kai's eyes were very firm. Even if he was being ridiculed, his determination to win did not change one bit. After fighting for an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai did not know how many attacks he had made, but he did not even touch the corner of Long Hui's clothes. Long Hui's mouth was dry from all the ridicule, but he was also very surprised. Logically speaking, after fighting for so long, this guy should have lost some of his yuan qi. But why did his attacks not weaken at all? The amount of yuan qi in his body was not enough to support such a fierce attack. Long Hui was not wrong. A normal initial element cultivator would not be able to last this long without showing signs of weakening. However, Yang Kai was obviously not a normal initial element cultivator. Fighting a protracted battle with him was undoubtedly the wrong idea for Long Hui. While he was pondering, Kai Yang sent out another attack. Hurriedly, Long Hui dodged, but just as he was about to stabilize himself, he suddenly heard a piercing sound. A scorching hot attack had brushed past his waist and flew out. He lowered his head and saw that his clothes had been cut open. That attack just now had almost hurt him. What a pity! Yang Kai took a deep breath. The light in his eyes became more and more excited, but mixed with a trace of calmness. This was a rather contradictory look, but it was perfectly combined. How is this possible? Long Huey's expression changed. That attack just now was obviously an attack that the enemy had predicted where he would land and launched in advance. If it was not for his good luck, he would have been injured. But how did he predict where he would land? Could it be that in just an incense stick's worth of time, this young Kai had already seen through his golden rainbow steps? Impossible. He was only at the initial element state, so how could he have such a good eye? Next time, even if you don't die, you'll be heavily injured. Young Kai looked at Long Hui coldly. Bullshit. Long Hui raged. You want to scare this young master? You're still too inexperienced. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just kept attacking. Long Hui was enraged. This time, he didn't use the golden rainbow steps to dodge. Instead, he met Yang Kai's attack with a punch. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body remained motionless, as steady as a mountain. Long Hui, on the other hand, felt a surge of Yuan Qi invade his fist and staggered backwards. Long Hui no longer dared to clash head-on with Yang Kai. He hurriedly used the golden rainbow steps in an attempt to increase the distance between him and Yang Kai. Whoosh! A crimson water droplet suddenly flew out. The moment Long Hui stopped, it directly hit his right chest. Long Hui's face turned pale with fright as he clutched his right chest and gasped for breath. Blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he cried out involuntarily, "Impossible! Impossible! This is impossible!" His golden rainbow steps had actually been seen through. Yang Kai's attack had hit his landing spot in advance, making it impossible for him to dodge. Moreover, this attack was so overbearing that it made people's hearts palpitate. Not only did it penetrate his common high-grade defensive artifact, but it also entered his body. If not for his Yuan Qi blocking it, this attack would definitely have pierced through his body. Nothing is impossible. Yang Kai's expression was grave and stern as he quickly stepped forward. Long Hui didn't dare to stay any longer. He used his footwork and was about to run towards Wen Fei Chen while shouting, "Oh, Master Wen, save me!" The current Long Hui was panicking like a stray dog. His previous arrogance and calmness were completely gone. Just as he was about to land, a burst of pain came from his back. Long Hui directly fell flat on his face. Not waiting for him to get up, a big foot stepped on his neck. The strength of the foot was like a mountain pressing down on him. Long Hui kept struggling on the ground, but he couldn't turn around. "I am the grandson of Blood Group's Deputy Chief Long Zaitian. If you let me go, I will give you money and women. Whatever you want, I will give you. If you kill me, it won't do any good. It will only make you an enemy of my Long family." Long Hui couldn't resist. His mouth repeatedly begged for mercy. His back was facing Yang Kai, but his eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. "Young Master Long." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Your screams are not pleasant to hear." Yes. Brother Yang is right. If you don't like it, I won't scream." Under the eaves, Long Hui didn't dare to not lower his head. "Then keep your mouth shut forever." Finished speaking, Yang Kai stepped on Long Hui's head. His entire face was on the ground. Crouching down, he punched Long Hui's neck. With a cracking sound, Long Hui's neck was broken. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and remorse. With one hand holding Long Hui's corpse, Yang Kai stood up and quickly approached the other side of the battlefield. A moment later, when Fei Qin and Xiaoning Cheng's figures entered Yang Kai's sight. At this moment, the two were evenly matched. Neither was inferior to the other. One's strength was sealed, the other was injured. Yuan Qi hadn't recovered yet, so there was no way for them to display their full strength. The methods they could use were also reduced. But even so, this level of battle was much more intense than Yang Kai's experience. Their figures moved and flashed as if they were invisible. Yuan Qi burst forth. The battle was very tense. Yang Kai watched from the side for a moment. He knew that if he faced Wen Fei Chen one-on-one, he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. But now with Xia Ningqiang, it was a 2-versus-1 battle, so it was hard to say. After watching for a while, Yang Kai already had a plan. He quickly approached Wen Fei Chen while holding Long Hui's corpse and shouting, "Hall Master Wen, look at who this is!" Wen Fei Chen had already noticed Yang Kai's figure, but didn't dare to divert his attention to investigate. Naturally, he didn't know the details. Now that he heard this, he hurriedly turned his head to look and was shocked. Young Master Long! At this moment, there was a big hole in Long Hui's chest. Blood flowed out. His neck was soft, as if his bones were crushed. His head hung in front of his chest, lifeless. Long Hui was dead. Wen Fei Chen couldn't believe his eyes. This debauchee young master was at least a qi transforming first-level cultivator. Moreover, he practiced many martial skills that made him drool. His fighting strength couldn't be underestimated. It was because Wen Fei Chen believed in his strength that he let him fight one-on-one with Yang Kai. But now he was dead? Bad. Wen Fei Chen secretly complained in his heart. It didn't matter if the other members of the blood group died. But Long Hui couldn't die. If he died, wouldn't Long Zhaitian be very angry? If this immortal ascension boundary expert blamed him, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Chapter 114. In a battle between experts, victory or defeat could be decided in a single thought. Long Hui's death had obviously disturbed Wen Fei Chen's state of mind. His hasty move had actually revealed many flaws. How could Xia Ningqiang miss this rare opportunity? Her beautiful eyes were cold as she crossed her palms and attacked with a killing move. Sensing that something was wrong, Wen Fei Chen tried his best to resist, but in the end, he couldn't completely block it. The burst of qi exploded on his chest, immediately injuring him. Not waiting for him to have any more time to deal with Xia Ningqiang, Kaiyang had already lifted Long Hui's corpse in front of him. Charging into the battle between the two, a layer of flames ignited on his fist. Stealthily, he punched Long Hui's armpit. Xia Ningqiang timely created pressure on Wen Fei Chen. Being attacked from both sides, Wen Fei Chen was actually flustered for a moment, and his expression became awkward. With his current strength, he couldn't do anything to Xia Ningqiang, but if he attacked fiercely, he could seriously injure Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai shamelessly put Long Hui's corpse in front of him as a shield. Even if Wen Fei Chen had thousands of methods, he couldn't use them. If he wanted to hurt Yang Kai, he had to destroy Long Hui's corpse first. He had some misgivings. Shameless brat. Wen Fei Chen was furious. While struggling to resist the attacks of the two, he cursed. The dead should be respected. You dare to treat young Master Long's corpse like this? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Yang Kai coldly snorted. The ones who should be punished by the heavens are you. If you didn't force me, how could things have gotten to this point? Wen Fei Chen was speechless. Speaking of which, these two people had only come to this mountain valley to search for natural treasures, and they hadn't offended anyone or offended anyone. Their group had chased after them from over 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away with the intention of killing them, and they'd even used numbers to bully the weak. How could they have the qualifications to criticize them now? Amidst the commotion, Yang Kai finally found an opportunity to land a punch. While Wen Fei Chen was struggling to block Xia Ningqiang's attack, he hit him in the waist. In the blink of an eye, a total of 10 drops of yang liquid shot out like sharp blades. Wen Fei Chen let out a muffled groan and hurriedly stepped back. He looked in the direction of Yang Kai in horror and shock. He discovered that this young man's attack this time was actually several times more ferocious than that woman's. The hot yang qi poured into Wen Fei Chen's body, and a bloody hole appeared on his abdomen. Although he was not seriously injured, the injury was not light. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. He discovered that he had still underestimated this Yuan Qi realm expert. The power of 10 drops of yang liquid had actually failed to penetrate his body. Yuan Qi realm experts, Yuan Qi defensive power was indeed stronger than Yuan Qi. Junior brother, be careful! Xia Ningchang suddenly shouted. At the same time, Yang Kai discovered that when Fei Chen's eyes were flashing with a crazy murderous intent as he pounced towards him. He was finally completely enraged and wanted to attack him regardless of the consequences. The corners of Kai Yang's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. He knew that once he used the yang liquid, he would definitely become Wen Fei Chen's first target. This was because his realm was lower than Xia Ningchang's, but the killing power he displayed was stronger than his. If he was Wen Fei Chen, he would also make the same choice. Everything was within his expectations. Facing Wen Fei Chen's attack, Yang Kai didn't retreat. Instead, he quickly approached him. Don't! Xia Ningchang anxiously shouted, but the two were approaching each other at an extremely fast speed. How could she stop them? Stinking brat, you're courting death. Wen Fei Chen's tone was cold. He didn't hide his intentions at all. He raised his palm and directly blasted it towards Yang Kai. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's muscles suddenly tightened. His true Yang Yuan Qi was pushed to the limit this time. The bones in his body creaked, his hair flew in anger, and his skin turned blood red. It was as if he had gone mad. Boom! Wen Fei Chen's palm hit Long Hui's corpse. Like a watermelon being smashed open, Long Hui instantly turned into a pile of minced meat and directly exploded. Yang Kai, who was hiding behind him, was completely exposed. Wen Fei Chen once again struck out with his palm. This time, the target was Yang Kai, who had no protection. At this moment, a meaningful smile appeared on the faces of the two men. Under Xia Ningchang's horrified gaze, this palm blasted Yang Kai's chest without any fancy moves. It was very obvious that Yang Kai's chest suddenly caved in, accompanied by a few crisp sounds of bones breaking. A mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out. It turned into a blood mist and intentionally or unintentionally sprayed towards Wen Fei Chen, who was close by. How could Wen Fei Chen allow dirty blood to spray on his face? His figure flashed as he hurriedly tried to dodge. But before he could retract his palm from Yang Kai's chest, he shockingly discovered that the corner of Yang Kai's mouth once again appeared a miserable yet proud smile. With a bang, Yang Kai's hands tightly grasped Wen Fei Chen's wrist. Panting heavily, he stared at him with scarlet eyes. You're dead! Wen Fei Chen's complexion greatly changed. He didn't expect this kid's vitality to be so tenacious. In other words, the Yuan Qi in his body had such a strong protective effect. Although his palm had seriously injured him, it didn't take his life as expected. But even so, an ordinary person shouldn't be able to resist after being hit by this palm. Why did he still have so much strength? Why did he not let go of him? How strong did his willpower have to be to do this? Let go of me. Wen Fei Chen raised his other palm and was about to hit Yang Kai. But how could Xia Ningchang give him the chance to attack? In her anger, her beautiful hair fluttered, and the yin energy within a radius of several hundred feet was mobilized. Suddenly, a crystal-clear icicle appeared in front of Xia Ningchang, whistling through the air towards Wen Fei Chen. Before Wen Fei Chen's palm could land, it was directly penetrated by the sharp icicle. Accompanied by a scream, blood splattered everywhere. Roar! Yang Kai suddenly let out an extremely excited and loud roar. The Yuan Qi that was originally somewhat restless and violent surged even more fiercely. The Yuan Qi fluctuations that had been stable at the peak of the initial element realm were suddenly broken through by the determination to win and the frenzied desire to fight. At this moment, it actually had a breakthrough. The Qi transformation realm. This wasn't the true Qi transformation realm. It was only the fluctuations of the Qi transformation realm emitted by the Yuan Qi. But at this moment, Yang Kai, in terms of combat power, was not inferior to anyone present. Sensing Yang Kai's sudden change, Wen Fei Qin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He used all his strength to try and pull back his hand, but he was unable to do so. His other hand was penetrated by Xia Ningcheng's attack, and the heart-wrenching pain made his mood even more uneasy. With a kacha sound, Kai Yang had used all his strength to break one of Wen Fei Chen's fingers. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. How could this kind of pain be endured? In any case, Wen Fei Chen couldn't hold it in and immediately let out a miserable howl. Another kacha sound rang out, and Wen Fei Chen's blood-curdling screams rang out. Yang Kai laughed sinisterly and broke Wen Fei Chen's 5 fingers one by one. Then he suddenly pulled him down, and with a knee strike, broke his arm. Xia Ningchang didn't stay idle. He was worried about Yang Kai's injuries and ferociously attacked Wen Fei Chen from time to time. Chapter 115. From the moment Wen Fei Chen hit Yang Kai with his palm, he was doomed to lose. Yang Kai clearly knew that if he wanted to kill such a master, he would have to restrict his freedom. Otherwise, with his and Xia Ningcheng's current strength, there was not much hope. Long Hui had such exquisite footwork. So how could Wen Fei Chen, a master of Yuan Qi, not have it? Once he noticed something was wrong and escaped, he and Xia Ningchang would be finished when the sun came up. But how difficult would it be to restrict such a master? Even if more than half of his strength was sealed, it was not something he could easily do. Therefore, Yang Kai could only take the risk. He used his own body to take a hit from him and seized the fleeting opportunity to restrain him. This was a very big game of chess. Yang Kai had included himself. So how could Wen Fei Chen not fall into his trap? With both his hands destroyed, Wen Fei Chen was like a hedgehog without its spikes. He had a lot of strength, but he could not use it at all. Accompanied by rhythmic screams and the sound of bones breaking, Wen Fei Chen was almost experiencing the coldest torture in the world in Yang Kai's hands. In just a few seconds, Wen Fei Chen's screams gradually weakened and could not be heard. His breathing was also not coming out. His whole body was like a pool of mud, limp on the ground. Xia Ningchang watched from the side with fear, as if it was the first time he had seen his junior brother. After observing him for more than 2 years, Xia Ningchang had never seen him so crazy, bloodthirsty, and violent. 3 black yin qi chains suddenly flew out of Wen Fei Chen's body. At the same time, the other 5 chains scattered in the valley also flew out and disappeared into the void. Junior brother, he's already dead. Xia Ningchang gently pulled Yang Kai. When the yin qi chains flew out, it meant that Wen Fei Chen's life was gone. Is he dead? Yang Kai gasped for breath, then slowly straightened his back. Junior brother, are you okay? Xia Ningcheng's voice sounded like she was about to cry. She found that her junior brother's current state was a bit strange. His whole body was full of evil qi, as if he was about to become the demon race. Yang Kai knew what she was worried about. He grinned miserably. Don't worry, this is one of my martial arts techniques, but it looks a bit scary. Xia Ningcheng's eyes were red as she looked at him. She found that although his eyes were terrifying, there was a calmness within them. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Now that everyone is dead, let's go find that 9 yin du crystal. Kai Yang still hadn't forgotten about this matter. Can you still support it? You're so heavily injured. I'm okay, but I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Yang Kai grabbed Xia Ningcheng's hand and hurriedly rushed to the source of the yin qi. Night was about to fall, and there was not much yin qi left in the valley. It was probably absorbed by the 9th yin yuan, condensing dew. When they arrived, the treasure was still there. It was not scared away by the 2 battles that happened a few hundred feet away. At this moment, the flower bud was about to fully bloom. There seemed to be a drop of sparkling liquid in the bud, emitting a faint light. How do I do it? Yang Kai asked. Xia Ningchang said softly, "Use your Yang Yuan Qi to bind it, then put it in your mouth. I'll do the rest. Remember, don't touch it with any other part of your body." Put it in my mouth? Yang Kai listened in a daze. Just as he was about to ask for more details, Xia Ningchang's face lit up. "It's coming out." As he spoke, the huge flower bud slowly bloomed. It was the darkest time before dawn, but as the flower bud bloomed, the entire valley suddenly became as bright as day. A drop of sparkling, translucent, dew-like liquid slowly rose from the flower bud and spun around. The petals supporting it turned into dense yin qi at this moment and merged with the liquid, like a gem. It was beautiful, but it emitted a cold yin energy that would make anyone's heart palpitate. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew. Xia Ningchang's hands quickly danced, and the 9 yin 8 locks formation once again played its role. The moment the 9th yin yuan condensing dew appeared, the sound of chains rattling could be heard in the air. Immediately, 8 yin qi chains appeared out of thin air, driven by an invisible force. Under Xia Ningchang's light shout, they fell around the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, sealing off the small space and completely imprisoning it. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew tried to escape, but it couldn't escape the 5 feet radius. "Junior brother, it's up to you now." Xia Ningchang looked at Yang Kai nervously. Although after this ordeal, she didn't care too much about this thing, but the treasure was in front of her, so she naturally had to take it. Yang Kai nodded slightly and walked over with steady steps. The space sealed by the 8 yin qi chains was useless against Yang Kai. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi was the nemesis of all yin qi. Walking into this small space, the 9th yin yuan condensing dew seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's intentions and floated in the air as far away as possible from him. Observing it closely, Yang Kai found that this thing really did look like a gem, but it was in the shape of a dewdrop and was only about the size of a thumbnail. "Bind it with true Yang Yuan Qi." "How do I do it?" Yang Kai frowned, thought for a moment, and then directly used a drop of Yang liquid. When the Yang liquid appeared, Yang Kai's mind moved, and a big red sheet appeared in his hand. He spread it out and covered the 9th yin yuan condensing dew. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew still wanted to resist stubbornly, drifting left and right and dodging Yang Kai's blow. "Interesting." Yang Kai grinned. Although he knew that many precious treasures had their own spirituality, this was the first time he had seen one. Treasures with spirituality were incomparably precious. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yang Kai's other hand appeared again with a drop of Yang liquid, and it turned into a big ball. "Let's see how you run this time." Attacking left and right, sure enough it worked. The fiery red ball wrapped around the 9th yin yuan, condensing dew like a fish. With a flick of his finger, the Yang liquid turned into a ball of feces and wrapped around the 9th yin yuan condensing dew, completely calming it down. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch it with his hand, but directly stuffed the Yang liquid and the 9th yin yuan condensing dew into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, a bone-chilling cold spread through his mouth. Even though Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art, he couldn't help but shiver at this moment. But in the next moment, there seemed to be an energy that he couldn't see clearly emerging in his body. This energy was more effective than the true Yang Yuan Qi, and it immediately suppressed the chill. At the same time, a crazy attractive force came from his bones, and the true Yang secret art involuntarily circulated, drawing the energy from the 9th yin yuan condensing dew into his bones. Aware of this, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped the true Yang secret art. But in this short moment of delay, Yang Kai felt that the 9th yin yuan condensing dew in his mouth had shrunk by half. Instead, a chill grew in his bones and immediately disappeared. Chapter 116. Yang Kai's expression changed. He didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Although he had experimented, He knew that he could absorb other types of energy besides the yang attribute and store them in his bones. But now, how did he absorb half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew? And at such a ferocious speed? After all, this was something that Xia Ningchang needed. What should he do? Turning his head, Yang Kai's expression was a bit awkward, just as he didn't know how to explain it to her. Xia Ningchang had already come in front of him with a fragrant wind. At this moment, this little senior sister's face was flushed red. Her breathing was slightly hurried, and her clear and pure eyes were flustered with shyness. "Junior brother, bear with it." Xia Ningchang suddenly spoke, slowly reached out a hand, wrapped it around Yang Kai's neck, and gently pulled his head down. Her hand was a bit cold, but soft as if boneless, like the first snowflake in early winter, bringing a refreshing coolness to Yang Kai. Standing on tiptoe, Xia Ningchang closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling uneasily. Then she lifted her veil, slightly tilted her head, and pressed her ruby-red lips on Yang Kai's mouth. 2 soft lips, and an exciting girl's fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai was stunned. At this moment, he finally understood why, when he asked how to collect the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, Treasure Meng and Xia Ningchang had been so vague and unwilling to tell him. Originally, Yang Kai wasn't too clear about the reason, but at this moment he suddenly realized. There were all kinds of strange ways to collect heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Every kind of spiritual treasure required a different method to collect. But the way to collect the 9 yin yuan condensing dew was so beautiful and sweet. As their lips met, Yang Kai's breathing quickened and his throat burned. Even though he had the 9 yin yuan condensing dew in his mouth, he couldn't suppress the boiling of his blood. Xia Ningchang was even more unbearable. After pressing his lips against hers, he remained motionless like a statue. His face was as red as blood, and his heartbeat was as powerful and rapid as a war drum. He was at a loss for what to do and was clearly flustered. Although Yang Kai didn't quite understand the principle and specific method of subduing the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, he knew that he couldn't always maintain the state. Without hesitation, he grabbed Xia Ningchang's willowy waist and pulled her into his embrace. Then he used the tip of his tongue to wrap the 9 yin yuan condensing dew in his mouth. He pried open her pearly white teeth and sent the natural treasure into her mouth. Stimulated by the cold the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, Xia Ningchang finally regained some of her senses. She accepted the 9 yin yuan condensing dew and swallowed it into her stomach. A sweet and fragrant sensation rippled endlessly from the tip of his tongue. The two people's bodies were tightly pressed together. Kai Yang's upper body was bare, so his senses were even more sensitive. How could a young and vigorous youth like him resist this kind of temptation? Almost instinctively, Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang tightly with one hand and used the other hand to climb up her round and perky buttocks and knead them. Feeling the 2 lumps of fullness in his chest and feeling the other's body heat, Yang Kai's breathing became more and more rapid. After carefully playing with them for a while, his big hand went around to the front and climbed up, wantonly rubbing the 2 lumps of jade peaks that were full of amazing elasticity. A moan came out of Xia Ningchang's mouth. Yang Kai saw her large eyes slowly open a slit. Her eyelashes trembled, but when she realized that he had been staring at her, she quickly closed her eyes in fear. The heavy breathing, the exchange of their bodies, the touch of their tongues, and the mingling of their souls. The young man and woman had almost forgotten everything around them. They hugged each other tightly, as if they couldn't wait to merge into each other's bodies. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt pain on his tongue and couldn't help but scream. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xia Ningchang placed both hands on Yang Kai's chest. Biting her pearly white teeth, she pushed with force and quickly escaped from Yang Kai's embrace. "Why did you bite me?" Yang Kai felt that his tongue had been bitten, and there was a taste of blood in his mouth. Xia Ningchang covered her chest with one hand. Her breasts rose and fell as she gasped for breath, trying to calm her rapid heartbeat. After a long time, she said, "I'm sorry, to refine the 9 yuan condensing dew, I need your innate pure yang qi and a drop of blood from your tongue." To refine the 9 yuan condensing dew, one needed pure yang qi. The purer the yang qi, the better. Yang Kai cultivated the true yang tactics, so he undoubtedly met the requirements. But to refine it, one needed innate pure yang qi and a drop of blood from his tongue. The innate pure yang qi was not something that could be obtained through cultivation. Instead, it was a mysterious energy that existed in every man's body from birth. It would disappear after he had intimate relations with a woman. This energy was of no use during normal times. Even if it was lost, it would not have any effect on the body. But it was necessary in certain situations, such as the current situation. Previously, when Yang Kai felt the cold energy that surged out of his body and wrapped around the 9 yuan condensing dew, it was innate pure yang qi. That was why Treasurer Meng asked Yang Kai if he was a virgin. Only a virgin would have innate pure yang qi, and only a virgin's blood from his tongue could be used to refine the 9 yuan condensing dew. Hearing Xia Ningchang's words, Yang Kai touched his mouth and said seriously, "So that's how it is. Is it enough? If not, I still have more." Wasn't it just a few drops of blood from his tongue? Xia Ningchang was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She nodded repeatedly, "It's enough. 1 drop is enough." Oh, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Thinking back to the feeling of his tongue, he couldn't help but reminisce about it. It was his first time being so intimate with a woman. "Little senior sister." Yang Kai called out to her hesitantly, a fiery light flashing across his eyes. Xia Ningchang suddenly panicked. How could she not understand the hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words? She quickly said, "You're injured, so you should heal first. I also need to hurry and refine the 9 yuan condensing dew." Oh, Yang Kai remembered that she once said that if the 9 yuan condensing dew was not refined within 2 hours after obtaining it, it would completely disappear. Right, this thing. Yang Kai was just about to tell her that he had accidentally sucked in half of the 9 yuan condensing dew. But before he could finish, his vision turned black and the whole world started spinning. Then he fell to the ground and his consciousness quickly faded. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang turned pale with fright. She quickly went forward to help him up. After a little examination, her face suddenly turned pale. She found that Yang Kai's pulse was extremely weak, and his vitality was faintly discernible. The yuan qi in his body was extremely bleak and chaotic, as if he was a lamp that had run out of oil. This was no small matter. Xia Ningchang's heart almost shrank. How could this be? Just now he was fine. Just now he was with her. How could he suddenly fall unconscious without any warning? But this examination allowed Xia Ningchang to know how serious Yang Kai's injuries were. Needless to say, the wounds on his abdomen and shoulders were already bandaged. But after a fierce battle, the wound split open again and blood flowed out. The most serious injury was the one on his chest. 5 of his sternum were broken and sunken inwards, almost injuring his heart and lungs. When Fei Chen's palm strike was filled with anger, how could it be so easy to block it? Chapter 117. After a night of fierce fighting, who knew how much blood he had lost? Only now did Xia Ningchang realize that his junior brother's calmness from beginning to end was due to his strong willpower. With this kind of injury, if it were someone else, they would have died countless times already, but he had gritted his teeth and bitterly endured, fighting side by side with him to kill the last enemy and obtain the 9th yuan condensing dew. After completing all this, his mind relaxed and naturally couldn't hold on any longer. Enduring the grief in his heart, Xia Ningchang hurriedly took out the remaining pills on Yang Kai's body, then searched Wen Fei Chen's body for a while, forcing himself to calm down, then took out some healing pills and fed them to Yang Kai. But Yang Kai was currently unconscious, so how could he eat the pills? Without any other choice, Xia Ningchang personally chewed the pills and fed them to him. While he was busy, the 9-in-8 locks formation that sealed off the entire valley suddenly shook and collapsed. It was dawn. The sun rose from the east, and the 9-in-8 locks formation broke by itself. Xia Ningchang didn't notice the changes in the valley at all, still doing his best to save Yang Kai. A tyrannical and gentle divine sense swept over, causing Xia Ningchang's body to tremble. She suddenly looked up at the sky, and in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Master! As if seeing a savior, Xia Ningchang finally found an outlet to vent the emotions she had been suppressing, tears streaming down her face. Meng Wuye's old face was stiff, and he was about to scold Xia Ningchang when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? Old Man Meng had been waiting outside the 9-in-8 locks formation for most of the night, not daring to break it. He originally thought that subduing the 9th-in-yuan condensing due this time wouldn't be a surprise. After all, he had been preparing for Xia Ningchang for so many years. Everything was ready, and as long as Yang Kai cooperated well with the 9th-in-yuan condensing due, it would be a piece of cake. It was just that his precious disciple had to make some sacrifices. After staying outside for most of the night, Meng Wuye was also sulking. Which master would be drugged by his own disciple? He was afraid that he was the only one in the world. He wasn't angry that he had been drugged and lost, but that Xia Ningchang had recklessly entered Black Wind Mountain. What if she encountered danger? Therefore, Meng Wuye had originally planned to wait until the array was broken before reprimanding Xia Ningchang. Of course, he couldn't reprimand her too much. Towards this disciple of his, Meng Wuye treated her like a treasure, but the scene in front of him caused him to swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Falling to the ground in shock, he looked at the unconscious Kai Yang and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Meng Wuye didn't hesitate. He immediately bent down and placed 2 fingers on Yang Kai's wrist. He used his divine sense to sweep through his body. He frowned and said in shock, "How is his injury so serious?" In Meng Wuye's opinion, Yang Kai's injury was more than serious. It was as if he had 1 foot in the grave. He didn't know what had happened, but the internal injury on his chest and the external injuries on his body were secondary. The most important thing was that his yuan qi was in chaos. His meridians and flesh were severely damaged. This kind of injury couldn't be treated without a peerless spirit pill. Not only did it require a spirit pill, but it also required a skilled doctor. Meng Wuye had nothing. "Master, will he die?" Xia Ningchang was grief-stricken. She asked worriedly. Meng Wuye saw his disciple's expression and knew that something bad had happened. He sighed in his heart. He had been on guard, but in the end he hadn't been on guard. Not wanting Xia Ningchang to feel sad, Meng Wuye comforted her. "Don't worry, with me here, he won't die." While saying this, he took out a bottle from his bosom and poured out a single pill. This pill was about the size of a longan fruit and was completely golden in color. It was clearly not an ordinary pill. Seeing Meng Wuye take out this pill, Xia Ningchang's panicked expression calmed down. She knew the effects of this pill. With a trace of strong reluctance, Meng Wuye hesitated for a moment. Then, under Xia Ningchang's gaze, he opened Yang Kai's mouth and was about to throw the pill in. "I'll do it." Xia Ningchang suddenly snatched the pill from Yang Kai's hands and popped it into her mouth a few times. Then she bent down, wrapped the pill with her tongue, and sent it into Yang Kai's mouth, which was filled with blood. Hey, this old man is still here." Meng Wuye screamed in his heart and quickly looked away. Seeing his disciple so close to a man without hesitation, Meng Wuye felt very uncomfortable. It was as if the daughter he had painstakingly raised was about to leave him. After the pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai's complexion seemed to improve. However, the effect was not as good as expected. Meng Wuye took the opportunity to look around. His originally turbid eyes suddenly emitted strands of cold light. He saw Wen Fei Chen's corpse and Long Hui's broken limbs. His doubts disappeared. The reason why Yang Kai was so heavily injured and why his disciple was in such a sorry state was as if they had gone through a fierce battle. Now he finally found the reason. A wave of anger surged in Meng Wuye's chest, and a trace of hostility appeared on Old Man Meng's face. He did not immediately ask. Now was not the time to ask. There was still a long way to go, and there would be a chance to clarify what happened last night. Meng Wuye only regretted that he did not immediately break the 9 innate locks when he came here last night. If he had broken the formation at that time, his disciple and Yang Kai would not have suffered such a fate. Vexation and regret grew in his heart and gradually turned into anger. Monstrous anger. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wuye suppressed the anger in his heart and gently said, "Disciple, have you absorbed the 9 yin yuan condensing dew?" "Yes." Xia Ningchang foolishly looked at the unconscious Yang Kai and unconsciously nodded. "Then first refine it. Yang Kai, don't worry. With this old man here, he won't die even if he wants to." Meng Wuye comforted. Xia Ningchang hesitated for a moment before nodding and repeatedly exhorting, "Master, you must not let anything happen to him. It is all thanks to him that this disciple is still alive. If not for his protection, this disciple would have already—" At the end, he began to cry again. "Don't worry." Meng Wuye squeezed out a smile and slightly nodded. Only then did Xia Ningchang calm down. He wiped the corners of his eyes and took out the bag he always carried with him. While paying attention to Yang Kai's situation, he also began to refine the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Half an hour later, the 9 yin yuan condensing dew was completely refined. However, Xia Ningchang suppressed the effect of the heaven and earth spirit dew in his dantian and did not absorb it. This was because absorbing it was very time-consuming. Once he finished absorbing it, he would advance to the Yuan Qi stage, which would take a few more days. Yang Kai did not wake up, but Xia Ningchang was not in the mood. "Come, let's leave here first. He needs to be nursed back to health in his current state." Meng Wuye bent down, picked up Yang Kai, and then quickly rushed out of Blackwind Mountain with Xia Ningchang. The two of them did not immediately rush to High Heaven Pavilion. After all, this place was not close to High Heaven Pavilion. Instead, they went to the town where Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang stayed last time. In the town, they found an inn and temporarily stayed. Xia Ningchang did not complain about the hardships, serving Yang Kai by his bedside every day, doing his best. Meng Wuye also poured Yuan Qi into Yang Kai every day, trying to heal his injuries. After falling into a coma, Yang Kai found that his consciousness had entered a world of nothingness. In this world, there was nothing but the unyielding golden skeleton that he had obtained from the wordless black book. The golden skeleton sat cross-legged, its whole body shining with a golden light. Yang Kai also sat cross-legged in front of it, motionless. There was no sound, no light. Yang Kai kept looking at the golden skeleton. Although the golden skeleton did not have eyes, Yang Kai felt that it was also looking at him. Time passed, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai and the golden skeleton remained in this silent state. Yang Kai was comprehending the mysteries of the golden skeleton. Last time, when he comprehended the unyielding will, Yang Kai felt that there were some hidden mysteries in the golden skeleton waiting for him to understand, but at that time he was powerless. This time, after experiencing an entire night of life and death battle, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the distance between him and the golden skeleton had been shortened a lot. If there was still some barrier between him and the golden body before, then this barrier had disappeared now. His unyielding will had conquered the golden skeleton's arrogance, and it felt gratified that it had found a suitable master. Suddenly Yang Kai smiled. The golden skeleton also changed turning into specks of golden light that merged into his body, just like when he first saw it. However, Yang Kai knew that it was not until this moment that he truly possessed the unyielding golden skeleton. Although it had merged into his body before, it had not truly submitted to him. It had been observing and testing him all this time, and his performance had finally obtained its approval and dispelled its doubts. Only then did it willingly become a part of him. The world of nothingness suddenly collapsed, and Yang Kai's consciousness returned to his body once again. Not in a hurry to open his eyes, Yang Kai slightly checked his current physical condition. The injuries on his body were not serious, but his chest still hurt slightly, and the sword wounds on his abdomen and shoulder were healing very well. In the dantian, there were originally more than 40 drops of yang liquid, but now there were only 7 or 8 drops left. The battle that night had consumed too much yang liquid, just the amount of yang liquid he used on Brother Kai and when Fei Qin was no less than 20 drops. Not only that, but he also had to resist the invasion of cold qi and fight for so long. However, although he had lost a lot of yang liquid, it was not as if he had gained nothing. This battle had actually allowed him to jump from the initial element boundary 4th stage to the initial element boundary 7th stage, directly advancing 3 stages. Yang Kai could not help but be surprised. Thinking carefully when he was fighting when Fei Qin, he had suddenly obtained the strength of the Qi transformation stage while using the unyielding will. It was probably at that time that he had broken through. This time, even Yang Kai himself did not notice the breakthrough. If he had not investigated it now, he would have been kept in the dark. Chapter 118. This wasn't the only benefit. He had unintentionally absorbed half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Originally, Yang Kai didn't understand why, but now he could clearly feel that half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew was stored in the most hidden part of his golden body. When he broke through to the yuan qi stage, he could use the 9 yin yuan condensing dew to refine his yuan qi and raise his yuan qi to a higher level. This benefit wasn't visible now, but it would become apparent in the future. In addition, he could now clearly understand many of the aspects of his golden body that he didn't understand before. His golden body could absorb energy of any attribute other than the yang attribute and then store it. When he needed it, it would give back to him. The more energy the golden body absorbed, the stronger his unyielding would be, and the more help it could give him. However, the energy the golden body gave back was extremely evil, so when he used the unyielding will, his eyes would be filled with a bloodthirsty light and his body would be surrounded by evil energy. However, because his body had the true yang yuan qi, which was the nemesis of evil, he wouldn't lose his mind. The 2 types of energy restrained each other, but they also complemented each other. This allowed him to increase his battle strength without being affected by the bloodthirsty and crazy energy. Thinking of this, Yang Kai finally understood why the wordless black book gave him the true yang tactics. It was to prevent him from getting lost in the surge of energy and falling into the path of mad demon. Everything was clear now. Yang Kai was just about to open his eyes when he heard a faint sigh in his ear. Immediately, he heard the conversation between Xia Ningchang and Meng Wuye. "Disciple, Master has done his best." Meng Wuye's tone was full of guilt, but also a trace of unwillingness and regret. These days, Meng Wuye had been using the yuan qi to treat Yang Kai's injuries. It could be said that he had spent a lot of effort, but Yang Kai's injuries didn't improve at all. In addition, Yang Kai had taken a golden pill before. In Meng Wuye's opinion, Yang Kai should have recovered a lot. Even if he couldn't fully recover, he should at least wake up, right? But now, not only was Yang Kai not awake, but he was also unconscious. He didn't know what kind of mysteries Kai Yang's body possessed. That golden pill didn't have the ability to bring him back from the brink of death. All it did was heal his external wounds a little before losing its effect. Even the yuan qi that he had infused into Yang Kai's body was nowhere to be found. It was as if there was a bottomless pit in Yang Kai's body, and the yuan qi was absorbed as soon as it was infused. How could Meng Wuya know the wonders of the unyielding golden skeleton? The unyielding golden skeleton absorbed all the energy except for the yang attribute. The golden pill and yuan qi had been absorbed by the golden skeleton by 90%. So how could they display their full potential? Master! Xia Ningchang had been crying all these days, and his eyes were red and swollen. Originally, he still had some hope in his heart, but now that he heard Meng Wuya's words, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. Is there no way at all? Xia Ningchang looked at his master expectantly. Meng Wuya's background was extraordinary, and his divine technique was vast. If he said that there was no way, then in this world there really was no one who could save Yang Kai. His soul seems to have been scattered. Meng Wuya's face was heavy. These days, I can't feel the existence of his soul. Xia Ningchang was stunned, and his face became even paler. But don't worry, he won't die. Meng Wuya quickly comforted him. It's just that he will be in a state of suspended animation. From now on, he won't be able to speak, hear, or feel anything. Unless what? Unless we can find the soul-returning elixir and reform his scattered soul. Meng Wuya sighed, but the soul-returning elixir, this kind of small place doesn't have it. Where is it? Xia Ningchang's voice suddenly calmed down, and there was a kind of determination in his voice. Meng Wuya looked at him, and then pointed his finger up. Xia Ningchang was silent, but his eyes were filled with determination. No matter what, he had to find the soul-returning elixir and help junior brother reform his scattered soul. What are you talking about? Just as the two were feeling sad, a hoarse and weak voice came from behind them. Meng Wuya instinctively replied, "We're talking about your injuries." Just as he finished speaking, the expression on old man Meng's face drastically changed. Stiffly and mechanically, he slowly turned his head. His pupils contracted as he saw Yang Kai, who was lying on the bed, staring at him with wide eyes. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang couldn't contain her joy and rushed over. Her long eyelashes were trembling, and her eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. She looked at Yang Kai with worry. Looking at her red and swollen eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel touched. He thought that he had been unconscious for a long time, and during that time he must have worried her a lot. "I'm fine," Yang Kai said indifferently. "I'm just a bit weak." "Master, quickly come and take a look." Xia Ningchang rubbed her eyes while pulling at Meng Wuya. It was as if she was trying to drag her teacher over to Kai Yang's side. Old man Meng almost fell over from the pull. He thought to himself, girls are always extroverted. Girls are always extroverted. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man's bones could still withstand the torment, he would have been torn apart by you. However, Meng Wuya finally came back to his senses. He sat beside the bed with a dignified expression and carefully examined him. After a while, Meng Wuya's eyebrows didn't relax. He kept muttering to himself, "Impossible, this doesn't make sense. How could this be?" With every sentence he said, Xia Ningchang's expression changed. She thought that Yang Kai's injuries had worsened. "Master," junior brother, Xia Ningchang bit her lips and asked softly. Her heart was in her throat. "Oh, since he's already awake, there shouldn't be any major problems." Meng Wuya's expression was a bit conflicted. He looked at Yang Kai with confusion. "No major problems." When Xia Ningchang heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Just now, when she saw her master's expression, it seemed that junior brother's injuries were very serious. How could there suddenly be no major problems? But that's not possible. Meng Wuya was puzzled. Yang Kai, is this the final radiance of the setting sun? Yang Kai bitterly smiled. "Treasure Meng, is there anyone who curses people like you?" Meng Wuya's expression became awkward. "But before, your soul had already dissipated. How could it come back now?" When Yang Kai heard this, his heart trembled. Thinking back to when he was unconscious, he guessed that it had something to do with his consciousness sinking into the golden body. "Master, you're a big quack." Xia Ningchang angrily stomped her feet. Meng Wuya was embarrassed to death. He had just said that Yang Kai was in a state of suspended animation and that he needed to find the soul-returning elixir to reform his soul. He didn't expect that in the next moment he would wake up. Wasn't that the same as slapping himself in the face? Losing face was a small matter, but losing prestige in front of his disciple was a big matter. Meng Wuya felt that his prestige had reached rock bottom. But no matter what, it was a good thing that Yang Kai could wake up. Although Meng Wuya was worried that he would seduce his disciple, he had risked his life to protect her that night. It was only because of him that his disciple survived and obtained the 9 yin yuan, condensing dew. He had to remember this kindness in his heart. Meng Wuya sighed. Since ancient times, good people don't live long, but disasters live for 1,000 years. Yang Kai had just finished harming his precious disciple, so how could he die so easily? He had worried for nothing. But what should he do in the future? Meng Wuya's intestines were in knots. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot, but he was afraid that his disciple would be angry with him, so he hesitated. When Yang Kai woke up, Xia Ningchang finally relaxed. These days, she hadn't rested much because she was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't wake up. Now that she had confirmed that Yang Kai was fine, she naturally didn't have to worry. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai was recuperating. Xia Ningchang was attending to him, and old man Meng was sighing at the side. On the 3rd day, Xia Ningchang was finally given a strict order by Meng Wuya. He told her that she must first absorb the 9 yin yuan, condensing dew, transform her yuan qi into yuan qi, and advance to the yuan qi stage. After all, although this thing had already been refined, it wasn't a good idea to leave it in the dantian. Xia Ningchang didn't refuse, and obediently did as she was told. Normally, she was a very well-behaved girl. Last time, she had no choice but to drug her master, but that was only a small accident. Although the 3 of them were staying in an inn, Meng Wuya's strength was profound, so he wasn't worried that someone would disturb Xia Ningchang, so he let her go into seclusion. Yang Kai's side was basically fine, but the wounds on his body and the bones in his chest would naturally take a few days to heal. Every day, he would meditate and cultivate. Once Xia Ningchang finished advancing, the 3 of them would set off to return to High Heaven Pavilion. One day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, Meng Wuya came in with a bowl of steaming hot soup in his hand. Yang Kai sniffed and smelled the aroma, quickly opening his eyes. Meng Wuya handed the big bowl to Yang Kai, and with a pained expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Drink it." Yang Kai didn't hesitate, taking the bowl and drinking it in one gulp. He smacked his lips and burped, excitedly saying, "What is this? The medicinal effect is so strong." He could feel his entire body heating up as he swallowed this bowl of food. Furthermore, it contained a huge amount of energy. A part of it seeped into his flesh and meridians to repair his injuries, while the other part was being absorbed by the golden body at this moment. Meng Wuya's mouth twitched, and he said in grief, "This is the ginseng soup that I brewed with 1,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng and various heavenly treasures. Do you think the medicinal effect is strong? Phut! This thing is priceless, but you drank it all in one gulp. You should at least taste it." "It tastes good." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and calmed the rolling blood in his chest. He thought to himself, "If it wasn't for my precious disciple wanting me to use this thing to nourish your body before you went into seclusion, how could I bear to take it out? This thing can save your life at a critical moment, and you can't find a single stock in the entire Dark Han dynasty. What a waste! What a waste! Do you have more?" Yang Kai licked the corner of his mouth, still wanting more. Meng Wuya said in annoyance, "No more. Even if I had more, I wouldn't give it to you. If you eat more, you won't die." Yang Kai smiled. He thought to himself, I have the support of the golden body. No matter how much energy and heavenly treasures I have, I can store them so I won't die. Tell me what happened that night." Meng Wuye's face suddenly became serious, and his eyes flashed with the anger and killing intent that he had been hiding for a long time. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. "Didn't little senior's sister tell you? She was only concerned about your injuries a few days ago. So I didn't ask," Meng Wuye said in a deep voice. Meng Wuye asked in a deep voice, his eyes burning as he looked at Yang Kai, "Who died in the mountain valley? And who is it that attacked you?" Chapter 119. They were from the blood group and the storm house. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he roughly recounted what had happened that night. Of course, as for how he had single-handedly killed 9 people, he naturally skipped over the important details and dwelled on the trivial. This matter was too mysterious. Even if he told old man Meng, he would not necessarily believe him. Meng Wuye was furious after hearing this. After a long time, Yang Kai finally finished speaking. Meng Wuye nodded slightly. "So the main culprit is you, but the mastermind is Long Hui." "Yes, this time it is I who have implicated little senior sister." Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement. "Although you are the main culprit, it is not your fault. Ning Chang is not injured. You do not need to worry about it." Meng Wuye comforted him, then sneered. "Blood group Long Zai Tian. This old man will remember this." Seeing the dangerous light in Meng Wuye's eyes, Yang Kai knew that Long Zai Tian was in big trouble. Yang Kai could not understand old man Meng's origin and strength, but he always felt that he was not an ordinary person. If he really went to find trouble with Long Zai Tian, Yang Kai would be happy to see it, but it was not very satisfying. Yang Kai always believed that revenge must be done personally. If Long Zai Tian died at the hands of Meng Wuye, then he would not be able to avenge that day's hatred. However, Yang Kai would not dissuade him. This time, Meng Wuye was really angry. The fire in his heart must be vented. After staying in the inn for 2 days, Xia Ningchang finally came out. As expected, her strength had reached the Yuan Qi stage. Yang Kai asked around and found out that the 9 yuan condensing did not need to be completely refined for it to have an effect. In theory, 1 drop of the 9 yuan condensing could be used by 3 or 4 people. After all, it was only a primer that transformed the cultivator's Yuan Qi into Yuan Qi. However, this item was rather special. If one did not refine it within 2 hours after receiving it, it would disappear without a trace. Thus, even if someone obtained it, it would only be used by 1 person. Knowing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax. It seemed that he had accidentally absorbed half of the 9 yuan condensing dew, but it didn't affect Xia Ningchang at all. Furthermore, up until now, that half a drop of heaven and earth spirit essence had been stored within his golden avatar, and had not disappeared as she had said. With Yang Kai's injuries fully healed and Xia Ningchang's breakthrough, the 3 of them naturally wouldn't stay any longer and immediately set off for High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai was carried back by Treasurer Meng. Along the way, he ate a lot of wind and felt dizzy. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai bid farewell to the master and disciple pair and returned to his small wooden house. Although he hadn't returned for nearly 20 days, the small wooden house was still as clean as new. It seemed that during his absence, Li Yuntian and the others had helped him take care of it. In the following days, Yang Kai once again returned to his previous peaceful life, cultivating every day and stabilizing his current realm. However, when he was idle, the figure of that cute little senior sister would occasionally appear in front of him. After all, this was the first woman Yang Kai had kissed. That sweet and soft feeling was still lingering in his mind. However, after returning, Xia Ningchang had not appeared. It was as if she had forgotten the agreement between the 2 of them. That night, in the mountain crack, before Yang Kai left, he had said that if he could return alive, Xia Ningchang would agree to one of his requests. At that time, Yang Kai had only wanted to find something for himself to remember and had no deeper meaning. Although he felt a little disappointed, Yang Kai didn't care too much about it. I quietly floated past, waving my sleeves without taking away a cloud. Drifting past that kiss, it was only because he wanted to subdue the 9th Yin Yuan, condensing dew. Although at that time both of them were a little emotional, it didn't mean anything. They were both young and full of vigor, so in that kind of situation it was inevitable that they would be emotional. Yang Kai didn't feel inferior because of the difference in strength between them. When it came to strength, as long as he diligently cultivated, he would naturally become stronger. He believed that one day he would be able to surpass this little senior sister and surpass any other person of the same age, because the unyielding golden skeleton had infinite possibilities. Feelings weren't what Yang Kai needed to consider right now. If it was his, it would eventually be his. If it wasn't his, even if he forced it, there wouldn't be any results. If Xia Ningchang was interested in him, then what did it matter if his strength was low? If she really alienated him because of his low strength, Yang Kai had nothing to say. If others didn't like him, could he blame them for having high standards? However, with her delicate and pure personality, she shouldn't be so snobbish. On this point, Yang Kai was right. After Xia Ningchang returned to High Heaven Pavilion, she was really embarrassed to see Yang Kai. Thinking back to that night's passion, she felt a little ashamed. Even if she wore a veil, she still didn't have the face to appear in front of Yang Kai. Moreover, as soon as she returned to High Heaven Pavilion, Meng Wu Ye made her go into seclusion again. On the surface, it was to consolidate her newly promoted cultivation, but in reality it was because he was afraid that she and Yang Kai would still be together. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have come to ask Yang Kai how his body was recovering. After cultivating for 2 days, Yang Kai was quite dissatisfied with his results. Absorbing Yang Qi by the coiling dragon stream was too slow. It was far inferior to directly eating spirit fruits and absorbing Yang inflammation stones. The amount of Yang liquid in the dantian was very small, so he had to quickly replenish it. Otherwise, if he encountered a battle like that night again, he was afraid that he would fall into an awkward situation where he couldn't cook without rice. Thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to go to Black Wind Trade again. First, he wanted to buy something that could condense Yang liquid. Second, he wanted to buy the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and dead Jedi tree grass. The incense burner hadn't been used for a long time. As for money, Yang Kai had a lot of it. He was no longer the poor ghost he was before. These silvers were all plundered from the people of Blood Group. At that time it was too dark, so Yang Kai didn't carefully count them. When he came back, he found that this group of people was really rich. Just by plundering a few people, he actually obtained nearly 20,000 taels of silver. With this much money, he could buy 40 pieces of Yang inflammation stones. It was enough to make up for the loss of that night, and more than double. A few hours after Yang Kai left for Black Wind Trade, Meng Wuya also left with a murderous aura. His goal was the Blood Group. Although the Blood Group was one of the 3 major forces in the vicinity, how could Meng Wuya be afraid of them? His own disciple almost suffered a fatal disaster and almost lost her innocence. This account must be settled. Long Hui's death didn't matter. Didn't he have a grandfather? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If there was no one protecting him, how could a trivial Long Hui be so arrogant? So in Meng Wuya's view, Long Zaitian was even more hateful than Long Hui. He deserved to be killed. High Heaven Pavilion was not far from the Blood Group. Meng Wuya's speed was extremely fast. So in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he arrived at the Blood Group's headquarters. At this moment, the Blood Group's upper echelons were discussing important matters. In the main hall, the leader of the Blood Group, Human, was sitting upright. This person was like his name, born with a bare waist and a tiger back. His face was fierce and fierce. At first glance, one could see that he was not a good person. In front of Human, the Blood Group's hall masters, branch leaders, and others were sitting upright. These people were reporting to Human about the recent events of the past month, including the income and expenditure of the blood group. Human was very impatient, so he waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about these trivial matters. How is the mining area's seal being broken?" A young man of about 27 years old stood up and respectfully said to Human, reporting to the leader, "Grandfather has made some progress, but the number of experts in the gang is too small. Although the flowing time Great Emperor has been around for a long time, it is not easy to break. Grandfather had sent a letter to Long June a few days ago, asking me to pass on the message. He will do his best to break the seal as soon as possible." This young man was Long Zaition's eldest grandson, Long Hui's elder brother, Long Jun. He was already at the second level of Yuan Qi realm. Although his aptitude was not as good as the other geniuses, it was not too bad. Because the Long family's position in the blood group was not low, even though Long Jun was only at the second level of Yuan Qi realm, he still held an important position and was one of the blood group's hall masters. Human nodded slightly, and that's good. Long Jun, if you have free time, go to the mining area and say hello to your grandfather. Tell him you have worked hard. Yes, I don't know what kind of mysteries are hidden in the seal. It is actually buried several tens of feet underground. One of the blood group's hall masters suddenly wondered. This is all thanks to our Miss May Eyre's insight. If she did not say that there was something strange under the mine, I am afraid we would not have known about it. Yes, although Miss May Eyre is young, her eyesight is extraordinary. I really don't know how she saw through it. Hearing a group of people praising May Eyre, although it was suspected that they were flattering, Human still felt very comfortable. But when he remembered that May Eyre was a girl and would eventually be married off, Human could not help but sigh. Fuck his grandmother. I, your father, am so wise and powerful. I have countless concubines and work hard every night. How can I only give birth to 2 daughters? This was a sore point for Human. He had no sons in his family, so he could not continue his career. The group of people were still praising May Eyre's unique eyesight. Even Hu Jiao Eyre was praised to the heavens. Human was only unhappy. Speaking of this matter, it was really strange. The mining area had been discovered a few years ago. The blood group used the mining area to mine Yang inflammation stones and Yin Yuan stones to earn a lot of money. In the past few years, the blood group had developed rapidly. A large part of the reason was because they relied on the mining area. But no one knew that several tens of feet below the mining area, there were many mysterious and profound seals. Close to 2 months ago, Human's youngest daughter, May Eyre, suddenly came back and told him about this matter. He laughed it off and did not take it seriously, until May Eyre kept pestering him and insisted that Human send people to investigate. He had no choice but to unwillingly send people to dig in that direction, although May Eyre had clearly told Human that this matter must not be known by the Long family. However, Human himself didn't care about this matter. He thought it was just a girl's prank, using this method to attract his attention. In addition, the matter of the mine was originally managed by Long Zaition, so this matter couldn't be hidden. The mining area was originally excavated underground. The location that May Eyre mentioned was not very far. After 10 or so blood group disciples painstakingly excavated for 10 days, they discovered that the location was indeed unusual. Chapter 120. That area was actually covered with restrictions. The disciples quickly reported this discovery. After Human received the news, he personally went down to investigate, but he couldn't understand these restrictions and couldn't see through them. In the blood group, Long Zaition was the oldest and had the most experience. Moreover, he already knew about this place, so Human let him take charge of breaking these restrictions and see what was hidden inside. Human had a feeling that there was a great secret hidden within the restriction. If the blood group could obtain this secret, then their strength would definitely leap to another level. Not to mention that they would be able to compete with the 8 great families, but at least they would be able to stand on equal footing with the first-class forces. Human was also somewhat vexed. At that time, Humayr had repeatedly warned him that this matter must be kept a secret, but he didn't take it to heart. Now, the entire upper echelon of the group knew about it. That day, after returning from the mining area, Human hurriedly went to find Humayr. He wanted to inquire about how she knew that there was a secret hidden under the mining area. What he didn't expect was that Humayr would actually quarrel with him because of this matter. During the quarrel, Human found out that his daughter had received guidance from an expert. It was that expert who told Humayr that there was a secret under the mining area. But because he didn't care, it caused his daughter to fail to live up to that expert's trust. That expert didn't want the Long family to know about this secret. Daughter, what kind of expert is he? Human was in awe of that mysterious expert, to be able to see the secret buried under the ground. This expert's strength was definitely not small. In Human's imagination, this person definitely had a strength that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. What kind of expert? At that time, Humayr's mind appeared with Yang Kai's appearance. Her face slightly reddened, and she rolled her eyes at her father. I won't tell you. Looking at her appearance, Human was immediately shocked. Could it be that his daughter was interested in this expert? After asking around in a roundabout manner, Human was shocked at that time. This expert was actually a young man. Such a person. How bad could his background be? Daughter, have you fallen in love with him? Human excitedly inquired. In his opinion, his daughter would always be married off. But the most important issue was who she would marry. If she could marry into one of the 8 great families, then that would be the best case scenario. The blood group would also be able to fly into the sky and become a phoenix. But this young man with good eyesight was definitely not bad. So what if I do? Humayr sighed faintly. If you like her, then try to get close to her. My daughter is so beautiful. Could it be that he doesn't like her? Barbarian, who urged. That's right. Could it be that he already has a wife? It's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Humayr turned around and glared at him. It's because of you that I've failed to live up to someone's trust. How can I still have the face to see them? Humph. When Human heard this, he could only laugh in embarrassment. How could he know that his daughter was telling the truth? If he knew, he wouldn't have shared this secret with her. It had to be said that Human had completely misunderstood Yang Kai. If he knew that the expert in his heart was only a high heaven pavilion trial disciple, he feared that Humayr wouldn't have enough time to avoid him. How could he let her get close to him? Retracting his train of thought, Human let out a long sigh, thinking to himself that this matter was really worrying. His daughter had been in seclusion these past few days and didn't like to run around like before. Her strength had improved a lot, but if she didn't get in touch with that young man, how could she have the opportunity to marry him? The group of hall leaders and helm leaders were still flattering Human, but to Human it was like chewing wax. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Human's movements suddenly stopped. He immediately raised his head and looked towards the door. His face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. In the next moment, all the hall leaders and helm leaders quickly shut their mouths and turned their heads. An invisible pressure, as if the heavens were pressing down on them, made everyone's heart tremble. An expert had arrived at the blood group. Everyone in the main hall felt the aura of the person who had arrived. Immediately after, an old voice sounded in everyone's ears. Where's Long Zai Tian? This voice was very calm, and no emotions could be heard from it. However, everyone present couldn't help but shiver. They faintly felt that this expert who had suddenly appeared had some ill intentions. Looking for Vice Leader Long? The group of people looked at each other and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Follow me outside to take a look. Human stood up and walked out in large strides. Behind him, the hall leaders and helm leaders followed closely behind. Outside the room, everyone saw an old man standing motionlessly in midair. This person's hair and beard were all white, and his face was as calm as water. A pair of sharp eyes swept over, like an eagle overlooking the earth, carrying a disdainful arrogance and unruliness. Being swept by this pair of eyes, everyone involuntarily felt a sense of insignificance. Peak of immortal ascension boundary, Human exclaimed, his rough face slightly twitching. Peak of immortal ascension boundary. Some people were shocked. Is he the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion? Within this 1,000-mile radius, there were a few immortal ascension boundary masters. But when it came to the peak of immortal ascension boundary, only the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion could appear and disappear like a ghost. This person's age was similar to the rumored sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. No wonder people would mistakenly recognize him. It's not him. Human slowly shook his head. When he was young, he had seen the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion, so he naturally remembered his appearance. He was completely different from this old man in front of him. Moreover, although this person was at the peak of immortal ascension boundary, the pressure he brought to Human was far greater than the immortal ascension boundary. Human himself was an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage master. So even if the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion personally came, he wouldn't feel too much pressure. The old man in front of him was different. When Human looked at him, it was like looking at a mountain that could never be climbed, a river that couldn't be crossed. Even if he spent a lifetime of energy, he could only look up at his back. This feeling was very strange, but Human always believed in his intuition. This old man, he couldn't be an enemy, he couldn't be an enemy. Where did this master come from? Human's face was heavy. He stepped forward, cupped his fist, and respectfully asked, "May I ask Senior's name?" The person who came was naturally Meng Wuya. Meng Wu Ya had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Originally, when he returned to High Heaven Pavilion, he wanted to find trouble with Long Zai Tian, but he was afraid that his disciple would secretly find Yang Kai, so he waited for her for 2 days. After confirming that she was really in retreat, he leisurely came. "You are Long Zai Tian." Meng Wu Ya narrowed his eyes fixed on Human like a hawk. Human's yuan qi involuntarily circulated, as if he was in a life or death crisis, but he didn't show it. After all, he was the leader of a gang. His mind was firm. If he was scared by a few words from the opposite party, what kind of scandal would that be? "This one is the leader of blood group, Human. I don't know Senior." Before Human could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Meng Wuya, his tone full of impatience. "If you are not Long Zai Tian, then why are you interrupting?" Human felt a burst of bitterness, but it was not good for him to vent his anger. When he was about to open his mouth to explain 1 or 2 things, Meng Wu Ya had already flipped out. "Damn Long Zai Tian, fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Get the hell out of here for this old man." This roar could really be said to be earth-shattering, shaking the earth and shaking the earth. The whole blood group, even the people of Storm House and High Heaven Pavilion, all heard it clearly. After the roar, the whole place was silent. A group of immortal ascension boundary and yuan qi boundary experts all looked at Meng Wu Ya stupidly, dumbfounded and flabbergasted. They never thought that such an awe-inspiring expert would actually open his mouth and curse people, and moreover, curse in such a vicious and vulgar way. Where is your demeanor? Where is your identity? Any expert with a little bit of strength and prestige would not do such a thing, right? In the end, what kind of hatred did he have to throw away his own self-cultivation and demeanor? Long Zai Tian stole his family's chicken and snatched his family's dog, unexpectedly making him so angry. However, Meng Wu Ya's roar made the people of Blood Group clearly understand that the newcomer was not good. Human said with a calm face, "Senior, can we talk things over?" Although the newcomer's strength was tyrannical, Human did not want to be his enemy, but Long Zai Tian was still the deputy leader of Blood Group. If Meng Wu Ya slapped him, Human would have to suffer half of it. "I said you are numb. Tell Long Zai Tian to get the hell out of here. If he does not come out today, then cut off his head and give it to this old man as a urinal." This old man will slaughter your blood group. Meng Wuya aggressively came to find trouble, but unexpectedly did not see the person in question. His anger could be imagined. Blood group, he really did not put them in his eyes. Hu Man's face showed a murderous look. Even a person of clay had 3 points of anger, not to mention Hu Man, who had a violent temper. If he did not have scruples about Meng Wuya's strength, how could he be so kind? But Meng Wu, you did not give him any face. Hu Man was really angry. Hey, Long Zaitian is a coward, not daring to come out and see this old man? Meng Wuya looked down and said contemptuously. This time it was a young man who replied with a cold face. Old mister, can you watch your words? What kind of enmity do you have with my grandfather that you dare to insult him like this? The person who spoke was Long Jun. Meng Wuya scolded Long Zaitian. His filthy words were extremely unpleasant to hear. As a member of the Long family, how could Long Jun endure? Relying on the fact that this was the headquarters of Blood Group, there were many experts, he immediately retorted. So what if he was at the peak of Immortal Ascension Boundary? Blood Group also has Immortal Ascension Boundary experts. If you really dare to fight here, then you will not be able to return. Your grandfather... Meng Wuya narrowed his eyes, staring at Long Jun. The person old man is looking for is my grandfather. Long Jun replied in a deep voice. Good, good, good. Meng Wuya laughed. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Mice give birth to babies. That Long Hui is not a good person. You are his elder brother. You are also not a good person. How did he bring up Long Hui's head? Everyone suddenly felt that this old man's mind was not clear. He was rambling. They did not know what he wanted to say. Long Jun angrily said, Old man, don't be so savage. This is Blood Group. It is not your turn to behave atrociously. Chapter 121. This old man is behaving atrociously. Meng Wu, you seem to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He couldn't close his mouth, but immediately his face turned cold and said, This old man is behaving atrociously, so what? While speaking, he casually threw out a slap. Get out of the way. Hu Man's expression changed. Just as he was about to pull Long Jun behind him, Meng Wuya's speed was as fast as lightning. Just as he raised his hand, a crisp paw sound came from Long Jun's face. 2 teeth flew out in response. Long Jun's entire body spun a few times in the air before falling to the ground with a thud. Everyone from the Blood Group was instantly horrified. Hu Man also felt cold. They didn't see clearly how the old man in the sky made his move. From a distance of more than 50 feet, a slap landed on the ground, not giving them any time to react. Was this something that an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master could do? Even if he was at the peak of the Immortal Ascension Boundary, it shouldn't make everyone feel so helpless. Hu Man felt that if it was the High Heaven Pavilion's headmaster who made this move, he would have 90% chance of blocking it. Why was there such a big gap between the peak of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master? Long Jun was also stunned by this slap. After falling to the ground, he staggered to get up. He turned around several times to find the right direction. Looking at Meng Wuya, his face was full of fear and panic. His right cheek was swollen. Although he didn't have any internal injuries, but as the saying goes, don't scold people, don't hit people in the face. He was slapped in the face by Meng Wuya in front of everyone. How could he tell others the humiliation in his heart? This old man is behaving atrociously. What are you going to do about it? Meng Wuya calmly waited for Long Jun to stand firm. Then he threw out another slap. Slap. Just like before, Long Jun was sent flying again. The experts of the Blood Group didn't even have time to react. You dare to behave atrociously in front of this old man. Meng Wuya cursed. Meng Wuya waved his hand as if he had hit a pile of dung. Hu Man couldn't bear it anymore and angrily said, Senior, you are a master, but you actually hit a junior. Are you not afraid of others laughing at you? Humph! If I really hit him, would he still be alive? This is just a small lesson. Meng Wuya sneered and said, "Come here." Opening his hand, Long Jun, who had fallen to the ground and had yet to get up, was sucked away by a huge suction force. He was in midair. Long Jun bared his fangs and brandished his claws. With a terrified expression, he shouted, "Gang leader, save me!" "Senior." Hu Man took a step forward and shouted in a stern voice. Meng Wuya didn't care about him at all. He just held Long Jun's neck with one hand. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. Today, this old man only came to find Long Zai Tian. Brat, since you are Long Zai Tian's grandson, then obediently tell me where he is." After Long Jun was slapped twice, he became even more obedient than a rabbit. He no longer had the youthful vigor he had before. He resisted the pain on both sides of his cheeks and trembled as he said, "Grandfather is not in the faction." "Where is he?" "In the mining area." "Give me directions." "This way." Under the threat of life and death, how could Long Jun dare to hesitate? Meng Wuya asked a question, and he answered. Even though his cheeks were swollen, he was still able to speak. Meng Wuya's figure flashed, and he was already 100 feet away. He took Long Jun and went straight to the mining area of the blood group. "Gang leader." A group of people anxiously looked at Hu Man. They were waiting for him to make a decision. "Follow." Hu Man's heart was filled with anger. He really didn't know how Long Zai Tian provoked this expert. The other party also didn't. Hu Man's heart was filled with anger. Meng Wuya was unreasonable and used his power to bully others. Long Zai Tian had eyes but failed to see. He had offended such an expert and brought the fire to the faction. Hu Man had seen the Long family's little tricks in the past few years. However, the Long family had always been the blood group's right-hand man. Hu Man had the intention to remove this malignant tumor, but he didn't dare to do it. Once he did, the blood group would immediately fall apart. Their overall strength would be greatly reduced. If Hu Man didn't have a son, how could there be such a situation in the faction? As long as he had a son, Hu Man would be able to train him and let him fight against the Long family's younger generation. This time, Long Zai Tian had provoked such an expert. Hu Man saw a glimmer of opportunity. If he could use this opportunity to remove the Long family's influence in the faction, it could be considered a good thing. So no matter what, Hu Man had to go and take a look. Black Wind Trade was still bustling with noise and excitement. Yang Kai took out 20,000 taels of silver and walked around the market. First, he spent 10,000 taels to buy some Yang inflammation stones. Then he found an open space and sat down cross-legged. He picked up a sign from the ground and erased the words on it. Then he casually wrote a few words. Buying Yang attribute, spirit grass, and spirit fruit seeds. After placing the sign in front of him, Yang Kai no longer paid attention to it. He directly operated the true Yang secret art and secretly absorbed the energy from the Yang inflammation stones. Last time, Li Yuntian had helped Yang Kai collect seeds, but he didn't gain anything. From this, it could be seen how rare these seeds were. Yang Kai was just trying his luck. In any case, absorbing the energy from the Yang essence stones would take a lot of time. He could cultivate and buy them. After spending half a day, he finally finished absorbing the energy from the 20 pieces of Yang inflammation stones. One piece of Yang inflammation stone could condense 2 drops of Yang liquid. 20 pieces would be 40 drops. The dantian was once again full. After checking the situation inside the dantian, Yang Kai was very satisfied. If he encountered another battle of the same level, he would be able to use his full strength. But after half a day, no one came to sell seeds. Standing up, Yang Kai looked towards the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' wooden house. Su Yen should be inside. Yang Kai wanted to go greet her and tell her that he had returned. But after thinking about it, Yang Kai gave up. He didn't have any deep friendship with her. Moreover, She was such a cold and noble person. Yang Kai didn't want to come into contact with her. Looking at other people's cold faces was meaningless. Just as he was about to return home, a person suddenly walked in front of him. Squatting down, she looked at Yang Kai's sign and asked, "Do you want to buy seeds?" Yang Kai looked down and found that the person in front of him was a young woman. She was about 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance could be considered good. Her face was delicate and pretty. Her eyes were like water. Her skin was smooth and tender, and her figure was also good, especially her pair of large breasts. Yang Kai didn't know what she ate growing up. She squatted down. Yang Kai looked down at her from a higher position. Immediately, he saw a deep and tender snow-white patch on her chest. N. She didn't look away. Yang Kai nodded. The woman straightened up and said, "I have some, but I don't know if you can afford it." Oh, Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "That depends on what kind of seeds you have." This woman was wearing High Heaven Pavilion clothes, so she should be a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. They were all from the same sect, so Yang Kai naturally felt a sense of familiarity. "I'll take it out for you to see," the woman said as she untied an exquisite pouch from her waist and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, opened the pouch, and poured out 2 seeds. These 2 seeds indeed contained Yang attribute energy, which was exactly what he needed. Moreover, these 2 seeds seemed to be of a higher grade than the 3 Suns fruit seeds he bought last time. If the 3 Suns fruit was earth grade low grade, then these seeds should be earth grade middle grade or high grade seeds. "I want these 2 seeds. How much do you want?" Yang Kai was very satisfied with the seeds. The woman smiled and said, 1,000 taels. Yang Kai's brows wrinkled, although he couldn't deny that her smile was very beautiful, adding a touch of radiance to her beautiful face. Yang Kai couldn't agree to this price. In fact, if he really wanted to. Yang Kai spent 1,000 taels to buy these 2 seeds was not a loss, because he had the Yang liquid to accelerate the growth of these seeds, greatly shortening the growth period. But if someone else spent 1,000 taels to buy this, it would definitely be a loss. This woman was a bit too greedy. This made Kai Yang's newly born feeling of intimacy towards her vanish, like smoke in thin air. "This senior sister, isn't your price a bit high?" Although Yang Kai still had 10,000 taels left, he prepared to use it to buy the 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and the dead Jedi tree grass. So he couldn't spend it casually. "Is it high?" The woman pursed her lips and smiled. "It's not high. These are the seeds of the earth grade spirit grass, pure heart. Once it matures, it will have a lot of uses. In the eyes of a knowledgeable person, it's worth more than 1,000 taels." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "You also want to wait for it to mature? How many years do you have to wait?" The woman pouted. "Since you want to buy the seeds, of course you have to wait patiently for it to mature. Do you want to plant it now and immediately harvest it? How could there be such a good thing in the world? Also, things are precious when they are rare. Seeds are rare, so 1,000 taels is 1,000 taels. I have suffered a lot for them." Yang Kai was helpless. After thinking carefully for a moment, he nodded and said, "Fine, let's do it like this." He would definitely make a profit if he bought it for 1,000 taels. Moreover, listening to her, it seemed that she had spent a lot of effort to get these 2 seeds. Since she had put in a lot of effort, she should at least get a taste of the sweetness. Moreover, this was a senior sister from the same sect. Moreover, Yang Kai really didn't know how to bargain, so he didn't need to waste any more saliva. There was no harm in letting her take advantage of him. He counted out 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to her. The woman took it with a smile and then carefully put it away. She looked at Yang Kai and said, "Junior brother, you are a good person. I will also give you that purse." It was personally embroidered by senior sister. After that, she happily walked away. Yang Kai was stunned. It turned out that this senior sister also knew that he was from the same sect. Since she knew, she still asked for such an exorbitant price. If it was someone else, This business deal would definitely be ruined. Although he was cheated, Yang Kai wasn't angry. After all, it was just a business deal. The next time he made a deal with her, he just had to be careful. After waiting for a while, he found that no one else came to sell the seeds. After tidying up, Yang Kai prepared to use the remaining money to buy some 3-leaved chaos spirit flowers and dead Jedi tree grass. He hadn't walked a few steps when the ground suddenly shook. Then it shook again. The shaking continued for several times. The disciples of the 3 sects in Black Wind trade were instantly thrown into chaos. No one knew what was going on. They only thought that the ground was going to split open. Many people panicked and ran in all directions. Chapter 122. After a while, someone's angry voice came from afar, but because the distance was too far, he couldn't hear it clearly. Hearing the voice, Yang Kai's face lit up. He could tell that one of the voices belonged to Meng Wuya, the other belonged to Long Zai Tian, and many other people were shouting together. Are they fighting? In his heart, Kai Yang understood that this commotion was caused by Meng Wu seeking revenge. But the range of the impact was too wide. Listening to the direction of the sound, it should be the Blood Group's mining area where a fierce battle was taking place. That area was dozens of miles away. Even from such a distance, the earth was shaking. Yang Kai could even feel the Yuan Qi fluctuations coming from the experts. So strong. Not knowing when he would be able to reach such heights, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with anticipation and excitement. Suddenly, along with the sound of several doors opening, the guarding disciples of Black Wind Trade's wooden houses walked out at the same time. High Heaven Pavilion Su Yan, Blood Groups Hu Jiao Er, Stormhouse's Fong Ziki, all 3 of them looked towards the direction of the battle with a dignified expression. Immediately, they simultaneously used their movement skills, turning into 3 afterimages and flew out. A white shadow, a green shadow, and a gray shadow. The white shadow was Su Yan in the front, the green shadow was Hu Jiao Er in the middle, and the last one was Fong Ziki. The strength of these 3 guarding disciples could be distinguished at a glance. There's a good show, let's go and take a look. Some people were alarmed, while others were anxious to see the world in chaos. They immediately shouted and chased after the 3 guarding disciples. Naturally, many people followed. For a moment, Black Wind Trade was in chaos. Stalls were quickly packed up, and the people who wanted to buy things were following the flow of people. A battle between Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. This is definitely a battle between Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, a rare scene. If we miss it today, we don't know when we will see it again. Let's go and take a look. A Stormhouse's disciple looked excited, his saliva splashing everywhere as he called out to his brother. Let's not go. If we are affected, won't we die very miserably? We are only watching from afar, it doesn't matter. Those are all experts, and they can control their moves with ease. How could they harm the innocent? In a few words, another large group of people ran out. Yang Kai's expression changed. He knew what had happened, but he did not expect Old Man Meng to go so far this time. Once this battle was over, it would definitely alarm the 3 surrounding forces. It was estimated that it would attract everyone's attention. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai followed the crowd and ran away. He wanted to know what the final result of this battle would be. Did Treasure Meng win or lose? Just as the Black Wind Trade was in an uproar, the Blood Group's mining area was already busy fighting. After Meng Wuya carried Long Jun and flew here, he directly went to find Long Zai Tian. The latter didn't even understand what was going on before he was beaten silly by his killing moves. Long Zai Tian felt extremely wronged. He didn't recognize Meng Wuya at all, but the opponent's attitude of not giving up until death made him extremely angry. Long Zai Tian was an old man, and as the deputy leader of the Blood Group, when had he ever suffered such a big loss? At this moment, anger rose from his heart. He used his full strength to fight with Meng Wuya. In less than 10 moves, Long Zai Tian was directly blasted down from the sky by Meng Wuya. When he was about to take his life, Human and the others were forced to intervene. Although Hu Man was happy to see Long Zai-Tian being suppressed, he was still a senior member of the blood group. Meng Huia was alone. In front of so many people, how could the other members of the blood group stand by and watch? Even if Hu Man did not intervene, the other experts would have come to his rescue. Therefore, Hu Man had no choice but to take the lead. What was originally a one-on-one duel instantly turned into a group fight. Meng Huia was 1 against 1,000, and he was not at a disadvantage even when facing the 10 immortal ascension boundary experts of the blood group. He was really awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. Moreover, during the fight, he was extremely humiliating. His mouth was as vicious as a scorpion woman. Not only did he suppress Long Zai-Tian in terms of strength, but he also humiliated him with words. Long Zai-Tian's old face turned purple. He wanted to curse back, but he could not bring himself to do so. He could only silently attack. From time to time, Meng Huia would hit him once or twice. He did not know how many mouthfuls of blood he spat out. His expression was extremely distressed. Where was the dignity of the deputy leader of the blood group? Once again, Meng Huia retreated to the air, while the experts of the blood group stood on the ground. Both sides temporarily stopped and faced each other. Long Zai-Tian ground his teeth until they were almost broken. The corner of his mouth was filled with blood. His whole body was trembling with anger, but he did not dare to be too presumptuous. He endured the humiliation and said, "May I ask who you are in the end? How did this Long offend you? Why do you want to humiliate me like this?" He was not reconciled. If he had really provoked the opposite party, he would have had a reason to seek revenge. But Long Zai-Tian had never seen Meng Huia before. The opposite party had beaten and scolded him, and he was still confused. How could he accept this? So he must ask clearly. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. If this was a misunderstanding, then even if he died here today, he would still seek justice. Humph! Meng Huia stood proudly in the air. He coldly snorted and said with disdain, "You did not provoke me, nor did you provoke me." Long Zai-Tian's body suddenly trembled. He pointed at Meng Huia and trembled for a long time. He opened his mouth and said, "You!" Just as he said a word, Long Zai-Tian spat out another mouthful of blood. His throat made a sound, and his eyes were filled with resentment. "I did not provoke you, nor did I provoke you. Why did you come here to beat me and scold me? This old man is already so old. Half of his body is already buried in the ground. Unexpectedly, I still have to suffer this kind of injustice. Don't you feel very sullen? You want to kill this old man, but you are powerless?" Meng Huia sneered again and again. He did not give Long Zai-Tian any face. Long Zai-Tian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His movements were very careful. He was afraid that if he used too much force, he would die on the spot. "Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors," Meng Huia angrily cursed. "You also know how to be sullen, powerless to resist. The treatment you're receiving right now is exactly what happened to my precious disciple that night." "Your disciple?" Long Zai-Tian reluctantly opened his mouth to ask. Meng Huia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said in a deep voice, "Your Long family has guts. You have guts, you have guts. Your Long family dared to touch this old man's disciple. Can you be more clear?" Long Zai-Tian slowly asked. He suddenly felt that the other party really did have a grudge against him. He was not deliberately causing trouble. "Clear. Haha." Meng Huia's face was cold. He shouted, "There is nothing good. When you're in the netherworld, go ask your grandson Long Hui yourself. Ask him what he's been up to these past few days. What happened to Long Hui?" Long Zai-Tian's face changed greatly. "What happened to you?" Meng Huia sneered. "Grandfather, I have not seen my brother for nearly a month. Last time he took Hall Master went out to do something. Until today he has not returned." Long Jun suddenly opened his mouth. Long Zai-Tian's face turned ashen. Combined with Long Jun and the other party's words, Long Zai-Tian guessed that Long Hui had met with misfortune. Although the other party did not understand, he also knew his grandson's character. Since this expert was venting his anger for his disciple, then his disciple must be a beautiful woman. Only for a moment, Long Zai-Tian already understood the whole story. His heart was filled with pain and anger. The pain was because his grandson died like this. The anger was because he had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. He even dared to touch the disciple of such an expert. Long Zai-Tian, you raised a good grandson. Meng Wuya's anger overflowed to the heavens. Today, this old man has come to take your life. I will let you know that there are some people you cannot offend. Meng Wuya took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. As his hand was raised, the whole world seemed to change color. Blood Group's people were horrified. They rushed to Long Zai-Tian's side and nervously watched Meng Wuya's movements. Meng Wuya's hand quickly fell and fiercely slapped towards Long Zai-Tian's direction. Meng Wuya angrily shouted, "Die!" A huge palm suddenly fell from the sky. The power of heaven and earth, with an irresistible momentum, shook the heavens and earth. With one palm, the wind and clouds changed. At this moment, all the experts of Blood Group also displayed their most powerful killing moves. Together, they tried to block Yuanqi riot, flying sand and stones. Meng Wuya's one palm against 10 experts. He was fearless and domineering. At this moment, Treasure Meng was more reliable than at any other time. Boom! A loud sound was heard. That huge palm fell on top of the Blood Group's heads. But it was blocked by everyone. No, he didn't block it. He merely delayed the descending power of the giant palm by a little. The 10 immortal ascension boundary experts of Blood Group, almost at that moment, simultaneously squatted on the ground. They madly pushed their Yuanqi. Crack, crack, crack. Crack after crack appeared on the ground. This was the mining area of the Blood Group. Underneath the mining area, there were many tunnels. Now that the Yuanqi had collided, the underground tunnels had collapsed. With a crashing sound, the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet started to sink. The experts of the Blood Group also took advantage of the falling speed and quickly fled in all directions. The giant palm finally slammed down, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, leaving behind a handprint on the ground. Long Zai-Tian did not die. With the protection of the experts of the Blood Group, he was able to escape. However, he was vomiting blood and his face was pale. Today's battle had dealt a huge blow to his body and mind. He was old and weak. So even though this blow did not take his life, it still took away half of his strength. The other experts of the Blood Group also had ugly complexions. They had never thought that Meng Wuya's strength would be so profound. Was this still the soul travel realm? How could he be so strong? Moreover, the power of the martial skill he used was so extraordinary. It was most likely a martial skill of the profound rank or higher. Meng Wuya coldly glanced down and snorted. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, a Yuanqi fluctuation that made his heart palpitate suddenly burst forth from below. Even though Meng Wuya was strong, when he felt this wave of Yuanqi, his complexion greatly changed. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked down. The next moment, a fiery red light flew out from the ground, swaying gently. It turned out to be 100 feet long fire dragon. Following closely behind the fire dragon, another ice blue figure flew out. It spread its wings and was also 1,000 feet long, but it was a magnificent ice phoenix. Chapter 123. Beast Soul. Meng Wuya's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the 2 gigantic figures in front of him. The strength of the monster beast was extraordinary. Even if its body was destroyed, its soul could still exist between heaven and earth, waiting for the right time to be resurrected. The dragon and the phoenix were the kings of the monster beast. Naturally, they had the ability to maintain their soul. Meng Wuye was experienced and knowledgeable. When he first saw the two huge figures, he thought that they were the beast souls of the dragon and the phoenix. But when he looked carefully, he frowned because he didn't feel any trace of a soul from the two figures. They were just dead things. These two huge figures were actually the dragon and phoenix seals formed by the pure energy of heaven and earth. This place is strange. Meng Wuye immediately became alert. He looked down and saw that the ground under his feet was sunken. In the deeper part of the ground, there were some mysterious restrictions, but these restrictions had already been destroyed. It turned out that it was the aftermath of the battle between him and the experts of the blood group that had broken the barrier of this place, allowing the dragon phoenix seal to escape. This was an accident. Meng Wuye thoughtfully turned his head and looked at the people of the blood group. He found that they were also foolishly standing in the same place, looking up at the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. They didn't know the mystery of this place. Meng Wuye frowned. Yes, this restriction should not have been broken before, so they didn't know what was sealed in it. But they should be breaking it, and at the last moment, otherwise it wouldn't have been completely broken by the aftermath of the battle. While Meng Wuye was pondering, the two huge figures in the sky were already entangled together. Their bodies were up to 100 feet long. One was fiery red, the other was ice blue. When they blended together, the heaven and earth were filled with sparkling brilliance. An unparalleled hot and cold energy rushed out, making everyone feel that they couldn't resist. Retreat! Human angrily shouted and led the people of the blood group to quickly retreat. Meng Wuye also retreated, although his strength was profound. But in the face of such an energy impact, he still couldn't resist. There seemed to be a dragon's roar, deafening. There seemed to be a phoenix's cry, loud and clear. A dragon and a phoenix circled in the sky endlessly. The dragon and the phoenix were auspicious. After a long time, the dragon and the phoenix unexpectedly rushed down and once again fell to the place where they came from. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Everyone felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. The yuan qi fluctuations were many times more violent than before. The mining area of the blood group was suddenly surrounded by a bright light. After a while, the light gradually dissipated, and the yuan qi fluctuations gradually calmed down. It was as if the world had quieted down at this moment. Meng Wuye stood in the air and quietly looked down. His face suddenly trembled, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said involuntarily, "Heaven's cave inheritance." But the mining area below had been razed to the ground. Only a huge, deep pit was left. It was about 10 feet from the ground. There was a layer of light screen blocking the view of the situation inside. On the light screen, mysterious characters and patterns were constantly swimming. They were as happy as fish. How could it be? How could the heavens' cave inheritance appear in such a small place? Meng Wuye almost thought that he was dreaming, but what happened in front of him was so real. The heavens' cave inheritance was a magical and mysterious space condensed by a powerful cultivator at the end of his life. In this space, there was a hidden life of the powerful cultivator. If one could enter it, it would be a great fortune. Moreover, the heavens' cave inheritance was very likely to contain the powerful cultivator's belongings. For example, pills, secret treasures, and so on. How strong was the cultivator who could condense the heavens' cave inheritance? That was beyond the existence of the divine transcendence. Only those who had reached the spirit severing stage could do it. A cultivator at the immortal ascension boundary was no different from an ant in front of such a powerful cultivator. It could be said that a heavenly abode of inheritance was a treasure trove that could rival an entire nation. If one could obtain the inheritance of the powerful cultivator, as long as they did not die, they would certainly be able to cultivate to the same level as the powerful cultivator. Moreover, when the Heaven's Cave of Inheritance was formed, its momentum was extremely great. Presumably, the owner of this place was definitely not a small figure when he was alive. Perhaps, even among the group of people at the top, he was in existence like a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Meng Wuye's mood was somewhat excited. The appearance of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance in this place was simply too incredible. He was excited, but the group of people from the blood group were even more excited. The restrictive spell that was buried hundreds of feet deep underground had been unintentionally broken. This was great news. Moreover, Human and the others could tell at a glance that this was the legendary Heaven's Cave Inheritance. There were rich treasures inside, and even more so, there are heavenly martial arts. Any one of these was enough to make people go crazy with excitement. But then, Human and the others realized the seriousness of the problem. A moment ago, such a big movement had alarmed the other two sects nearby. Even if the blood group wanted to monopolize it, they would not be able to. After all, although this place was the blood group's mining area, and the restriction was broken by the blood group, the entrance was so big. If others wanted to go in, how could they block it? If they really did so, they would only anger the other two sections. Stormhouse and High Heaven Pavilion would certainly join forces to eradicate the blood group. Then, they would slowly scheme to obtain the treasures here. Thinking of this, Human waved his hand and said, "Go in first!" He was afraid that the other two sects experts would come and snatch the treasures inside. Naturally, he wanted to be the first to enter. Even if they came, he would only give them a small profit. Once the order was given, the 10 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of the blood group rushed towards the mining area. While rushing, they vigilantly looked at Meng Wuye, fearing that he would try to stop them. After the previous battle, everyone knew that this crazy old man was not to be trifled with. Who would have thought that Meng Wuye just sneered and did not say anything? He just stayed in the same place and watched. Human and the others were overjoyed. If Meng Wuye did not come, they would have to stop him. The 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary experts arrived at the side of the giant pit. Looking at the mysterious light curtain below, they did not hesitate to plunge into it. Meng Wuye sneered. A trace of ridicule hung on his face. Just as Human and the others were about to rush into the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, the light curtain in front of them slightly flickered and directly bounced them back. The 10 people were like rubber balls, flying high up in the air. Then, after a few laps, they stopped in midair and looked at each other in dismay. What happened? Human muttered to himself. He did not believe in evil and rushed down again. But when he touched the light curtain, the same thing happened again. He was once again bounced back. Only then did Human realize that something was wrong. He turned his head to look at Meng Wuye. Seeing him standing there calmly, Human realized that this old man didn't stop them before. He must have seen some clues. Human couldn't help but lower his posture. He cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, may I ask if this is the Heaven's Cave Inheritance below?" Meng Wuye snorted, rolled his eyes, and ignored him. The appearance of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance made him lose interest in finding trouble with Long Zetian. In any case, Long Zetian's life was already half gone. Moreover, his own losses were not small. If they continued to fight, it would absolutely be a lose-lose situation. Human could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. While he was frowning and thinking hard, from afar came the sound of fluttering clothes. The faces of the blood group's experts changed. They were extremely bitter. So fast! A moment later, the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion, led by Wei Shitong, appeared on top of the mine. After a while, the Immortal Ascension Boundary experts of Stormhouse also arrived under the leadership of House Master Xiao Ruohan. When both sides arrived, they were shocked to see the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. Their eyes were full of greed and surprise. Human angrily said, This is the blood group's mine. I am afraid it is not good for you to come here uninvited. Xiao Ruohan looked like a refined scholar. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Chief Hu, you are treating me as an outsider. Your blood group and my storm house have been neighbors for hundreds of years. No matter what, we are old neighbors. Now that such a big matter has occurred here, my storm house naturally has to come and investigate. If your blood group needs any help, my storm house will not refuse. I think High Heaven Pavilion also has the same intention. What do you say, Elder Wei? The meaning of these words was that they wanted to temporarily form an alliance with High Heaven Pavilion to put pressure on the blood group. How could Human not understand? Human coldly snorted. His complexion was ugly. Wei Shitong nodded. House Master Zhao's words are reasonable. Master Hu, this place should be the legendary Heaven's Cave inheritance. Although there are countless treasures, there are also many hidden dangers. Your blood group is alone. I am afraid it is not appropriate for you to enter alone. Why don't the three of us discuss carefully and join forces to explore? Human angrily said, Why? This is my blood group's mine. The barrier was also broken by my blood group's experts. You did not contribute at all. What qualifications do you have to enter? Mengwu coldly said. The barrier was broken by this old man. Human looked embarrassed. He bitterly looked at Mengwu, but did not dare to refute. Xiao Ruohan laughed. Master Hu, please don't be angry. If there is a problem, we can discuss it. While this group of experts were arguing, the disciples of the three sects were crazily rushing over. Whether it was in the sect or in the Black Wind Trade City, everyone clearly saw the figure of the dragon and phoenix blending together in the sky. Although they didn't know what happened there, how could they miss such a spectacular scene? Even if they went to see the excitement, it would be good. Therefore, after a short period of panic, the speed of the crowd increased a lot. The whole Black Wind Forest at this moment was boiling. Yang Kai was also among them, rushing forward with the crowd. Although he was also excited, he was also secretly vigilant. The momentum of the dragon and phoenix, bringing prosperity, was too great. If that was really the sign of a treasure being born, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. Therefore, his mind was very clear. Once he discovered that something was wrong, he would definitely turn around and leave. With his current strength, he was not qualified to participate in too fierce a battle. But until he followed the crowd to the blood group's mine, there was still no danger. There were already close to 10,000 disciples of the three sects gathered here. It was bustling with activity like a huge market. Chapter 124. The crowd was extremely noisy, but they were all stopped by the experts of the three sections. They formed a large circle around the center of the blood group's mining area. Yang Kai looked inside and saw the 5 elders of High Heaven Pavilion and a group of people fiercely discussing something. It seemed like they were quarreling, and each of them was red in the face. Among them, there was a burly man who was particularly agitated, spittle flying everywhere. Another, scholarly-looking middle-aged man was comforting him. From the side came a discussion. That bear-like man is Human, the helper of the blood group. That scholar is the lord of Stormhouse, Xiao Ruohan. In the end, what happened here? How come the experts of the three sects all gathered here? Hey! I came early and ran a little closer. I heard the experts say that there is a Heaven's Cave inheritance here. What is the Heaven's Cave inheritance? The latter was obviously ignorant and inexperienced. Yang Kai also didn't know. He quickly perked up his ears and listened carefully. Many people around him also did the same. After speaking, he smiled and began to talk about the various benefits of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The group of people who listened to him became excited. They couldn't wait to immediately kill their way into the Heaven's Cave inheritance and inherit the mantle of the expert here. So that's how it is. Suddenly, Kai Yang thought back to 2 months ago when he had felt a trace of unusualness in this place. At that time, it was only because there was some kind of young attribute treasure buried here that he returned the favor by asking who may air to search for it. But he didn't expect that there was a Heaven's Cave inheritance hidden here. At that time, Yang Kai felt that the yang attribute energy was blocked by something. Now that he thought about it, it should be the restriction here. This was an accident. It could be said that the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance had a lot to do with Yang Kai. He was the one who unwittingly promoted it. Next to him, the insider was still chattering away, but Kai Yang didn't listen anymore. He was thinking about what the experts of the three sects would do after the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. It was absolutely impossible for one side to swallow it all alone. Even if one side wanted to, the other two sides would not give them the chance. The blood group was undoubtedly such a party. Then the only possibility left was for the blood group to compromise and the three sects to jointly explore the secret. However, the blood group would definitely want to taste the sweetness first. After all, this place was discovered by others, so he had to take some benefits first. While Yang Kai was deep in thought, the masters of the three sects seemed to have reached an agreement. Each of them called out a powerful disciple and asked them to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance to explore the situation. The one from High Heaven Pavilion was Su Yan, the one from Blood Group was Long Jun, and the one from Storm House was Fong Ziji. The three of them came to the side of the huge pit and jumped in together. After a long wait, it wasn't until half a day later that Su Yan was the first to return. Her body suddenly appeared at the edge of the giant crater. Then she walked over to the three sect masters and reported her findings. After a while, Long Jun and Fong Ziki also returned. After listening to the three's reports, the three sect masters had an urgent discussion. They nodded to each other and dispersed in three different directions. Not long after, the sound of the three sect masters gathering their disciples could be heard. Yang Kai and a group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples walked towards the 5 great elders. The 3 sect masters formed their own groups and did not interfere with each other. Brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was waiting for Wei Shitong to speak, Sassafras led Li Yuntian and the others over from the side. You also came? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Sassafras smiled. Such a big matter, we naturally came to see the excitement. Li Yuntian asked, Brother, where did you go these past few days? How come you disappeared for 20 days? Yang Kai explained, I went out to do some things. I have to thank you, junior brother, for helping me clean the wooden house. Li Yuntian and the others were stunned. We only helped you clean the floor, but we didn't clean the wooden house. This group of lazy people don't even fold their blankets when they wake up every day. How could they clean the wooden house? Sassafras laughed. You didn't? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Then why was his wooden house so clean and spotless? Silence. Everyone be silent. Wei Shitong suddenly shouted with a straight face. The nearly 2,000 High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had gathered here immediately quieted down, all of them looking at him expectantly. Everyone knew that the matter the great elder was going to talk about would definitely be related to the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Sure enough, Wei Shitong lightly coughed, looked around, and said, You should already know what happened here and what kind of opportunity this is. The Heaven's Cave inheritance has been passed down for a long time. But not only have we not seen it, even in the entire Great Han Dynasty, not a single one has appeared in the past 1,000 years. We also don't know what kind of cultivation level the expert who can condense the Heaven's Cave inheritance has. But this is indeed a treasure trove that can rival an entire country. There are pills, secret manuals, treasures, and most importantly, the inheritance of that expert. The disciples were in an uproar, their eyes burning with passion and their breathing becoming rapid. Wei Shitong continued. But at the same time, there are countless hidden restrictions and dangers. The slightest carelessness will result in the destruction of one's soul. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. causing many people's excitement to fade. Benefits are not taken for free, Wei Shitong coldly snorted. Once you enter, you must first disregard life and death. Let me ask you, even so, do you still want to go in? The whole place was silent. Wei Shitong's oppressive gaze swept over the disciples. But when it fell on Yang Kai, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he immediately swept his gaze over them again. After a while, someone said, "Great Elder, wouldn't it be a pity to miss such a great opportunity? Even if it is extremely dangerous, we still have to risk our lives. Yes, this is something we may not encounter in our entire life. How can we miss it? We want to go in." The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were excited, and many of them were excited, under the temptation of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. All restrictions and dangers were no longer in their minds. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Good. Wei Shitong nodded with satisfaction. My High Heaven Pavilion disciples should be fearless in the face of danger. This old man is very pleased that you all have this awareness. All disciples listen. Those above 30 years old, step out. A large group of High Heaven Pavilion disciples walked out, and the number of people immediately decreased by about 40%. Wei Shitong looked at them with some pity and said, "You can't enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. This place denies entry to those above 30 years old, and it also denies entry to those above the immortal ascension boundary cultivator." How can this be? The group of disciples suddenly became depressed. Don't be noisy, this Heaven's Cave inheritance was left by a senior expert, and the restrictions were also set by him. He naturally has his reasons for doing so. Second Elder Su Xian Wu timely rebuked. Although he and Great Elder had always been at odds, this matter was related to High Heaven Pavilion's interests and even its future, so he naturally wouldn't undermine him now. Wei Shitong shouted again, "Disciples below the initial element boundary, step out." Another group of people walked out. Although you all have the qualifications to enter, you are not allowed to go. Wei Shitong looked at them and said in a deep voice, "There are many dangers inside, and your strength is too low. If you go in, it's tantamount to suicide." This group of people was self-aware, so they naturally didn't dare to complain about such an arrangement. After the two conditions were met, there were only 300 to 400 people left. Wei Shitong looked at the remaining group of people and said, "If there are any of you who don't dare to enter, you can leave now. The sect won't force you to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Everything is voluntary, and you can't blame others whether you live or die." No one left. In the face of the temptation of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, who wouldn't be tempted? Wei Shitong waited for a long time before he smiled and said, "Since you all have chosen to enter, this old man will tell you all the information about this place, so that you can be mentally prepared." First, Su Yan and the other two went in to investigate the situation inside. Although they didn't know much, the information they obtained wasn't enough to cause the disciples of the three sects to panic. Yang Kai listened carefully and found out that although there was only one entrance to the Heaven's Cave inheritance, everyone would appear in a different position after entering. The world energy inside was also very abundant, very suitable for cultivation. Moreover, there were some special exits in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. If the disciples felt that something was wrong, they could leave the Heaven's Cave inheritance through these exits. Because Su Yan and the others had only explored for half a day, they didn't find much information. So Wei Shitong didn't say much. In the end, Wei Shitong said, because this place was first discovered by the blood group, they will first send 50 people in. After half a day, the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion and Storm House will enter. What I want to tell you is that this time, not only must you be careful of the restrictions and traps inside, you must also be on guard against the disciples of the other two sects. Don't find a treasure, but don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Hearing this, everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. In their minds, they couldn't help but think of the scene of killing and robbing. Disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, if you meet inside, you must help each other and support each other to overcome the difficulties together. Do you understand? Yes, the disciples replied. First, disperse and find a place to rest. Wait for the blood group to act first. When the time comes, I will gather you again. After Wei Shitong finished speaking, he gently waved his hand. The 300 to 400 disciples quickly dispersed and found a suitable place to meditate and recover. Li Yintian walked over with a sullen face. He looked at Sassafras and Yang Kai with a face full of envy. Young Master Su, Brother Yang, I can't go in. His strength was only at tempered body 9th level, not even at the initial element realm. Sassafras laughed. Who told you not to cultivate diligently? Serves you right. Look at Brother Yang. Every day, he diligently and painstakingly trains. Now he is already at the initial element realm. What level is he? The last sentence was directed at Yang Kai. 7th level. Yang Kai pinched his nose. Sassafras and Li Yuntian were stunned. They looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. After a long time, they recovered. Their faces showed that they had suffered a great blow. I'd better hurry up and cultivate. Sassafras hung his head dejectedly. Brother Yang, you should hurry up and recover. I won't disturb you. Li Yuntian tactfully left. Yang Kai nodded. He then found a quiet place nearby and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and waited for the moment to arrive. Chapter 125. Yang Kai was secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he had spent a lot of money to buy a lot of Yang inflammation stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Now, the Dantian had nearly 50 drops of Yang liquid, which should be enough. But he didn't know what kind of dangers he would encounter in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. While meditating, Yang Kai felt as if someone was looking at him. He quickly opened his eyes and saw Su Yan a few dozen feet away. He didn't know what she was saying to Sassafras, but the latter nodded slightly with a dignified expression. His eyes flashed, but Yang Kai didn't care. Suddenly, there was a movement from the blood group side. It was the 50 people who were selected to enter the cave inheritance ahead of time. This was the result of the discussion between the 3 sections. High Heaven Pavilion and Storm House wanted to get a share of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Human and the others couldn't stop them, but they couldn't let these 2 sects take advantage of them. Therefore, the result of the discussion was that each of the 2 sects would compensate the blood group with 1 million silvers. In addition, the blood group would send 50 people to enter the cave inheritance first. After half a day, the High Heaven Pavilion and Storm House disciples could enter. Both High Heaven Pavilion and Storm House also agreed to this condition. Yang Kai looked around and found that these 50 people should be the elites of the blood group. This time, they would enter the cave inheritance first. If there was something good inside, they would undoubtedly be the first to discover it. Hu Mei Er and Hu Jiao Er, who he knew, were also among them. They were surrounded by the disciples of the blood group like stars surrounding the moon. These 2 sisters were like twins. Each of them was a first-class beauty. Both of them appeared together, side by side. Their lethality was incomparable. They attracted the attention of many male disciples. Everyone was thinking that if they could have one of them, they wouldn't have lived in vain. The 50 people of the blood group arrived in front of the big pit. Under the protection of the experts of the blood group, one by one, they jumped down and disappeared. While the group of blood group continued to enter the inheritance cave, from the direction of High Heaven Pavilion, a beautiful figure suddenly flew over. This person hurriedly flew all the way and directly arrived at the top of the mine. Human and the others angrily shouted, "Who are you?" They thought that someone wanted to fish in troubled waters and enter the inheritance cave together with the blood group. "What are you screaming for?" Meng Wu yet angrily glared at the experts of the blood group. Then he waved his hand and said, "Disciple, come here." Only then did Human and the others know that this person was actually the crazy old man's disciple. Looking over, Human sighed. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. It was a woman. Although her face was covered by a veil, her clear and innocent eyes and her graceful and enchanting figure were clearly not something an ordinary woman could possess. What shocked Human even more was that this young woman actually had the strength of the Yuan-Chi realm. Elder Long, this is a good thing that Long Hui provoked. Human looked at Long Zai-Tian with deep meaning, very dissatisfied. Long Zai-Tian's eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred as he stared at the pair of master and disciple in the sky, but he felt so powerless. He had already experienced Meng Wu Ye's profound strength and knew that he had no hope of revenge in this life. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered half a day ago, he suddenly felt sad and spat out a mouthful of blood. The person who came was naturally Xiaoning Chang. She was in seclusion in the High Heaven Pavilion. After receiving Meng Wu Ye's message, she hurriedly rushed over. Before she could figure out the situation, she saw thousands of people staring at her. For a moment, she was scared and quickly moved closer to her master. There is an opportunity below, you go. Meng Wu Ye lightly said while pointing at the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Oh. Xia Ning Chang obediently nodded. She glanced at the hologram below and then turned her head to look around as if she was looking for someone. But at this moment, the sky was already dark and there were so many disciples of the three sects gathered around. She couldn't find the person she was looking for until Meng Wu Ye urged her again. Xia Ningchang bit her lip and rushed into the Heaven's Cave inheritance. She actually entered before many of the blood group disciples. From beginning to end, the people of the blood group just quietly watched. No one dared to stop her. Wei Shitong and the others were stunned. They never knew that the shopkeeper of the contribution hall could be so domineering. Facing the entire blood group alone, he was still calm and composed. He didn't care about the agreement between the three sections. With just a few words, he allowed his disciple to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Human and the others turned a blind eye. What's going on? Xiao Ruohan also didn't understand. He frowned and said in a clear voice, Clan leader, who? What's going on? Isn't this inconsistent with the agreement? Why can the people of the High Heaven Pavilion enter together with your disciples? Human couldn't wait to find a needle and sew up Xiao Ruohan's mouth. Meng Wu Ye was so rude and unreasonable that he lost face. He just wanted to pretend that he didn't see it. The less trouble, the better. In any case, it was just one more outsider entering. It didn't matter much. It could be considered as giving Meng Wu Ye face and resolving the dispute between him and the blood group. But he didn't think that Xiao Ruohan would bring up the pot that didn't boil. Meng Wu Ye sneered, but didn't say anything. Helpless, Human coughed lightly and had no choice but to explain. It's like this. It was all thanks to this senior's ability that the restrictions here were broken. Therefore, his disciple also has the qualifications to enter first. Xiao Ruohan sneered. Why didn't clan leader who mentioned this matter when the three sects were discussing it? Human was speechless. How could he mention it? He didn't know that this crazy old man would do this. He was innocent. Clan leader who? Are you bullying my storm house? If the disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion can enter first, why can't my storm house disciples? Xiao Ruohan pressed. Fuck your grandmother. Human angrily cursed. He turned his head and looked around. He saw the last disciple of the blood group, who was about to enter the hologram. Human quickly shouted, You don't go in. Leave a spot for this senior's disciple. Unfortunately, the last person to enter was Long Zai-Tian's grandson, Long Jun. Long Jun was originally full of excitement and expectation to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. He dreamt of obtaining the inheritance of this senior and leaping over the dragon gate. But this shout made him stunned. He turned his head and looked at Long Zai-Tian. The latter took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He said, Since clan leader said so, June, you will wait for half a day. Yes. Long Jun gritted his teeth and reluctantly replied, "Clan leader Shao, you have nothing to say." Human said angrily, "This senior's disciple is occupying one of the spots of my blood group." Shao Ruohan frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. He didn't want to be entangled with Human, so he just snorted and turned his face away. Wei Shitong saw everything and said emotionally, "It seems that Human is very afraid of Treasure Meng." Su Xianwu chuckled. "We underestimated this treasure's ability." Human looked up at Meng Wuya and said with a smile, "Senior, are you satisfied?" Meng Wuya laughed strangely. "Satisfied or not, wait until my precious disciple comes out. This old man will say the ugly words first. If she encounters something bad inside, don't blame this old man for turning hostile." Human's face changed. He could only laugh and nod. "Not really. Fuck. I have to tell my disciples that if they meet that little girl, they have to take good care of her and not let her encounter any danger." Without delay, Human hurriedly passed down the order. Many of the blood group, disciples obeyed. Meng Wu Ye's strength surprised all the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. They didn't expect that the contribution hall's treasurer, who was usually lecherous, was actually such a tyrannical person. Even the blood group's leader, Human, was as obedient as a rabbit in front of him. Even the great elder, Wei Shitong, didn't have this kind of ability. The atmosphere of the scene was lively for a while before it returned to normal. The disciples of the three factions were seizing the time to recover and wait for the second half of the night to enter the cave inheritance. I don't know how many disciples will die inside this time, and how many will return with benefits. The second elder, Su Xianwu, suddenly sighed. But those who can come out with benefits will certainly become the pillars of the three factions in the future. Wei Shitong's eyes flashed with longing. "I hope so." The night was quiet. Wind and frost hung on the treetops. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, the three factions' leaders moved. Along with their shouts, the disciples who were preparing to enter the cave inheritance woke up. Time had come. The group of blood group elites had already entered for half a day. Now, the majority of them were going to enter. On the side of High Heaven Pavilion, Xia Hongqin and Su Yan took the lead. Behind them, the disciples who were preparing to enter the cave inheritance lined up and walked towards the light curtain. Yang Kai and Sassafras walked together. It could be seen that Sassafras was very nervous, constantly rubbing his hands. Yang Kai was also nervous, but he was more excited and looking forward to it. "It would be good if we could meet inside," Sassafras whispered. "I hope so," but the great elder also said that after entering the light curtain, it seems that everyone's place is not the same. The probability of meeting is very small. "Brother, what kind of inheritance do you think will be inside?" "How would I know?" "What dangers will there be inside?" "I don't know." "I'm so nervous." Originally, Yang Kai was not so nervous, but after hearing Sassafras's whispers, his mood became tense. In front of them, the leaders of the three factions had each occupied a position and were arranging for their disciples to enter the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The light curtain was very large, so the speed at which the disciples entered was not slow. After a while, it was Yang Kai and Sassafras' turn. The two looked at each other and jumped down. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to his body, but when his body fell into the light curtain, his vision blurred. Immediately, he found himself in mid-air, about 5 feet from the ground. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai steadily landed. Standing still, he turned his head and looked around. This was a very strange space. There was no sun, no moon, no star field, no white clouds, and no blue sky. It was as if there was nothing above his head. The silence made him panic. But there was light here, so he could see what was inside. Chapter 126. The place where Kai Yang landed seemed to be a rocky mound, surrounded by thick and thin stone pillars that stood between heaven and earth. The stone pillars varied in height. Some were tens of feet high, some were only as tall as a person. and the ground was full of gravel and sand. Feeling around slightly, Yang Kai's expression brightened. He found that the world energy here was extremely rich, completely incomparable to the outside world. If he could meditate here, his efficiency would definitely be 3 or 4 times higher than outside. However, this was only the heavens' cave inheritance. No one would choose to give up on the unknown treasures and choose to cultivate here. Sassafras wasn't with him. There was no one else around. Presumably everyone had already scattered when they entered. Just as he was concentrating on investigating, a figure suddenly appeared a dozen meters away. This person was just like Yang Kai when he first entered, appearing out of thin air a few meters above the ground and then landing. After standing still, she turned her head to look around and saw Yang Kai not far away. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was surprised. "It's you." "Oh, what a coincidence." The person was also somewhat happy and quickly walked over to Yang Kai. This person was a woman. She was the senior sister who sold Yang Kai the seed at Black Wind Trade. They were all from the same sect, so it was fate that they met here. "You're the only one?" the woman asked. "And I also just came in," Yang Kai nodded. "So many people entered together, I don't know where they were scattered. Should we wait here a little longer and see if anyone else has settled down here? Then we can act together?" she suggested. "That's fine." Yang Kai didn't object. This place was full of dangers, so one more person meant one more strength. Although this would give away the benefits, in this strange place, it was naturally more important to protect their lives first. They would wait and investigate the situation. If it was appropriate, it wouldn't be too late to act alone. After the two finished discussing, they stood in place and waited. Not long after, 3 more people landed nearby. However, only one of these 3 was a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. As for the remaining 2, one was from Blood Group and the other was from Storm House. The 5 of them gathered together. In this special place, there wasn't too much of a difference between sects and clans, and they could be considered harmonious with each other. After waiting for a while, no one else appeared. The woman said, "How about this? Let's explore and see if we can find anyone else who is alone. What do you think?" Her tone and demeanor were full of confidence, making her look somewhat flamboyant and beautiful. Everyone nodded. The woman said, "But before that, we need to familiarize ourselves with each other. At the very least, we need to know how strong each of us is. Only then would it be easier for everyone to move around. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lan Chudai, High Heaven Pavilion's disciple. Chi transformation stage, 7th level. What about you guys?" After that, she looked at the 4 people with her beautiful eyes. The High Heaven Pavilion's disciple quickly said, "Senior sister, I have heard of your name before. Seeing you today, I didn't expect Senior sister to be such a beautiful person." This flattery was too obvious. Yang Kai and the other 2 couldn't help but look at him with disdain in their hearts. This brat obviously had a good impression of Lan Chudai. That's why he couldn't wait to interrupt. It was no wonder that Lan Chudai was so beautiful, and her figure was so enchanting, especially the pair of jade peaks in front of her chest. It was as if they didn't belong to this world. If anyone could have her, just playing with those jade peaks would be enough for them to enjoy themselves every night. Lan Chudai smiled and didn't care. She looked at him and said, "You are." The man puffed out his chest and sucked in his stomach, pretending to be mature and reliable. He said in a sonorous voice, "Junior brother Nyong, Great Elder's disciple. Chi transformation stage, 4th level." After that he smiled and said, "Senior sister, rest assured. If there is any danger along the way, Junior brother will go through water and tread on fire to help Senior sister get rid of all difficulties. Junior brother is so considerate." Lan Chudai smiled sweetly, her beauty captivating. She immediately turned her gaze to the other person. This man was like an iron tower. He had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. He was taller than Yang Kai by a head. He had a rough appearance and seemed simple and honest. Seeing Lan Chu-dai looking at him, he said, "My name is Swa En, Blood Group's disciple. Chi transformation stage, 5th level." After that, he closed his mouth. Obviously, he didn't like to talk too much. Lan Chu-dai nodded slightly and turned her gaze to the other woman. This woman was very slender and not very tall. She looked very delicate and pretty. From beginning to end, there was a trace of shyness on her face. "My name is Du Yishuang. I am from Storm House. You can call me Junior Sister Du Brother and Senior Sister. All call me that. I am at Chi transformation stage, 6th level." Several people looked at her with some surprise. Junior Sister Du couldn't help but lower her head. No one would have thought that this 14 or 15-year-old girl would have the strength of Chi transformation stage 6th level. She was only 1 level lower than Lan Chu-dai, who was the highest in the group. "Well, this is interesting." Lan Chu-dai suddenly smiled. "Is it possible that when we enter this place, we are transported according to our strength?" Listening to her, the others also pondered. Among the 4 people here, Lan Chu-dai was the leader. She was at Chi transformation stage 7th level, 6th level, 5th level, and 4th level respectively. There was not much difference between them. It was no wonder that she made such an inference. "Right, what about you? What is the Chi transforming stage?" Lan Chu-dai looked up at Kai Yang and asked. Although these people's strength was higher than Yang Kai, because they did not have divine sense, unless Yang Kai exposed his Yuan Qi fluctuations, they would not be able to see the depth of Yang Kai's strength. Moreover, because these people were in the Qi transformation stage, Lan Chu-dai instinctively thought that Yang Kai was also in the Qi transformation stage. Yang Kai pinched his nose and said with some embarrassment, "My name is Yang Kai, a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, initial element stage 7th level." Zwan turned his head and looked at him. His eyes could not help but show some contempt. He bowed his head and spat, "Bad luck." "You are Yang Kai?" Lan Chu-dai looked at him in surprise. Even Ye-yong was very surprised. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe as if he wanted to carefully examine him several times. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. He knew that after the last incident, his name had become very popular in High Heaven Pavilion, so he didn't try to hide it. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that when Ye-yong heard his name, a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. On the other hand, Lan Chudi's eyes were full of interest, as if she had discovered something new. Yang Kai had already expected that Ye-yong would be hostile to him. Since he was a disciple of the great elder, he should be in the same group as Wei Zhuan and Xia Hongqin. Previously, he had offended Wei Zhuan and had to face Xia Hongqin. It would be strange if he did not bear a grudge. However, in Heaven's Cave Inheritance, Yang Kai estimated that he would not dare to act rashly, so he did not need to care about him. Retracting her gaze, Lan Chu-dai clapped her hands and said, "Well, since everyone is familiar with each other, let's go. We don't know where the treasures are hidden here. Let's make things clear first. If we find something good, we will divide it according to how much effort we put in. If we can't divide it, we will exchange it with silver or other items. How about it?" Nye Yong quickly nodded. "Senior Sister Lan, you can make the decision." Yang Kai and Zwa En did not object. As for Du Yishuang, she did not refute. Lan Chu-dai was a woman of her own mind. In just a few words, she had established her position as the leader of this small group of 5. When Yang Kai made the deal with her, he only knew that she was a person who did not want to make a loss. But now, it seems that this woman was also an ambitious person. She would not be willing to submit to others. "Then let's go. I will lead the way. Every 2 hours, we will change to another person to lead the way." Lan Chu-dai took the lead and led the way. The others hurriedly followed. Nye Yong stood side by side with Lan Chu-dai. While walking, he did his best to curry favor with her. All kinds of praises came out of his mouth and were thrown at Lan Chu-dai as if they were free. Lan Chu-dai always had a smile on her face. Occasionally, she would reply with a few words. She appeared to be very gentle, which made Nyeyong even more excited. Zhuan followed behind them. Listening to the corny words, he could not help but roll his eyes. Yang Kai was in the last position. After a few steps, Du Yishuang slowed down and pulled him to her side. She whispered to Yang Kai, "Don't mind it. If you practice well, you will definitely reach the Qi transforming stage." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. "I don't mind." "Oh." Du Yishuang's face turned red. She thought that Yang Kai was silent because of Zhua An's disdain. She wanted to comfort him, but she thought that it was unrequited love. "Haha, you look younger than me. How did you become so strong?" Yang Kai had a good impression of Du Yishuang. Although she was a disciple of Stormhouse, she was gentle and kind. He did not know her, but she actually came to comfort him. "I am 19 years old. How can I be younger than you?" Du Yishuang softly explained. Yang Kai really hadn't noticed, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. In this small group of 5, 2 were in front and 2 were laughing softly while the other 2 were back. Zhuan was sandwiched in the middle. As they walked, Yang Kai suddenly felt a reaction from the origin of Yang on his chest. He could not help but look in front of him. He could feel that there were some Yang attribute things more than 100 feet away. The 5 of them were heading in that direction. There was no need for him to remind them. After a while, Lan Chudai, who was leading the way, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Nya Yong also quickly looked in front of them. Yang inflammation stone? Yin stone? There was a large pile of stones in front of them. These were not ordinary stones, but Yang inflammation stone and Yin stone. These stones were similar to the stones sold by the blood group in the Black Wind trade. Even the size was similar. Each stone was worth 500 taels. There were more than 1,000 stones in this pile. In total, they were worth 500,000 taels. The 5 of them were not very rich in their respective sections. Who had seen 500,000 taels of wealth? Chapter 127. For a time, the 5 people's breathing became somewhat rapid. Lan Chudai said, "Let's check the surroundings to see if there is any danger." Lan Chudai was calm. She knew that this place was not an ordinary place. With such a large amount of wealth placed here, it might be a trap. The 5 people quickly dispersed and checked the surroundings. After a while, they gathered together again, but did not find anything. Lan Chudai was still not at ease. She vigilantly sent out a few palms to hit the pile of Yang inflammation stones and Yin primordial stones. She did not find anything unusual. She nodded and said, "There is no danger." The 5 people looked at each other and quickly stepped forward to pick up the pile of Yang inflammation stones and Yin primordial stones. The others picked up both types of stones. However, Yang Kai was different. He only picked up the Yang inflammation stones. Picking up the stones, Lan Chudai suddenly laughed at herself. She straightened her back and looked at the stone in her hand with some reluctance. She sighed and threw it away. "Senior sister Lan, what's wrong?" Nia Yong asked with some doubts. "Don't pick them up." Lan Chudai faintly said, "If we carry a large bag of stones, not only will it consume our strength, but it will also become a burden if we encounter danger." Hearing this, the others finally came to their senses. They had been too excited to see so much wealth just now and had forgotten about this. Lan Chudai looked at everyone and continued, "Moreover, we found a pile of stones just as we arrived here. If my guess is correct, these stones are the lowest value in this place. In other words, these are just small profits. The real treasure is still waiting for us." Senior sister Lan is right. Nyeyong agreed. Zhuan also nodded slightly. Du Yishuang looked at the stones in her hands and reluctantly threw them away. Only Yang Kai was still picking up the stones as if he did not hear Lan Chudi's words. Lan Chudai could not help but frown. "Oh, it is not too late to throw them away when we encounter danger," Yang Kai explained while picking up the stones. "Up to you. Lan Chu Dai did not stop him and said lightly, "But we will not delay because of you. Once you have picked up enough, catch up. Don't be too greedy." "All right, you guys go first." Yang Kai nodded. Lan Chu Dai no longer hesitated. She stepped over the pile of stones and walked forward. Zuan looked at Yang Kai with contempt. Niayong was even more direct. He spat. "You're just a pauper who has never seen the world. Sooner or later, you'll still get lost. It's a waste of time and effort." "I'll wait for you," Du Yishuang said. "No need, you go first," Yang Kai said as he took off his shirt. It seemed that he was going to pick up everything. Seeing his insistence, Du Yishuang didn't insist. She nodded and caught up with the others. After confirming that there was no one around, Yang Kai was no longer so reserved, and the true Yang secret art began to circulate wildly. While rapidly absorbing the energy from the Yang inflammation stone, he stuffed it into a bag made of clothes. Not long after, there were 20 more drops of Yang liquid in the dantian, and his bag was also full. This should be enough, although there were still a lot of bright Yang stones here. Yang Kai didn't want to collect all of them. After all, he couldn't be too greedy. Lan Chudi's words weren't wrong. This pile of bright Yang stones was probably the least valuable thing here. Naturally, he couldn't waste too much time on them. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai finally caught up with the 4 people. During this time, Yang Kai had absorbed the energy from several Yang inflammation stones. After meeting up with them, except for Du Yishuang, the other 3 looked at Yang Kai with a somewhat unpleasant expression. In terms of strength, Yang Kai was the weakest in the group. He was not even at the Qi transforming stage. It was no wonder that others looked down on him. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the same sect, Lan Chu Dai and Niayong would not have brought Yang Kai along. This pile of stones seems to be very big. We still haven't walked out of it. Lan Chu Dai frowned. "Let's check it out again. If we still can't get out, then we will find a place to rest." Okay, everyone had listened to Lan Chudi's instructions. Naturally, at this moment, they would not refute. 2 hours have passed. Who will lead the way now? Lan Chudi's pair of beautiful eyes swept over the 4 people. In the end, they didn't know what dangers there were, but no matter what, the person in the front was undoubtedly in the worst situation. That was why she had suggested a different person to lead the way every 2 hours. Niayong said, "There are disciples from all 3 sects here. High Heaven Pavilion has already sent a person. Next, Blood Group or Storm House will lead the way." Saying this, he glanced at Zuan and Du Yishuang. Zuan frowned, but before he could speak, Du Yishuang jumped out and whispered, "Let me do it." Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although the 5 of them had temporarily formed a small team, Du Yishuang was the only one who didn't scheme. The other 4, including Yang Kai, had their own plans. This team was not united at all. If they encountered too much danger, they would immediately fall apart. After walking for about an hour, a large open space suddenly appeared in front of them. From the moment they entered until now, they had been surrounded by many stone pillars. Now that they finally saw a place that was a little different, they were naturally very excited. Under the leadership of Du Yishuang, the 5 people quickly approached the stone pillars. Not long after, they arrived at the location of the open space. This place was still a stone pillar, but for some reason, it was different from the other places. In this open space, there were many lifelike stone sculptures. All of them were stone sculptures of human shapes. These stone sculptures were about the height of a real person. Some of them were barehanded, while others were holding weapons. The weapons were also various and strange. After a rough count, there were no less than 100 of these stone sculptures, all of them of different shapes. The 5 of them didn't dare to rush in. Lan Chu Dai and Niayong probed the area and found that there was no danger. Then, Du Yishuang led them into the group of stone sculptures. For no reason, Yang Kai felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. This feeling was very sudden, but it was so real. Yang Kai's heart could not help but beat faster. He turned his head to look at the other people. Their expressions were normal. Everyone was amazed by the lifelike stone sculptures. Looking around, Yang Kai suddenly saw a dark red color behind a stone sculpture. A faint smell of blood floated in the air. Next to the dark red color, there was a piece of cloth. It should be a person's clothes. Danger! It was too late to explain. Kai Yang hurriedly roared. At the same time, the hundreds of stone sculptures in the surrounding area began to move. The other 4 people were scared out of their wits. Lan Chudai, Nyeyong, and Zhuan reacted quickly and turned back without looking back. On the contrary, Du Yishuang, who was leading the way, was stunned. This stunned her and made her miss a good opportunity to retreat. The 2 stone sculptures beside her raised their fists and fiercely smashed towards her. The attack power of these stone sculptures was very strong. Their fists were as big as a clay pot. If she was hit by one of them, it would be very uncomfortable. Du Yishuang sensed that something was wrong. Her Yuan Qi suddenly became violent. The originally quiet and kind girl gave birth to a kind of crazy aura. This was the sign of the Qi transformation stage. At this stage, the Yuan Qi in the body was very unstable. Normally, it would not be seen. However, once a fight broke out, the Yuan Qi would become violent. Especially when angry, the violent Yuan Qi could easily affect a person's temperament. If it was not controlled well, one would lose oneself in this crazy power. However, although Du Yishuang's Yuan Qi was violent, her eyes were calm. It was obvious that she was very good at controlling her strength. She turned around and slammed her small palm towards the stone sculpture on the left. At the same time, she quickly retreated to avoid the attack of the other stone sculpture. However, she lost the best opportunity. The second stone sculpture's attack was very fast and was about to fall on her slender shoulder. While she was panicking, a few pieces of fiery red yang inflammation stones flew towards her like meteors. With a huge force, they hit the second stone sculpture's fist. Even though they were unable to stop the second stone statue's attack, they were able to deflect its fist slightly. The fist brushed past Du Yishuang's clothes and hit the air, saving her from serious injury. Go! Yang Kai's voice came from behind. Immediately, Du Yishuang felt her body become light. It was as if someone had grabbed her collar and pulled her back. At the same time, a hand stretched out from behind her and blocked the first stone sculpture's attack. With a muffled sound, Yang Kai and Du Yishuang were both sent flying. They fell to the ground and quickly ran away without looking back. Behind them, a rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping. The 5 people quickly turned their heads and looked back. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. More than 100 stone sculptures were chasing after them. Each of them was as fast as the wind. The heavy stone sculptures stepped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Don't look back. Quickly run around the stone pillars, Lan Chudai shouted. The few of them understood tacitly and hurriedly shuttled back and forth between the stone pillars like butterflies. After a while, they got rid of most of the stone sculptures. After a while, many more were left behind. Only the 2 stone sculptures that had attacked Du Yishuang were still chasing after Yang Kai and Du Yishuang like locusts. They did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Yang Kai, you bastard! Don't lead them to me! Nyeyong shouted as he rushed forward. Yang Kai's face sank. He ignored Nyeyong. Lan Chudai lightly jumped on top of a stone pillar. She turned her head and saw that there were no stone sculptures chasing after them. She stared at the 2 stone sculptures behind Yang Kai and Du Yishuang. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Her expression was somewhat hesitant. However, after a moment, she made up her mind and shouted to the people below. Don't run. There are only 2 of them. We will break them. The group was circling around a place. When they heard Lan Chudi's words, they were shocked. Just now, Yang Kai and Du Yishuang were able to resist their attacks. It shows that their strength is not very high. Lan Chudi's tone was filled with confidence. She commanded proudly, "Zuan, you hold one of them. The other 4 of us will attack the other one." Zuan frowned but did not say anything. He quickly turned around, accompanied by a roar. His huge fist surged with yuan qi. He smashed it towards one of the stone sculptures. This stone sculpture was chasing after Yang Kai and Du Yishuang. It was caught off guard by Zuan's punch. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and the sculpture staggered. Chapter 128. His strength was really not high. Zuan's expression suddenly calmed down as he single-handedly blocked one of the stone sculptures in its place. Yang Kai and Du Yishuang led the other stone sculpture and ran 100 feet away. They looked at each other and hurriedly stopped to face the stone sculpture. Du Yishuang did not know what kind of martial art she used, but her palms were shining with golden light. She hit the stone sculpture, causing it to stagger. Apparently, the stone sculpture did not feel pain. Even though it was in a difficult situation, it still fiercely fought back. Du Yishuang quickly jumped away, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to attack. His palms whistled as he once again gave the stone sculpture some minor injuries. At this time, Lan Chudai and Nie Yong also arrived. The former did not say a word and joined the battle. Nie Yong glared at Yang Kai as if blaming him for leading the stone sculpture to chase after him. One had to admit that Lan Chudai had some observation skills. She was able to judge the strength of the stone sculpture just by looking at Yang Kai and Du Yishuang's attacks. The stone sculpture's attack was very powerful. After all, its body was made of stone. Its punch had the strength of a few thousand kilograms. However, it could not withstand a beating. Moreover, its reaction was very slow. Although it had some speed, it could not pose a threat to anyone present. Under the siege, the stone sculpture's body cracked and became tattered. Seeing that victory was in sight, the 4 people's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Not long after, this stone sculpture was actually beaten into pieces of rubble. None of the 4 people were injured. However, the consumption of yuan qi was quite large. Lan Chudai quickly stepped forward and looked for the stone sculpture. However, she could not find anything. She could not help but frown and murmured, "Strange." In her opinion, there must be a mystery behind why these lifeless stone sculptures could move. However, she could not find anything, which made her somewhat disappointed. "Let's go to Zuan's place." Lan Chudai did not delay. She led the others back to the original path. On the other side, Zuan was circling around the stone sculpture. At the beginning, Zuan fought with it a few times. He found that he was not its opponent in terms of strength. His fists were broken, and he learned to be obedient. Lan Chudai only asked him to restrain the enemy, not kill them. Just as Zuan was feeling restless, Lan Chudai and the others appeared. Without making a sound, they all charged towards the stone statue. With his previous experience, it was much easier for him to deal with the stone sculptures. Not to mention, he had Zuan as his combat strength. In less than 10 minutes, the stone sculpture was once again smashed into pieces. The 5 of them were gasping for breath. Although this battle wasn't life-threatening, it had consumed a lot of their energy. "Yang Kai, what do you mean?" Nie Yong glared at Yang Kai. "Don't think that I won't dare to make a move on you just because we are from the same sect." "What?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Why did you lead those 2 stone sculptures to chase after me?" "Is that so?" Kai Yang's eyes flashed, a trace of impatience appearing on his calm face. Just now, he only cared about running away. Why would he care about others? "Don't be noisy." Lan Chudai put on the airs of a senior sister and glared at the 2 of them. She then walked towards the rubble to investigate. "Remember this. If you use such underhanded means again, don't blame me for being impolite." Nie Yong's expression was cold. "Hey!" Lan Chu Dai suddenly cried out in surprise. She then reached out and fiddled with the rubble. She picked up a small stone man the size of a baby's fist. Her surprised voice attracted everyone's attention, and they quickly turned their heads to look at her hand. The small stone man was not big, but they did not know what material it was carved from. It was crystal clear and looked as beautiful as a piece of jade. Inside the small stone man, there were red lines that intersected and shuttled back and forth. At a rough count, there were more than 30 red lines. This is... Zuan was amazed. He stared at the small stone man without blinking. Yang Kai and Du Yishuang also came over. The 5 of them formed a circle. Everyone's eyes were full of doubts. "What kind of jade is this small stone man?" Nie Yong asked excitedly. "It doesn't look like it." Lan Chu Dai shook her head. Although she did not know the material of the stone man, she did not feel any energy from the small stone man. However, there were some mysterious red lines that seemed to be circulating in a circular manner. "What do you think?" Lan Chu Dai looked at the others. "Can we use this thing to control the stone sculptures?" Zuan suddenly thought of a possibility. Everyone's eyes lit up, but Lan Chu Dai immediately denied it. It shouldn't be. Of the 2 stone sculptures just now, one of them did not have a small stone man. Even if it is, as you said, the stone sculpture just now has already been destroyed. How can we control it? Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly said, "Don't you think that the red lines inside are similar to something? Like what?" "Don't interrupt if you don't know anything. You are just an initial element realm cultivator. Yet you dare to criticize us?" Nie Yong retorted. He did not like Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. Although his temperament wasn't bad, he couldn't remain indifferent after being repeatedly provoked. Lan Chu Dai noticed the subtle atmosphere between the two and quickly mediated. "Don't make trouble. Yang Kai, what do you think it looks like?" Yang Kai's eyes flickered. "Don't you think that these red lines are similar to the meridians in our body? Do I need you to say that? I have already seen it." Nie Yong sneered. Lan Chu Dai looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. "You mean the way these red lines operate should be a kind of martial arts practice method?" Yang Kai said with certainty. "What a joke." Nie Yong was about to say something when Du Yishuang suddenly stepped forward. Her calm face became cold as she coldly rebuked him. "Shut up." Nie Yong was startled and looked at Du Yishuang with some fear. He did not put Yang Kai in his eyes, but Du Yishuang's strength was higher than his by 2 levels. If they really fought, he would not necessarily be her opponent. Zuan also looked at him with disdain. "You are very annoying." This was the truth. He did not want to help Yang Kai vent his anger. Nie Yong's face turned red in an instant. He did not expect that among these people there would be 2 of them. 2 of them were willing to help Yang Kai, but they didn't have the guts to do so, so they could only coldly snort. He looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of hatred. Lan Chu Dai ignored this and took a deep breath. She held the small stone figure in her hand and said, "If you do not have any objections, I want to investigate this matter. I want to investigate this thing. If what Yang Kai said is true, then we need to make other plans." Everyone naturally knew what she meant and nodded in agreement. Lan Chu Dai smiled and said, "Then I will have to trouble the protectors." She closed her eyes and poured the yuan qi into the small stone figure in her hand. After a while, Lan Chu Dai opened her eyes in surprise. She looked at Yang Kai and said, "You are right. There is a martial technique hidden in this small stone figure." The 4 people's expressions changed. I did not carefully investigate it. I don't know what martial technique it is, but it is definitely not a low-level martial technique. It is at least an earth-level martial technique. There were more than 30 red lines in the small stone figure. This meant that the martial technique required the support of more than 30 meridians. Lan Chu Dai said that it was an earth-level martial technique. This was a conservative estimate. It was very likely that it was an Earth-level martial technique. This time, not only did the other 3 people's breathing become rapid, Yang Kai was also excited. Speaking of which, after that night's battle in the Nine Mountain Valley, Kai Yang realized one of his shortcomings. He lacked martial techniques. He did not have a set of offensive martial techniques. All of his attacks relied on his own yang liquid. This was his biggest shortcoming. Unyielding Will was a very good martial technique. However, it was not an offensive martial technique. It was only an auxiliary martial technique. If he was in the Nine Valley at that time, if he had an Earth-level martial technique, the battle would not have been so difficult. However, Yang Kai did not have many contribution points. His status in the sect was also low. It was impossible for him to buy a decent martial technique. For example, a set of Earth-tier, low-grade martial skills would require at least 400 to 500 contribution points to exchange for it. Moreover, there were not many types of martial skills available. But now, there was a martial technique here. Since there was a small stone figure in the stone statue, there was naturally a possibility of 2, 3, or even more. There were hundreds of stone statues there. The temptation of an Earth-level martial technique was too great for the people present. For a time, Lan Chu Dai was secretly glad that she made the right choice. If she did not make the determination to destroy the 2 stone statues, it would be impossible to obtain the small stone figure. Naturally, there was no way to know the wealth hidden in the stone statue. What do you all think? Lan Chu Dai looked at the excited crowd, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Although she was asking, she already knew the answer. Let's do it. Zuo'an was more vulgar and only said one word. Since there is a martial technique hidden in the stone statue, we naturally cannot let it go. Nie Yang's eyes lit up. He felt as if he was dancing with joy. This place is worthy of being called the Land of Inheritance. We have only just entered, and we have already found such a good thing. Yang Kai and Du Yishuang also nodded. Well, since everyone agrees, we will put in some effort here. Lan Chu Dai smiled sweetly. I will keep this small stone figure. When we have enough, we will distribute it. Rest assured, I will not privately investigate the hidden martial technique. Senior Sister Lan, I believe in you. Nie Yong quickly expressed his loyalty. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the others. Senior Sister Lan is a famous person in the High Heaven Pavilion. This Nie can guarantee that she will not lie to you. Zuo'an and Du Yishuang naturally did not have any objections. What's more, other than this method, there was no better way to deal with it. After all, there was only one small stone figure. After deciding to do a big job here, the next thing to do was to discuss how to proceed. Everyone had already experienced the strength of the stone statue. This kind of thing's combat strength was higher than anyone present. Its advantages were obvious. It was fast and strong. They must not be hit by it. Its disadvantages were even more obvious. It did not know how to think. If they ran around the stone pillar, they would shake it off. Chapter 129. Based on their previous experience, they quickly came up with a plan to counter this weakness. One person would lure out the stone sculptures, while the rest would find an opportunity to leave behind 1 or 2 stone sculptures. Then they would attack with all their might and destroy the stone sculptures as quickly as possible. A new problem arose. Who would be responsible for luring the snake out of its hole? This was a very realistic problem, because the person responsible for luring out the stone sculptures would undoubtedly be taking a great risk, with hundreds of stone sculptures chasing after them. If they were not careful, they would lose their life here. Everyone knew that this task was difficult. They looked at each other without saying a word. After a moment, Nie Yong looked at Yang Kai and said, If you want to attack the stone sculptures, you must leave behind the stronger ones. So, it doesn't matter if the person who lures out the stone sculptures is weak. As long as you choose a good route, even if your speed is slow, you can still avoid the stone sculptures. I saw that junior brother's speed is good. Why don't you be responsible for restraining them? Yang Kai grinned at him and said, Okay. Kai Yang. Dui Shuang gently tugged at Kai Yang's clothes. Just a moment ago, she had been chased by the two stone sculptures. That scene was still vivid in her mind. Now that she saw Kai Yang voluntarily taking on this task, she couldn't help but feel that it wasn't worth it for him. It's okay. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Lan Chu Dai looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked seriously, Are you sure you can be safe under the pursuit of those stone sculptures? If you are not sure, then don't take the risk. We can take turns to restrain them. Dangerous things can't be done alone. I'm not 100% sure, but 80%. Yang Kai's answer was more reserved. Although the scene just now was dangerous, that was not Yang Kai's maximum speed. That night in the Ninein Mountain Valley, Yang Kai found some ways to use the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body. Although it was not a true martial skill, it could greatly increase his speed. Compared to fighting the stone sculptures, he preferred to restrain them. After the battle just now, he realized that with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to deal any effective damage to the stone statue. Using the unyielding would naturally increase his strength greatly. However, this was a trump card that could not be revealed easily. Since you insist, then let's try again. If it really doesn't work out, then we can change the person. Lan Chu Dai made the final decision. After the discussion, the five of them retraced their steps. Halfway through the journey, Lan Chu Dai found a good place to fight. He told everyone to pay attention to this place. Yang Kai, thank you for just now. Du Yishuang suddenly thanked Yang Kai softly. She was referring to Yang Kai's help at the critical moment. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Yang Kai chuckled. But I still have to thank you. Walking to the place where the stone sculptures were gathered, everyone looked up and found that the stone sculptures had indeed returned to their original positions. Yang Kai quietly looked at the place where there were bloodstains and found two corpses lying there. He did not know which faction's disciples had mistakenly entered and did not come out. It was a pity. Are you ready? Lan Chu Dai asked nervously. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Lan Chu Dai said, If you are chased by them, run here. Then Nyeyong and I will leave the last stone sculpture. Sister Du, you and Zhua and will look for an opportunity to attack. If there is an opportunity, leave the second stone sculpture. If there is no opportunity, do not force it. Everything should be done to ensure our safety. After you leave the stone sculptures, immediately rush to the place where I just said and fight there. In addition, Yang Kai, you must not get close to the battlefield. Only after you have gotten rid of all of them can you return. Lan Chu Dai gave a few words to each of them. Their thoughts were clear and their tasks were simple. Everyone nodded. Then let's move. Yang Kai, be careful. Lan Chu Dai looked at Yang Kai encouragingly. Yang Kai threw the bag containing the Yang inflammation stone on the ground and strode towards the group of stone sculptures. A group of people looked at him nervously. Under the temptation of martial arts, Nyeyong was now worried about Yang Kai. If Yang Kai failed and died, then according to what he said just now, the next person to be responsible for restraining the stone sculptures would be himself. This was because among the remaining 4 people, his strength was the lowest. Don't be so useless, Nyeyong whispered softly. Just like before, Yang Kai came to the front of the group of stone sculptures. At this moment, the stone sculptures were still standing in the same place, but Yang Kai knew that he had not stepped into the range of their vigilance. He carefully took a few steps forward, almost reaching out his hand to touch the stone sculptures. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a halt as he found that this distance was enough. These stone sculptures slowly began to move, and with a series of cracking sounds, they began to move faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, they had become extremely fast. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai turned around and ran. When he passed by the position where the other people were lying in ambush, he gave them a hand signal and disappeared. Asterisk rumble, rumble, rumble. Asterisk inside the rocky mound. More than 100 stone statues chased after Yang Kai. Just as the group of stone sculptures was about to fly past them, the 4 people who were lying in ambush rushed out. Lan Chudai and Nyeyong were in one group, while Zui and Du Yishuang were in the other group. They joined forces to stop the last 2 stone sculptures and retreated, leading them to the predetermined battlefield. At this point, the plan could be considered to have succeeded. Any 2 of them would be able to eat a stone sculpture. The only thing that was uncertain was whether Yang Kai, who was responsible for restraining the stone sculptures, could escape unscathed. What they did not know was that Yang Kai was the most relaxed. He only needed to run around the stone pillars and easily get rid of the stone sculptures. Although he did not get rid of many stone sculptures at once, after a few times, the number of stone sculptures chasing after him decreased. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai was left with only 3 stone sculptures. Rolling his eyes, Yang Kai did not try to get rid of them. Instead, he slowed down his pace and led them to the predetermined battlefield. After such a long time, the battle over there should be over. Yang Kai's prediction was correct. Lan Chudai and the others' battle was indeed over. The 4 of them were meditating and resting. They were waiting for his return. While they were waiting, the ground suddenly trembled again, and the rumbling sound from not far away quickly approached them. The 4 of them quickly opened their eyes. Nia Yong's expression changed greatly as he cursed. This useless trash actually led those stone sculptures here. Should we retreat first? In his opinion, Yang Kai should not be able to get rid of the stone sculptures. That was why they were lured here. Lan Chudai pondered for a moment and shook her head. Yang Kai should not be such a person. Listening to the sound, there are not many stone sculptures behind him. At most, there are 2 or 3 of them. 3. Zhua An's eyes flashed with a burning light as he replied with certainty, "My hearing is better than the average person." He did it on purpose. Lan Chudai smiled slightly. "Get ready to take over." While speaking, Yang Kai's figure had already appeared. From a distance, he made a few hand signals to everyone and then rushed past them like a gust of wind. After a moment, the 3 stone sculptures that were chasing after him appeared. Just like before, Lan Chudai and Nyeyong were in a group, while Zhua An and Du Yishuang were in a group. After they finished their battle, Yang Kai returned with the last stone sculpture. The 5 of them tore it into pieces in a few moments. "Well done." Lan Chudai smiled at Yang Kai. In her original plan, at most, they could only leave behind 2 stone sculptures. She did not expect Yang Kai to be so good at controlling and bringing back 3 more. This was completely within the scope of what they could solve. Let's see if there are any spoils. Yang Kai did not care. They quickly rummaged through the rubble. The first 2 stone sculptures that were broken were already searched by the 4 of them, but they did not find anything. It was inevitable that they were disappointed. This time their luck was good. Among the last 3 stone sculptures that Yang Kai brought back, Du Yishuang found a small stone man. This small stone man looked similar to the previous one. The number of red lines in the stone man was similar, but the distribution of the red lines was very different. It should be a different kind of martial skill. Du Yishuang handed it over to Lan Chudai. "Not bad." Lan Chudai nodded slightly. "It seems that this thing does not exist in every stone sculpture. The first time we broke 2 stone sculptures, we only got 1. This time, there are 5 stone sculptures. There's no pattern, so we can only rely on luck." Nyeyong said, "There are nearly 100 stone sculptures. If we can break all of them, I think we can get at least 20 small stone men. 20 small stone men, that is 20 sets of martial skills. Everyone present can get 4 sets of martial skills. Everyone's eyes burned with passion. Let's recover first. When we recover, we will come again." Lan Chudi's face was full of excitement. Several people nodded. Then each of them found a stone pillar and jumped on it. They took out the medicinal pills that they carried with them and sat down to recover. These people were already in the Qi transformation stage, so naturally they would carry some medicinal pills. Compared to them, Yang Kai was much more shabby. However, Yang Kai did not need medicinal pills. The battle just now had consumed a lot of energy, but it was not a problem for him. Nie Yong had been trying to please Lan Chudai. Even when he was meditating, he wanted to sit with her. This time, Lan Chudai did not listen to him. She coldly reprimanded him and shook him off. Yang Kai secretly sneered. Lan Chudai was a woman with self-confidence, strength, and ambition. She was not someone who could be tamed by someone like Nie Yong. If he wanted to get Lan Chudai, he had to be more confident and powerful than her. Of course, he had to have strength and influence that surpassed her. Only then would she fall in love with him. To put it bluntly, this woman was more realistic. Although she had always been amiable, Yang Kai could see the hidden arrogance and self-admiration in her eyes. Her beauty would only be enjoyed by powerful men. Nie Yong was nothing in her eyes. The 4 people were recovering, and naturally, Yang Kai was not an exception. He went to the place where he had thrown his bag, which was full of yang inflammation stones, and then found a secluded place to concentrate on absorbing the energy of the yang inflammation stones. After half a day, the number of yang inflammation stones in his bag had decreased by half. Yang Kai estimated that the 4 people had almost recovered, so he went to the designated battlefield. Chapter 130. The 4 of them had already recovered and were waiting for Yang Kai. Nie Yong was impatient as he kept muttering under his breath. When Yang Kai arrived, Lan Chudai took a deep breath. Her plump breasts swelled exaggeratedly, and the clothes that were tightly wrapped around her body seemed to be about to burst open. Her beautiful eyes looked around and asked, "Are you all ready?" "We have long been ready," Nie Yong said excitedly. "Then let's do it again." She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you want someone else to restrain those stone statues? This is a dangerous task after all." "No, I have already tried it once. I have already experienced it." Yang Kai shook his head. He really did not want to fight with these stone statues. They had no flesh and blood, and his hands and feet hurt. "That's fine. This time it's up to you." Lan Chudai smiled slightly. Whenever she smiled at him, Yang Kai always felt a little strange. It was as if she was giving him a smile before carrying out a dangerous task. If it was Nie Yong, he would have been greatly encouraged. However, when it was Yang Kai, he always felt that it was not interesting. Without saying a word, Yang Kai quickly rushed to the place where the stone statues were gathered. This time, the stone statues chased after him. However, Lan Chudi's luck was not so good. When they were intercepting the stone statues, they accidentally blocked one of them. This caused them to be flustered and almost caused casualties. Yang Kai finally managed to lure back 2 stone statues. After ravaging them, they both turned into rubble. This time his luck was off the charts. He was able to obtain 2 small stone statues at once. As a result, the number of small stone statues had increased to 4. This small team only had 5 people. As long as there was 1 more stone statue, each person would be able to obtain one. Yang Kai was full of expectations. What he lacked the most was martial skills. Of course, he wanted to obtain a small stone statue first. Then he could increase his combat strength. For the next few days, the 5 of them stayed at the rocky mound, constantly luring out the stone statues to kill. After every battle, they would rest for half a day, then repeat the cycle. He didn't know if it was luck or something else, but ever since they obtained the 4 small stone men that day, the small team had already broken 30 stone sculptures. Unexpectedly, they didn't obtain anything else. This was very different from the expected result, which made everyone a little disappointed. Furthermore, as he lured them out again and again, Yang Kai discovered that these stone sculptures were becoming more and more difficult to deal with. It was not that they had become stronger, but it was very difficult to separate them. Once, when Lan Chu Dai and the others were intercepting them from behind, they attracted the pursuit of more than a dozen stone statues, causing them to have no choice but to flee. That time, they had to run for more than 2 hours before they finally got rid of all the stone sculptures. The operation became more and more dangerous, but the fifth little stone man did not appear. After another arduous battle, there was still no harvest. After resting for half a day, the 5 of them gathered together to discuss. Why don't we just leave it at that? I feel that something bad will happen if we continue. Nyayong said worriedly. Zhua and said in a muffled voice, there are only 4 sets of martial skills, but there are 5 of us. How do we divide them? There was a moment of silence. No one would take the initiative to give up their share of the benefits. In the past few days, everyone had put in a lot of effort, hoping to get an Earth-level martial skill. Nya Yong thought of Yang Kai again. He chuckled and said, Senior Sister Lan said before that we should divide the rewards according to how much effort we put in. Junior brother Yang's strength is the lowest, so he put in the least effort. We don't need the martial skill, right? Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. Nya Yong continued, Of course, junior brother Yang put in a lot of effort, so it's not right for him to not get anything. How about we compensate him with some silver? Zuen frowned and showed a thoughtful expression. This proposal obviously tempted him. Du Yishuang firmly said, No, how can we compensate for an Earth-level martial skill with some silver? Yang Kai still sneered. Although he was looking at Nyayong, he was looking at Lan Chu Dai from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to know what this woman would say in this situation. Her attitude would determine Yang Kai's next move. Lan Chu Dai remained silent all this time. Yang Kai's sneer deepened. The awkward silence lasted for a long time before Lan Chu Dai said, Let's do it this way. Let's see if we can get the last small stone man. If we can't, then one of us will not be able to get the Earth-level martial skill. However, I, Lan Chu Dai, promise that the one who can't get the small stone man will not suffer a loss. When we return to the sect, I will find a way to compensate you. Her words seemed to be directed at the 4 of them, but in fact, Yang Kai knew that she was mainly talking to him. Among the people present, Yang Kai's strength was the lowest. He could provide the least amount of help to the team. If Lan Chu Dai wanted to offend someone, she would only choose to offend Yang Kai. I am afraid that this is our last chance. You must work hard. Lan Chu Dai stood up and turned to look at Yang Kai. She gently smiled. Junior brother Yang, I will have to trouble you again. Yang Kai looked at her deeply and nodded. He then stood up and walked towards the stone sculptures. Lan Chu Dai was aware of his cold attitude. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of apology, but it quickly disappeared. Yang Kai had done this many times in the past few days. Naturally, he was familiar with it. However, this time he had another plan. As usual, Yang Kai arrived in front of the stone sculptures and approached them step by step. After all of them had moved, Yang Kai began to run back in an orderly manner while observing the movements of the last few stone sculptures. When the stone sculptures at the back were crowded together, Yang Kai was satisfied and ran away. As usual, he rushed past the ambush of the other 4. Dozens of stone sculptures rumbled after him. Lan Chu Dai and the others saw the opportunity to intercept him. However, this time, the stone sculptures at the back were blocked together. There were 4 of them. Lan Chudi's face changed. She quickly shouted, Nyayong, take 2 of them away! Why me? Nyayong panicked. Du Yishuang coldly laughed. Didn't you always say that controlling the stone sculptures is the easiest thing to do? Yang Kai can lead dozens of stone sculptures away. You can't even control 2 of them? Who said I can't? Nyayong was enraged. He immediately launched a series of attacks, trapping the 2 stone statues. Once they were completely distracted, he hurriedly fled into the distance. There were only 2 stone sculptures left. However, there were 3 people in the field. As long as they spent some time, they would be able to easily defeat them. While the four of them were fighting hard, Yang Kai was also leading the several dozen stone statues behind him as they dashed through the rubble. Unlike before, this time, Yang Kai deliberately controlled the distance and did not shake them off. After running for about 50 miles, Yang Kai jumped on top of a stone pillar and looked back at the stone sculptures behind him. Half of the plan was successful. Yang Kai's heart was relieved. However, he did not know if his guess was correct. The reason why Yang Kai wanted Lan Chu Dai to stop the 4 stone sculptures was not because he wanted to use someone else's knife to kill. He did not have such a vicious mind. With their ability, they could definitely deal with the 4 stone sculptures. It was just that it would take a lot of time. Yang Kai wanted them to waste more time so that his next plan would not be discovered. Whether or not they could obtain the small stone man this time, Yang Kai would not place his hopes on others. Lan Chu Dai was too realistic. He could not expect her to be fair. If this time they still did not obtain anything, Yang Kai was sure that he would not be able to obtain the 4 small stone men. Therefore, if he wanted something good, he could only rely on himself. For the past few days, Yang Kai had been thinking about a problem. Why did these stone sculptures run back after being lured away? Finally, he came to an answer. They were probably guarding something. This thing should be more valuable than the small stone man's martial skill. This was only a guess, but it was worth the risk. Now that all the stone sculptures were lured here, he had a distance of 50 miles that he could use. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi madly revolved. 2 flames appeared under his feet. His body was like an arrow, quickly returning to the original path. This time, his speed was twice as fast as before. This was also the method of using true Yang Yuan Qi that Yang Kai had discovered. It was not a martial skill, but a skill. The advantage was that it could increase one's speed to the limit. The disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of energy. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians continuously poured into the soles of his feet. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. In just half a cup of tea's time, the Yuan Qi in his meridians dried up. A drop of Yang liquid exploded in the dantian, and the dried-up meridians were once again filled. After consuming 4 drops of Yang liquid, Yang Kai finally returned to the place where the stone sculptures were gathered. This was a flat area, but Yang Kai had not carefully investigated the specific terrain. Every time he lured the stone sculptures, he simply did not have the time to do so. Now that this area was empty, Yang Kai looked around and hurriedly searched the area. If his guess was correct, there must be something here. After searching for a moment, Yang Kai really found something. In the center of this flat area, there was a huge pit. In the pit stood a somewhat different stone sculpture. Whether it was in terms of size or shape, this stone sculpture was much more domineering than the other stone sculptures. That's it. Yang Kai did not hesitate to jump down, and then quietly approached it. With his many experiences, Yang Kai knew that once he got within 1 foot of these stone sculptures, they would move. Yang Kai had already prepared to run at any time. This was not a place to fight. If he stayed here for a while, the dozens of stone sculptures would return. If he was surrounded by them, he would definitely die. But what surprised Yang Kai was that when he got within 1 foot of the stone sculpture, it did not move at all. Instead, Yang Kai, who was about to run away, was rooted in place. What's going on? After testing it several times, the stone sculpture still did not move. Yang Kai's courage grew. No matter why it did not move, this was a good opportunity to attack. His true Yang Yuan Qi crazily circulated. Yang Kai did not hesitate and fiercely punched the stone sculpture, wanting to use the fastest speed to break it. Chapter 131. It did not move at all, unlike the other stone sculptures that would attack. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that every time he attacked the stone sculpture, it would absorb a portion of the true Yang Yuan Qi that he emitted. As time passed, the stone sculpture began to emit a faint layer of red light, and its body began to emit the same Yang Yuan Qi as Yang Kai. Kacha, the stone sculpture's large hand, seemed to move slowly. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly understood. It was indeed absorbing the yuan qi from his attacks and using it as a source of energy to move its body. However, the amount of yuan qi it absorbed was too little and was not enough to support its movements. After understanding this, Yang Kai did not stop and instead attacked even more viciously. Let's see if you move first, or if I break you first. With stubbornness in his heart, Yang Kai continued to punch wildly. His fist was badly mangled. The hardness of this stone sculpture was much, much stronger than the others. Kacha! The stone sculpture absorbed more and more yuan qi, and its movements became more and more violent. A large palm was already raised high, and looking down at Yang Kai, it looked like it was about to hit him. However, the chest area of the stone sculpture that was attacked by Yang Kai was also badly damaged and was full of cracks. With a swoosh, the stone sculpture's palm slapped down at an incredible speed. Fortunately, Yang Kai was prepared and quickly dodged. The ground trembled, and there was a palm print on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and Yang Kai's clothes and hair danced in the wind. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Yang Kai's fists burst into flames, as if he was holding two burning flames in his hands. Whether it was the speed or strength of his punches, they were all increased by a lot. Crash, along with the ferocious punch, a large hole was finally punched in the stone sculpture's chest, and rubble scattered all over the ground. At first glance, Yang Kai saw a small, glittering and translucent stone man inside. He hurriedly took it out and put it into his bosom. Then he leaped out of the deep pit before the statue's second attack arrived. He turned his head and looked around. In the distance, the dozens of stone sculptures that had been lured away earlier were about to return. Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly increased his speed to the limit and left in a hurry. After making a big circle outside, Yang Kai returned to where the four of them were. As soon as she appeared, Dui Shuang happily said to Yang Kai, "We finally got another small stone man. Now we have 5 people, 1 for each of us. Hee, looks like my luck is pretty good." Yang Kai chuckled and faintly glanced at Lan Chudai. The latter was also looking at him with a smile. Seeing that his fists were full of blood, she couldn't help but quickly step forward and hold his hand. Frowning, she asked, "How did you get injured like this?" She appeared to be very concerned. There was even a trace of concern between her eyebrows. It was like a senior sister to a junior brother. Yang Kai pulled back his hand and lightly said there were a few stone sculptures that were too close. I had no choice but to move my hands and feet with them. Lan Chudi's beautiful face flashed a trace of astonishment. Immediately, she gently smiled and said, "It's good that you are safe. Let's divide the stone men first. Everyone can cultivate and increase their combat strength." Zhua and suggested. "Okay." Lan Chudai nodded and then took out the 5 small stone men that she had collected in the past few days. The number of red lines in the 5 small stone men was basically the same. Although the level of the martial skill that required the use of meridians was high, this was not absolute. There were also some special martial skills that were not low in grade, but only required the use of a few meridians. Therefore, the 5 of them didn't know which of the martial skills hidden in the small stone men was good or bad. At this time, they could only rely on luck and luck. After so many days of hard work, although the harvest was very different from what they had expected, their eyes were still burning with desire. This small stone man contained an earth-grade martial skill. Who will go first? Nieyong was eager to try. He wanted to choose first, but he was afraid that he would choose a bad one. He was hesitant. "I suggest that junior brother go first. After all, he has been working hard these past few days to restrain the stone sculptures. Moreover, he was injured just now. He should be the first to choose." Lan Chudai smiled and looked at Yang Kai. She was generous to give everyone 1 small stone man. Moreover, Even if they chose first, they would not necessarily get the best one. These words were cheap, but they could win people's hearts. Yang Kai didn't know what she was thinking. He nodded and said, "Senior sister, since you said so, it would be impolite for me to refuse." After that, he casually grabbed a small stone man Lan Chu Dai, and the others also chose one small stone man. Now that the items have been distributed, let's find a place to familiarize ourselves with our martial skill. After 1 day, we will gather here again. Lan Chu Dai instructed. In this strange place, one more martial skill meant one more battle power. Although it took a lot of time to cultivate a martial skill, it was still acceptable to everyone compared to the 1 day's worth of time they had to put in. Everyone nodded and turned to leave. Yang Kai, let me help you bandage your wounds. Du Yishuang saw that Yang Kai's hands were covered in blood and couldn't bear it. Then I will trouble you. Yang Kai did not refuse. Lan Chu Dai, who was about to leave, heard the sentence and couldn't help but stop. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled, but she didn't stop. Her figure flashed and disappeared. When only Yang Kai and Du Yishuang were left, Du Yishuang bandaged Yang Kai's wounds and said, "Wait a moment and see what martial skill you have. If it is not good, I will exchange it with you. I have already practiced an earth-level martial skill, so I don't really need it." "No need." Yang Kai smiled. "Since it is an earth-level martial skill, there is nothing bad about it. Do as you wish." Du Yishuang didn't force him. She stood up and said, "I will go and familiarize myself with my martial skill. See you tomorrow." Staring at her back, Yang Kai slowly said, "If there is a chance, leave by yourself." Du Yishuang didn't turn her head and replied, "I know." This small team was not reliable. Although they could temporarily unite together, it was also because they were not familiar with this place. Lan Chu Dai didn't have the qualifications to be a leader. She couldn't balance a bowl of water. She only cared about her own gains and losses. Such a person only cared about herself. In times of danger, she would not consider the safety of others. If they followed her, sooner or later, they would be in trouble. After confirming that no one was around, Yang Kai also left. He found a secluded place and took out the 2 small stone men. Looking at them, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but tremble. One of the small stone men was from Lan Chu Dai. There was nothing special about it. It was similar to the small stone men. However, the small stone men that he obtained from the stone sculptures were very different. The small stone men's meridians were not red. Instead, they were golden. Not only that, but the number of golden lines were much more. What level of martial skill is this? According to Lan Chudi's analysis, the small stone men's martial skill was at least earth-level middle-level martial skill. It was very likely that it was earth-level high-level martial skill. But the small stone men's martial skill was obviously much higher. Could it be a heaven-level martial skill? Thinking of this, Kai Yang's breathing became a lot faster. This risky decision was indeed worth it. Just by obtaining these 2 martial skills, it was already worth it. And this was only the beginning. Which one should he learn first? Looking at the 2 small stone men in his hand, Yang Kai was somewhat hesitant. The small stone men's martial skill was undoubtedly higher. After learning it, it would be more helpful to him. However, he didn't have much time. He was afraid that a day's worth of effort would not be enough to learn it. After carefully considering it for a moment, Yang Kai put the small stone men back into his arms and held the small stone men that he obtained from Lan Chu Dai in the palm of his hand. In this situation, the right choice was to learn a martial skill that could increase his combat power as soon as possible. The small stone men's martial skill was certainly inferior. However, the time required to practice it was undoubtedly not too long. The difficulty was also lower. Circulating the yuan qi, he poured it into the small stone men in the palm of his hand. He felt the distribution and circulation of the red lines in the small stone men. At the same time, he compared it to the meridians in his body. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had already memorized the circulation method of the yuan qi. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked down. The red lines in the small stone men in his hand had disappeared. Even the small stone men itself had become fragmented. It had completed its mission. Yang Kai gently squeezed, and the small stone men turned into fine powder. This thing could only be used by one person to comprehend the mystery of the martial skill. After it was used up, it would be damaged. This should be related to the yuan qi that was poured into it. There was nothing to feel pity about. Yang Kai stood up and recalled what he had comprehended from the small stone men. The yuan qi in his body began to circulate through his meridians. It was his first time using this martial skill, so it was inevitable that Yang Kai was not successful. However, he was not discouraged. He once again activated the yuan qi and circulated it according to the circulation method of the red lines in the small stone men. At the same time, he used his heart to feel the changes in his body. As the yuan qi in his body circulated and flowed through those specific meridians, Yang Kai could feel a force gradually condensing on the tip of his fist. This force was very weak at first. However, with the circulation of the yuan qi and the support of the meridians, this force rapidly grew. It made people feel an urge to attack. Yang Kai resisted the urge to attack because the yuan qi in his body had not circulated through all the meridians required. After waiting for a while, the 36 meridians in his body were linked together by the yuan qi. Along with a resonance, the yuan qi in the 36 meridians surged and gathered at the tip of his fist, causing the strength that was not weak to become even more powerful. It was as if it wanted to break free from Yang Kai's restraints and rush out by itself. Yang Kai clenched his fist so tightly that it began to tremble slightly. He no longer suppressed it and ferociously punched out. Along with this punch, all the force and yuan qi that had converged on his fist were released at the same time. In the space where the tip of his fist pointed, the heaven and earth energy instantly became chaotic. Soon after, with a rumbling sound, the space seemed to explode. Layers and layers of visible fire rings swayed. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. His eyes were shining brightly. Was this the lethality of the martial skill? It was indeed powerful. Chapter 132. Strictly speaking, this was the first offensive martial skill that Yang Kai had learned. Before this, all his attacks relied on the dantian's yang liquid and his body's reflexes. However, that was not enough to bring out his full potential. With martial skills, however, things were different. Martial skills were the foundation of a cultivator's battle. Only martial skills could bring out the full potential of yuan qi. Just now, it was only an experiment. Although it was successful, it was not the full potential of this martial skill. In battle, martial skills were released in an instant. How could they be like Yang Kai, who slowly condensed them and felt them? However, after all, he had just learned it. He could not practice it to perfection. This required time and experience. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai clenched his fist. Thinking about the scene of the punch, his heart surged. The small stone man only contained the cultivation method of this martial skill. It did not tell Yang Kai the name of the martial skill, so he had to give it a name. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai decided to call it Burning Sun Burst. The yuan qi in the 36 meridians suddenly exploded. This was a sudden killing move that could easily cause people to suffer a great loss. Yang Kai's yuan qi could only support this move 3 times. After 3 moves, his primordial qi would be completely depleted. If it was someone else, they would not dare to use this move casually. However, Yang Kai had a lot of yang liquid in his dantian. Naturally, he did not have to worry about this problem. This also meant that Yang Kai could quickly master the Burning Sun Burst. His efficiency in cultivating martial skills was many times faster than others. The Burning Sun Burst should be an earth level upper level martial skill. His luck was not bad. He had obtained a fist martial skill. If he had obtained a sword martial skill or even a staff martial skill, Yang Kai would have been very depressed. He did not have a weapon. So what if he obtained it? After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai prepared to use this day to learn the burning sun burst as soon as possible to increase his fighting strength. One day later, the 5 of them gathered together again after mastering the burning sun burst. Except for Nyayong, who was somewhat dejected, the other 4 were quite satisfied with their martial skills. Yang Kai himself did not need to say anything. Although he had worked hard for several days, he had finally obtained an earth-level upper-level martial skill, Burning Sunburst. In addition, he had also obtained a small stone man. The others did not say what martial skills they had obtained, but from their expressions, they seemed to have gained a lot. Nyayong was the only one who was cursing in dissatisfaction. According to him, the martial skill he had obtained was a whip martial skill, which was very depressing. Du Yishuang, who was standing beside Kaiyang, smiled and whispered, "Evil people have their retribution. Serves you right." Yang Kai nodded. Lan Chu Dai comforted Nyayong with a few words, making him feel less depressed. CTL. Humph, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Nyayong saw that Yang Kai had wasted a lot of effort. His heart felt much better. Yang Kai ignored him. He did not know that the Yang inflammation stones had been turned into energy and stored in his dantian. There was no sun, moon, or stars. There was no way to calculate the passage of time. Yang Kai estimated that they had walked for more than 2 days before they finally walked out of the rocky mound. Along the way, they had also encountered several corpses of the disciples of the 3 sections. They did not know what kind of danger they had encountered in the rocky mound. Anyway, Yang Kai and the others were safe and sound. After walking out of the rocky mound, the 5 of them could not help but exhale. Since they had entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, they had been in an environment where they could not see anything but rocks. It was inevitable that they would feel depressed. Outside the rocky mound, there was a dense forest. The dense forest connected into one, verdant and lush, full of greenery. Although there were many dangers in the forest, they could not return to the rocky mound since they had already come here. What's more, if there were dangers, there would be opportunities. Not to mention other things, in such a large forest, there would be a lot of spiritual herbs and miraculous herbs. They did not hesitate. They were secretly vigilant of their surroundings and plunged into the forest. After walking for a while, Zhuo suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He lowered his head and groped on the ground. The others stopped and looked at him. After a while, Zhuo straightened up and said with certainty, "Someone passed by here 2 days ago, and there were many of them." Hearing this, Nyayong's face lit up. He said, "It should be the other disciples of the 3 sections." Zhuo frowned slightly. "It's hard to say. No one knows if there are outsiders in the Heaven's Cave inheritance." Hearing his words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The Heaven's Cave inheritance had been sealed for at least 1,000 years. If there were people in here, who would they be? Zhuo also felt that this was unlikely. He quickly added, "I was just saying, but it should be the disciples of the 3 sections. Then let's chase after them," Nyayong suggested. "If the person in front is Brother Jia or Senior Sister Su, that would be great." Lan Chu Dai frowned slightly, but she nodded in agreement. Although she was the temporary leader of the 5 people, their strength was not high. If they encountered too much danger, she was afraid that they would all die. Instead of risking their lives to explore here, it was better to find the brother and senior sister of Sky Tower Pavilion. With their protection, the probability of safety would be increased. Then let's go find them. The group followed the traces left a few days ago. After half a day, they suddenly saw a small lake in front of them. There were many footprints left by the lake. It seemed that the disciples of the 3 sects had briefly rested here. Since the disciples of the 3 sects had rested here, it meant that there was no danger here. It just so happened that the group was tired from sleeping in the open. After a brief discussion, they decided to rest here for a while before setting off again. The 5 of them scattered around and meditated. Not long after, Lan Chudai suddenly came to Du Yishuang's side and whispered a few words. Du Yishuang slowly shook her head. Her expression was hesitant, but she immediately nodded. Her face was somewhat red. Then, Lan Chudai walked over to Yang Kai and gently patted him on the shoulder. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. Lan Chudai secretly glanced at Nyeyong and Zwan not far away and waved to Yang Kai, "Come with me." She frowned. Yang Kai did not know what she wanted to do, but he still followed her. After walking a distance, Yang Kai saw Du Yishuang waiting for him. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai did not know why they were gathered together. These two women did not seem to be on good terms. Lan Chudai smiled shyly. "Sister Du and I want to take a bath here." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became strange. He looked at the two women in front of him. Du Yishuang could not help but blush. Lan Chudai was also somewhat shy. She stamped her feet and said, "What are you thinking? I just want you to help me guard this place and not let others come close." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "Senior Sister Lan, you found the wrong person. You should look for Nyeyong. Brother Nya will definitely agree." Lan Chudai knew that Yang Kai was somewhat dissatisfied with her actions these days. She was somewhat annoyed. "If I trust him, why would I look for you?" "Senior sister, you trust me?" Yang Kai smiled. "Maybe I will peek." Lan Chudai smiled. "If you dare, I won't mind." "I don't mind. Anyway, little sister Du will teach you a lesson." Yang Kai dryly coughed. Since she had said so, he could not refuse. What's more, Du Yishuang was also going to go down. It would be better for him to protect her. "Okay, you two make it quick." Yang Kai nodded. Seeing that he agreed, Lan Chudai smiled. "That's more like it. You stay here. Sister Du and I will go to the other side." Finished speaking, she took Du Yishuang's arm and walked towards the other side. After walking a few steps, she turned back and said, "You must not peek." N. Yang Kai replied as he glanced at the lake. The light here was not very good. About a dozen feet away from the lake, there was a huge rock standing in the water. It was a natural barrier, as long as the two women hid behind the rock. Even if Yang Kai wanted to peek, he would not be able to do so. The reason why Lan Chudai called for him was just to be prepared for the worst. Since they had already found a place, Yang Kai did not care too much and sat down facing the lake. Not long after, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Yang Kai, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes to take a look. Sure enough, there were many women's clothes placed on top of a large rock. Due to the distance, he couldn't see clearly. Lan Chudai and Du Yishuang had hidden their bodies behind the rock. Unless one's eyesight could see through the rock, it would be useless to see anything. Yang Kai did not like Lan Chudai very much, but he did not hate her. The two of them had no enmity. Moreover, they were from the same sect. Except for a few days ago, when he was a little dissatisfied with her attitude, there was nothing else. I should find a chance to leave this team and act alone, so as not to be blamed. But I don't know where Sumu is now. While he was contemplating, he suddenly heard light footsteps behind him. Yang Kai looked back and saw Nyeyong quietly walking towards him. Nyeyong's eyes were fixed on the stone on the other side of the lake. There was a fanatical look in his eyes, and his breathing was somewhat heavy. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Nyeyong only responded with a contemptuous smile. He quickly came to his side and threatened, "You did not see anything. Sit here obediently and do not move. If you dare to say anything, I will make you suffer." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Nyeyong thought that Yang Kai was afraid and could not help but snort. He walked past Yang Kai and quickly walked forward. The sound of two women laughing and splashing water could be heard from the lake. This sound was like the sound of magic entering his ears. It made Nyeyong's blood boil. When he thought of Lan Chudai's full and smooth body hiding behind the stone, he could not help himself. A few more steps, and the beauty behind the stone would be imprinted in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered. He calmly put his hand in a circle and put it in front of his mouth. Dantian shouted, "Brother Nya, why are you running over there?